One day, chaos came to the world. Monsters attacked people and destroyed everything around, sowing panic and destruction. They appeared completely suddenly and attacked everyone indiscriminately. The monsters were much larger and stronger than humans, had sharp fangs and tough skin. The creatures could appear anywhere and cause chaos, and ordinary people could not cope with them. Helicopter blades cut through the air with a noise in the Cheongho-dong area. A new anomaly appeared, and at first people couldn't even understand what it was. The cyclopean object did not attack people, even if they were nearby. The rocky tower towered over the city like a single sharp tusk. She soon revealed herself by activating a summoning circle and absorbing people straight from the streets. Once inside, at first they didn't know what was happening or why. The tower seemed to have played a lottery and called upon random winners. For years they disappeared into the depths and underwent severe trials, until every fifth person on Earth visited the tower and became a hunter. The hunters who cleared the tower became the new hope of humanity. 12 years after its discovery, the monsters have not disappeared. Ugly creatures, vile and bloodthirsty, continued to appear on the city streets. But now they were easily repulsed. Killed with one blow, hunters destroyed monsters with magic and other abilities. Their appearance attracted a storm of attention and loud applause. Like heroes, they became an ideal for people. Even ordinary hunters were known by name. Their forces forced governments to pass new laws. However, hunters created their own world, with guilds and unions outside the state. The operator gave the signal to let them know they were on the air. There were 3 guests in the studio, 2 men and a girl between them. The beautiful presenter greeted the audience and began the show. Today, the leaders of the 3 best guilds in Korea gathered in the studio. The leader of the Go-Guryo Guild, Han Kwon-so, is a young man with a bold hairstyle. A refined, model-like blue-eyed girl from the Aaron Guild, Lee So-yeon. The last one to introduce himself was the unflappable handsome man, Kim Si-hyun, the leader of the Seoul Guild. The show started talking about an experienced player, a mysterious person who became popular online. The guild leaders were surprised to hear the familiar nickname. The experienced player has given rise to many legends and urban stories about himself. Kwon-so laughed cheerfully. Judging by what they say, the player did not die and is living well. The beauty, So-yeon, said that she is an experienced player and has been living in the tower for 12 years. When the tower was cleared, he did not leave like the others, but went back down to the first floor, Kim Si-hyun added. All 3 believed him to be the first hunter summoned by the tower. For as long as it exists, a hunter lives in it, clearing it out time after time. One could only guess how strong the man was that he lived for 12 long years. He walked up the tower from the 1st to the 100th floor in one day. The player is stronger than any tower student in all basic skills except magic. One day the hunters ran away without looking back and called for help. Throwing away their weapons and wounded, the group ran away, but one man did not run. The explosion threw back several weak hunters, but the guy in the tracksuit was not hurt. The impact raised a large cloud of dust and covered the cave. But the guy in flip-flops on his bare feet walked forward slowly. The hunter walked forward in deep thought, as if he were walking in a park. He looked up when he came across an obstacle in front of him. Just the final boss stood in his way, grinning with an ugly mouth. Balok, a demon with a fiery mane, loomed over a simple guy in a suit and flip-flops, and he played a staring game with him, staring at him with his eyes red from the coals. The guy smiled at the demon as if he were an old friend. "I have seeds, and if I find any," he asked. There was a lot of gossip about the experienced player on the internet. Everyone wanted to determine his rank. Witnesses told different stories of how they crossed paths with the player in their levels. One day, on the 72nd floor, he single-handedly dealt with 3 huge werewolves. After meeting the player, people reported that he was inhumanly strong. They wrote that he could jump from the 1st floor to the 10th. The guy in the tracksuit gave the demon a regular kick. The demon's head cracked against the cave floor, its palisade of teeth clicking together. The demon growled angrily, unable to rise after receiving such a blow. Slipper pinned the tower's final boss's head to the ground. The guy in the tracksuit, laughing madly, stood over the defeated enemy. He laughed so crazy that it was time to doubt who was the bigger demon here. The boss of the last floor was decomposing in a magical glow like a normal dungeon monster. The crazy guy in the tracksuit sighed. It was all over too quickly. Over the course of 12 years, the time it took to complete the Tower of Learning was gradually reduced. All the towers were similar to each other, and their contents did not change. The number of those who completed the training grew, and their knowledge accumulated and helped others avoid dangers. People dealt with monsters that they would not have been able to defeat otherwise, Information became the main weapon of the tower's dungeons. Over time, the training turned into something like a sporting competition, where groups of hunters set new records. In many countries, sharing information has become the best strategy to help the weak survive and to identify and recruit the strong. However, there was a limit to what a person could do, even with an advantage in information. People were dying like flies, and only a few survivors were able to reach the end of the tower. Hundreds of hunters died despite all the efforts and assistance. Even after reaching the top floor, they continued to suffer losses. The monster of the 100th floor, the lord of the tower, the demon blazing with fire, blocked the way. The final test of the tower, the ugly evil demon Balok. This disaster took the lives of half of the players, and the survivors will be tormented by nightmares. And this terrible monster was nullified by one attack of striped slippers. A crazy guy in a tracksuit took a penalty with the head of a demon. Not a single black and white striped flip-flop was harmed. The surviving hunters couldn't believe their eyes. Their nightmare in reality was killed with one blow. 1349th Purge. The insanely strong guy counted out melancholically. The light from the portal illuminated his face, indifferent to everything. Sighing, he slapped his feet towards the purple portal, the exit from the tower. He closed his eyes and listened to the sensations. The familiar feeling of slight disorientation came and went. He opened his eyes and looked around. No changes, still the same damp dungeon. The neon banner on the first floor still greeted those who entered in a boring manner. A new passage had begun. A nervous laugh was heard from a guy in sweatpants and flip-flops. He fell to his knees and was completely desperate. Even a fun ride would get boring if you didn't get off it. The entire tower shook from his choice curses, and the involuntary prisoner begged to be returned home. Having let off some steam, the hunter lay down on the cold stone floor of the tower, and I called up the status window, as I did every time after another cleaning cycle. The familiar blue rectangle of the interface appeared before my eyes as a translucent cloud. 12 years ago, they and their friends reached Balok with great losses, among the first. Having defeated the demon, the four friends rejoiced, celebrating their victory and imminent return home. Everyone thanked Kim Hyun-woo for saving them and agreed to meet again. But the hunter modestly denied his merits and promised to meet with them. However, after the portal, disappointment awaited him. He again saw the boring sign of a bugged establishment. The neon sign blinded his eyes. He was the only one who returned to the starting room. The banshee curse was received. He read the sentence in the blue window. No matter how hard Hyun-woo tried to understand why he was cursed and put in prison, he still couldn't find the answers. Then he began to clear the tower himself, from the very bottom, and slowly went crazy trying everything possible. Hyun-woo stubbornly walked past the tower dozens of times, each time carving a mark on the stone. He quickly increased his physical strength to the limit and could crush stones with his bare hands. But the boring neon sign haunted him at the damned entrance to the tower. Even after 5 years of trying everything possible, he couldn't get out. In his own way, he even enjoyed what was happening, playing pranks on the other hunters. Kim Hyun-woo gave them quests, acting as the starting NPC mentor and dungeon guide. He played the role of a tough military training instructor, making the new recruits sweat during training. But this could not continue for long. Everyone he knew left the tower after the cleansing. After 1,000 playthroughs, he was looking at the status window again, dying of boredom. But this time, something was different. And Hyun-woo stood up excitedly. He read the inscription again, curse broken. It told him the status. Hyun-woo grinned like a madman. Would they really let him out after so many years? His joyful cry shook all the floors of the tower from the first to the last. The hardcore prisoner gathered all his physical strength in his flip-flops. The guy in the tracksuit did a normal jump up, but with such force that in one fell swoop it broke through 10 floors. A lonely guy in flip-flops was finally heading home. The host of the show asked the guild leaders if the 18th group of hunters that entered the tower could break the clearing record. The groups vary greatly in composition, number, cohesion, and it is difficult to predict their capabilities in advance, answered the beauty Lee So-yeon. It is also important to understand which techniques are more effective given each person's abilities, Kim Si-hyun added, with a straight face. Kwon. So clarified that the biggest obstacles arise after passing the middle of the tower. Starting from the 51st floor, every 10 floors a high-level boss would appear, much stronger than the other mobs. The level 60 boss became worried, sensing something was wrong. At his level, a strong earthquake began, as if a volcanic eruption was approaching. The earth split open, revealing a mad hunter rushing home. His eyes were burning with fire. how many years this tower had kept him locked up. In one jump, he passed 10 levels like a rocket. 90th floor, Hyunwoo's rocket didn't slow down, but instead continued to gain speed. Level after level was reduced to flaming ruins, all by one player. Explosions comparable to bombs, stones turned to dust, until the insanely strong prisoner reached the top floor. The stupid, ugly bastard stared at the hunter for the last time. Down with this boring game where there are no updates and the exit button doesn't work. Baylock was reset in a second from one light kick to the solar plexus. The ascent took a record few minutes and almost destroyed the tower. Jongho-dong, Gongdong District, the tower's access control center, observed its activity at the foot of the tower. A flash of purple light left the office staff confused and staring out the window. The tower gate opened, revealing a purple portal hole. A guy in a tracksuit and flip-flops on his bare feet came out onto the lawn in front of the tower. Kim Hyun-woo looked at the city in front of him, laughing madly. The guy was met by a slightly overweight employee of the surveillance office who congratulated him on passing. "Good job," he praised the hunter, but he was still recovering from his long stint in prison. Finally, the eccentric boy turned around sharply and looked at the official. Hyun-woo asked him sharply with a trembling voice if he really had left the tower. The young man's face shone with joy. He wanted to hear it from the outside, to know for sure that he had not dreamed it. "He's home," a loud voice rang out. "Kim Hyun-woo is finally back." His name was not found on the list of the last 18th group. The observer had to leaf through the entire impressive list of those studying in the tower. The first group, the association observer, was surprised. He thought it was impossible. An experienced player, hunter of the first group of the training tower, Kim Hyun-woo, officially got out of the tower after 12 years. A week later, a crowd of people gathered outside the testing center. People were in a hurry to meet the newcomers from the 18th group, and to see the stars already known to the whole world, who would also be here. Considering that this group broke the world record by 2 whole weeks, the hype around them is more than justified. But one more piece of news could not go unnoticed. That same hunter is also here today. Graceful legs and fashionable shoes walked along the wooden parquet floor of the VIP box. A nice girl entered the well-furnished living room. She was a little late for a meeting with friends. The 3 gathered were representatives of the best hunter guilds. They came to check out the rumors about the returning hunter. Now they will gather together again. They will easily recognize each other because in the tower there is no cold and sleep, and people do not age. Their friend has not changed a bit since then. Han So-kwon was looking forward to the meeting. He was worried about how strong his former comrade could become. The hall was filled with newcomers wearing protective gear, waiting for the test to begin. Kim Hyun-woo gnawed on a bag of chips, having longed for their taste over the years. The snack quickly ended and he sighed in disappointment. He yawned sleepily, surprising the entire group of novice hunters. Hyun-woo noticed that the hunters were wearing strange equipment. The equipment was distributed early in the morning, but the freed hunter missed it all, wanting to sleep longer after 12 years without sleep. The starting signal sounded and everyone was serious, as if a difficult test was ahead. The gates opened, blinding the rookie hunters inside with a bright light. Hyun-woo closed his eyes, not knowing what to expect from the test. He was clearly bored. They came out to the labyrinth. A huge building the size of a hangar stood in front of them. The newcomers were greeted by a man in a black mafia boss suit. A-rank hunter, David. He wore a black suit, black drop glasses for coolness. He was bursting with importance, as if he were a secret agent on an important mission. He began a pompous introductory speech, and the crowd of greenhorn newcomers listened to him attentively. The hunters were nervous, despite having just cleared the tower. Maybe it was David's suit that impressed them, or the knowledge that they were being watched by cameras. David looked pleased with the impression he made on the newcomers. But there was no need to worry, the examiner said in a patronizing tone. Everyone except one person listened to his instructions. Kim Hyun-woo openly yawned. He felt sleepy already after David's first words. He thought only about how to quickly end everything. David continued to put on airs. He took out his phone and announced the start of the first test. The terrible grinding sound was unpleasantly irritating to the ears, like the scraping of stone on metal. There are many tests ahead in the labyrinth, the examiner added, shouting over the grinding noise. As if by magic, the heavy megaliths rose into the air. They moved quickly, making a rumble and a grinding noise, as if they were racing. The monoliths formed complex three-dimensional structures of intricate shape. High walls rose up in front of the subjects. David continued to throw dust in the eyes of the young and inexperienced, warning them about the traps and dangers of the labyrinth. The boys and girls stood at the ready and hoped to show everything they were capable of. Their eyes were burning with determination. and now they were eager to fight as if for the first time. The adrenaline in their blood made them grip their weapons tighter and grit their teeth. The signal to attack was given, and they moved forward in a coordinated manner as a group. David watched the fleeing group. This group seemed disciplined and prepared to him. He smiled, remembering his youth, and whether it was worth expecting good results from the newcomers this time. David was pleased with the good start, but one hunter had not yet entered the maze. He called out to David from behind, tearing him away from his thoughts. "You just need to get out of the labyrinth," the guy in the suit clarified. David pulled his drops back to look at this weirdo. Who was this guy, he asked himself, who was in no hurry at all? Without equipment and just a tracksuit and flip-flops, he didn't look like an ordinary newbie. This guy can really pass the test. The examiner was surprised. The shaggy weirdo came closer and stared at him self-confidently. Hyun-woo waited for the answer. Neither the test itself nor his grade mattered to him. What kind of joke is this? The examiner frowned. This newbie was allowing himself too much. In addition, the newcomer only smirked in response and advised David to watch the other students. David flared up. After all, he was an A-rank hunter, and some chick was treating him without any respect. Kim Hyun-woo, as if he was counting on it, offered a bet that he could get through the maze in 20 seconds, with a bet of 1,000,000 for the winner. The newcomer was talking complete nonsense, which made me even more angry. Could it be that he got scared? The eccentric hunter egged David on. 10 million, David muttered through his teeth. He decided to raise the stakes. As soon as he heard the amount, Hyun-woo, overjoyed, rushed towards the labyrinth. What kind of crazy person is he, David thought. Hyun-woo's hand touched the wall of the labyrinth, an ordinary stone. The tower is made of the same. Hyun-woo was counting the money in his mind. The fees for hunters in the service of the state were impressive. Tens of millions of won, easy money in his pocket. Hyun-woo swung his fist from a low stance, like a karateka. The main thing in a strike is the point of support. He pressed himself firmly into the ground, and he released his power, his foot going deeper into the concrete base. David took off his glasses, not understanding what the strange newcomer was up to. The audience stared at the screen, also confused about what the experienced player was doing. Even his friends couldn't tell what was happening and watched closely. Hyun-woo concentrated, took a deep breath, and gathered his strength. His hand was covered in a blinding blue glow. He released all his absurd power in one blow with a bright flash. The shockwave permeated the labyrinth as if it were made of cardboard. Hyun-woo walked through the thick cloud of dust, along a well-trodden path. Standing proudly in the middle of the piles of rocks on the other side of the labyrinth, he announced that he had passed the test. He just won the bet he himself proposed. Easy money. There was a commotion in the audience hall. The audience was in shock. Kwan. So was pleased their friend was still a stubborn guy. Hyun-woo could only think about the 10 million won he just won. Suddenly it dawned on him that he was no longer in the tower, where everything would fix itself. It remained to be hoped that he would not be forced to pay for the damages. The day before testing, work was in full swing in Hunter's editorial office. The next issue of the magazine was special because of its participants. Rumors of a seasoned player may have boosted sales of the magazine this month. However, it was not easy to find anything about the player. The editors were also looking for other promising newcomers. One such person was on the list. The journalists knew him well, as they followed the hunters. The newcomer is strong in traditional martial arts and has good physical fitness. This newbie hunter could outshine even an experienced player. They had to prepare. Lee Kang-hyun read the caption underneath the photo of the stern-looking guy. The hunter gripped his sword tightly and prepared for battle. He always dreamed of becoming a star, of gaining fame and recognition, and he always had enough skills, intelligence, and luck on the way to this goal. Where others fled, he remained to meet the enemy, holding his katana firmly in front of him. And that is why he always went into battle without fear or a shadow of doubt. No matter what terrible monsters he encountered on his way, he never retreated. He was not afraid of death. He looked into its eyes and chopped with all his might. Thus, Lee Kang-hyun became the best hunter of the 18th group. A good debut was a step towards his success. He could count on it. That's what he thought until he saw the boss of the 100th floor die from one peek. With a kick, the terrible demon of the tower had his head completely cut off. Someone disregarded all the efforts Lee Kang-hyun had put in to climb up. He remembered the face of the madman with burning eyes who snatched victory from his hands. That bastard blew through like a hurricane without even looking at them. An unknown crazy psycho cleared out the tower instead of the entire team. With a joyful laugh, he rushed into the portal and was gone. After all, this lunatic took away all the glory that Lee Kang-hyun should have received. They met again at the hunter's exam. He was just shining while passing the test, and now it is interrupted by an unknown force. The destroyed labyrinth is no longer suitable for conducting the exam. There was a commotion, with journalists and other observers rushing to find out what had happened. No one was filming Hyunwoo at that moment, because he fell behind the main group, which was led by Lee Kang-hyun. And who would have paid attention to a shaggy guy in slippers? Hyunwoo's face appeared on the screens in the journalist's studio. A star was born. Kang Hana gritted his teeth. For the second time, his well-deserved glory had been taken away from him. Hyunwoo just slept while he could. No one yet realized that all the commotion was because of him. In the waiting room, they gossiped about what had happened. Lee Kang-hyun kept his eyes on his dangerous opponent. He did not lose hope for a rematch and hoped to get even. They were informed over the loudspeakers that a new test was due to begin in 15 minutes. The noise woke up Hyunwoo, who was sleeping peacefully, and made him open his eyes and stop drooling. For Lee Kang-hyun, this was a ray of hope. He had to show his best. The head of an ugly orc appeared right ahead. The test was called the Monster Flow. Kang Hung drew his purple aura sword and prepared to fight. He rushed at them with his strongest technique, without holding back. The blade was enveloped in lightning magic and electricity sparked at its tip. A powerful spell was cast upon the crowd of holographic targets, and this created a furor. Using magic immediately after clearing the tower was rare. The masters of the best guilds also noticed the birth of a true genius. Lee Kang-hyun was jubilant. His moment of glory had come, where he could prove himself. He used a technique with many strokes of sword and magic, and they killed 78 targets. A lot for one man. He alone was worth an entire team. Here it is, that very feeling. He got what he deserves, the best result. All the glory now belongs to him. Observers also gave him high marks. He definitely looked like a candidate for leadership. He would have been noticed earlier if it weren't for the strange guy in sweatpants. Hyunwoo was obviously bored, but he went to take the test. Lee Kang-hyun was wary of what this crazy guy would do this time, he thought. For journalists, such stories are fodder. They closely watched the competition between the genius and the experienced player. Hyunwoo's friends also watched him closely to see how his fighting technique might change, what new things he would show. The test room filled with the light of the holograms, and the timer began counting down 2 minutes for the test. The holograms of the enemies lit up. Ordinary orcs. Nothing special. Hyunwoo stood in the middle, his hands in his pockets nonchalantly. The audience watched intently, glued to their screens. The friends of the experienced player froze in silence in front of the screen. The orcs stared boredly, although quite naturally, and they surrounded him in a tight group while the countdown was still going on. How stupid I have to be, the hermit sighed. It would be better to stay home and sleep, then eat, and sleep some more. The digital targets rushed to attack the indifferent guy. There followed a light push from the ground with a foot in a flip-flop. He left an indented mark on the arena's concrete surface. Hyunwoo hit the first target, cutting off the head of the Orc of Light. It is unlikely that the journalists could keep up with his speed, and now they were only hoping for footage from their cameras. The virtual orcs rushed to attack in a crowd. But at that very moment, the next orc suffered the same fate, his head exploding. Hyunwoo jumped back and forth and knocked off heads like a real flash. For an outside viewer, he simply disappeared, dissolved. All they saw was the monsters' heads exploding, their bodies remaining motionless, only a black shadow flickering between them. At first they suspected magic, but Kwan Song saw through it with his keen eyesight. Hyunwoo moved so fast that even experienced hunters had a hard time keeping up with him. In slow motion, they saw Hyunwoo simply run towards the monster, as if he was on a walk in the forest. And he hit, without much effort, without taking his hand out of his pants. And then I repeated it many times, just holding down the attack button on the joystick. He's just so fast that it seemed like heads were exploding on their own. His friends wondered what he did in the tower to become so fast. Sometimes Hyunwoo did what others thought about him, and that's how he became an experienced player. He stood proudly amidst a pile of bodies as the tabloid revealed his murder tally, 248 kills. And this is what they call a test, child's play, Hyunwoo thought. The video broadcast gained millions of views and spread across the internet. Thousands of viewers analyzed it frame by frame and could not believe their eyes. The network did not calm down. They wondered what kind of magic the experienced player had used. Lee Kang-hyun was angry. All the platforms were discussing only the player. His hands were shaking with anger. Once again, all his efforts had gone down the drain. He squeezed his phone so hard that he didn't even notice how he crushed it. To screw up like that on the day of the test, in front of everyone, Lee Kang-hyun didn't want to accept it. The door to the waiting room almost flew out into the corridor from his blows. Out of anger, he took it out on the concrete wall with his bare fists. From morning till night, he worked like crazy, exposed himself to mortal risk, rose in rank, all for the sake of glory. Is it fair that crazy bastard experienced player just went and ruined everything? Lee Kang-hyun howled. A tablet with a long list of names was placed in front of Hyun-woo. After the test, a nice girl took him to a separate room. She gave him a list of guilds that wanted to recruit him. Alice, she introduced herself as the head of the association's information department. Hyun-woo was surprised when he took the business card. He had become unaccustomed to these things over the past 12 years. The manager told him about how the world had changed. Dungeons, labyrinths, and monsters had appeared. Alice was babbling about guilds and monster rewards, but Hyun-woo was thinking about eating. He listened inattentively, so the manager asked him what he was puzzled about. Hyun-woo was distracted from the list and thoughts about delicious food that he hadn't eaten in 12 years. He was bothered by the fact that such issues were being discussed with him personally. This did not seem like the work of the association, he noted. The sly fox admitted that she came on personal business. She was eager to meet him in person and placed the Aries Guild contract in front of him. Hyun-woo started to delve into the terms of the contract, but Alice turned his gaze to the payment section. Hyun-woo got confused when counting the zeros of the one-time payment to the hunter who signed the contract. Alice smiled contentedly. With such a sum, success was guaranteed. A $10 billion contract for one stroke of a pen at the end of a page. Alice repeated the amount again, anticipating a good commission. You can't fool Hyun-woo like that. He hasn't been home for too long. The country could be destroyed by an economic crisis in 10 years. Numbers, zeros are silent. They don't say anything by themselves. Maybe the country has suffered an economic crisis and now everyone gets so much. Because of the monsters, prices did change, but there was no crisis, the market grew. Alice showed him a comparison of property market prices over 10 years. More than convincing, a fourfold increase in 12 years, Hyun-woo's jaw dropped. Even though the property is expensive, he will easily buy it, because he is entitled to $10 billion for the contract. Alice caressed her ears. Moreover, upon completion of the contract, it is possible to conclude it with a new one. Doubling the payments, she poured honey. 10 times 2, 20, Hyun-woo thought. Of course, the contract also implies obligations. Part of the spoils of the dungeons and the labyrinth, the girl added. But he will get a bigger share, the fox smiled. She almost got the cheese. And yet, Hyun-woo did not hold back her suspicions. The information department of the association does not offer contracts. The cat's eyes flashed. She came as a recruiter for the guild, Alice said. In order to protect the interests of hunters, they are prohibited from signing contracts until they leave the dormitory. The girl rubbed her hands contentedly, the fish bit, and said out loud that the contract could be postponed. But Hyun-woo had made up his mind. He had no intention of joining the guild from the start, and he easily threw away the contract. He did not want to join the guild and refused her offer. Alice was embarrassed and took it all as a joke at first, but Hyun-woo stood his ground. This completely confused the manager. She didn't know how to respond. The self-confident hunter repeated his desire to remain alone. The world works on the principle of give and take, he thought when he returned to the hostel. For $10 billion, he will be required to take on a bunch of unwanted responsibilities in which he will drown. A mountain of empty packets of chips has accumulated under the bed. There are no chips in these towers. Hyun-woo wanted a quiet, unhurried life. No need for unnecessary troubles. He will do only what he wants, and when he wants. Did Hyun-woo's words mean he didn't want to be a hunter? Alice asked him. But a hunter can also be a loner, the experienced player answered the girl. She looked at him doubtfully. Being alone, for experienced hunters, a newbie can do little in the labyrinth without a team. To this, Hyun-woo could only smirk. He could definitely do it, the player said at the end. In reality, everything is not as simple as he thinks, Alice replied. The manager asked him to call the number on his business card if Hyun-woo changed his mind, but the hunter simply waved her off. The player lay in despair. He had wasted a lot of time. If he had known about the free hunters earlier, he would have returned home to sleep. Now he was so angry that he couldn't sleep normally. Hyun-woo took the list of invitations from other guilds. A thick stack. But it was a waste of effort, he thought. 3 names seemed familiar to him, as if from a past life. They met 5 days later, at the best Japanese restaurant. While he was eating, Hyun-woo couldn't get used to what he saw. He did not dine alone, and could not get used to what he saw in front of him. He looked at vaguely familiar faces and had difficulty recognizing them. Hyun-woo stared at them. Forgetting about politeness, he left his social skills in the tower. Kwon So was the same age as Hyun Woo, but now he looked like a grown man, albeit just as cheerful. The crying high school student Shuken became a cool, handsome man like a pop idol. Little So Yeon, who was in middle school, became even cuter. Hyun Woo pointed his finger as if it were a curiosity. "This is Kim Si-hyun," the hermit said. "The one who always cried before level 50, Hyun Woo recalled. On the 14th floor, So Yun saw a spirit, Hyun Woo said, but the girl interrupted him. Having confirmed their identities with shared memories, Hyun Woo returned to the delicious sushi he had lived without for 12 years. "But what about that incident on the 70th floor?" Shirky objected. "Has Hyun Woo forgotten how they caught the merman?" The hunter kept whining about wanting sushi, and one day they came across a tribe of fishmen. Taking the knife from Kwon So, Hyun Woo cut off the merman's tail and prepared it into salted meat. Even then, friends understood that legends would be made about Hyun Woo, and from them they later learned that he was living quite well. Hyun Woo became worried and asked again what other legends there were. "He's famous," So Yeon said. "Even your eccentricities were shown on TV," Shu Hyun confirmed her words. A shadow of worry crossed Hyun Woo's face at these thoughts. He was horrified when his concept games were shown on TV, because he had no idea what kind of games they were. There were a lot of them, stupid and absurd eccentricities. A naked cleanup game where he pretended to be a crazy exhibitionist. A game of Gollum, which he implemented out of nowhere, terrifying all the surrounding players. However, the most popular part was the one where he killed bosses while dancing, and the one where he jumped from the first floor to the 10th. Hyun Woo breathed a sigh of relief. The world didn't remember all the madness he had done, and he easily confessed to what he had done. He danced like a lame disco dancer who was deaf in both ears. Even monsters were baffled by his crazy antics. The friends listened attentively to the story from the tower where he had wandered for so long. Hyun Woo paused to eat some delicious sushi, weighing his words. He had been missing this taste for so many years that he had already forgotten it. He was just trying things out, he told his friends. He had a hard time in the tower, but now it's all over. He broke through the ceiling of the 10th floor out of boredom by simply jumping up. Even during the test, it became obvious that Hyun Woo was a monster. And after such a story, Kwon So became even more convinced of this. With a heavy heart, the involuntary hermit remembered everything he had gone through. And that is how he became stronger. One of his followers had left the tower earlier, Hyun Woo suddenly remembered. For some time, he lived between the 50th and 60th floors. There was one guy who fell behind the rest, wounded, weak, easy prey. Hyun Woo put on a show, and at first he was even mistaken for a monster. "Does he want to survive?" the mad hermit asked the wounded boy. He became his mentor and promised to guide him in everything. Then Hyun Woo was foolish enough to create a martial art and take on a student to develop it. He was inspired by the plot of one manhwa, where the main character was imprisoned, and there the truth was revealed to him, which helped him escape. And then Hyun Woo thought that he should try the same thing. Madness is his middle name. He made the student balance bowls of water in combat stances. He gave the student unbearable weights as training equipment. He reproached the student when he couldn't hit stones with his bare hands, and he talked nonsense about chakras, like a real martial arts master. However, all he really did was catch the student when he was running away from unbearable hardships, for which Hyun Woo regretted that he had gone too far. The mad hermit was glad he wore a mask back then. He certainly wouldn't want to meet the disciple in this life. He returned to reality and asked his friends what had been happening in the world all these long years. They just chatted about this and that like old good friends. Late in the evening, he returned to the hostel, tired of the get-togethers and out of the habit of socializing. Lying on the bed, he called up the status window to check it again. Age was reset to 0. The restrictions on the growth of abilities that he pumped up to the maximum in the tower disappeared. The broken curse item was still hanging at the bottom of the screen. A knock on the door interrupted his exploration. Hyun Woo turned towards the door. An elderly security guard from the dormitory came to him and said that someone wanted to meet with Hyun Woo. The guard said that someone from the Aries Guild wanted to see him. Hyun Woo immediately waved it off, but the guard said that he had already promised to call him. The frightened elderly man asked to understand him and not refuse. The player decided to sort it out right away, since Aries would continue to bother him anyway. He agreed and went to the first floor of the dormitory. On the ground floor, there was a well-furnished reception room. 2 gangsters appeared to him for negotiations, one with a mustache and the other bald. The hunter immediately informed them that he was not going to join the guild, as before. Usagi handed Hyun Woo his business card and introduced himself as if he were a big shot. Had the young hunter thought of everything? The mustachioed geezer asked after that. If Hyun Woo doesn't join their guild, There will be consequences, said the impudent gangster. He hinted that a novice hunter would not be able to develop properly. Someone else in Hyunwoo's place would have definitely tensed up upon hearing this, but not the crazy player. Kang Ben openly blackmailed Hyunwoo, saying that he wouldn't experience such hardships if he joined the guild. Hyunwoo quickly understood what the mustachioed guy with the habits of a bandit was getting at. "Don't be a menace to South Central," said the Mad Hunter. The bald brute behind him had already lunged at the guy, but Ben with his cockroach antennae stopped him. Having understood the guy's final decision, the bandit began to hide behind the entire Ares Guild. "The only thing mongrels can do is intimidate people with their pack," Hyunwoo answered him. He already knew everything about their guild. While having dinner with friends, they told Hyunwoo that a ticket was needed to enter the dungeons. It's as if these dangerous places have become an amusement park. "The Ares Guild occupied more than half of the beginner dungeons in the country," Shuken said. "The guild was throwing money around left and right, buying up all the good dungeons for farming," said Little So-yeon. "Some newcomers are forced to buy expensive tickets from Ares and join them, handing over most of the profits," his friends told him. A strong bang, the sluggish negotiations ended, and a real dialogue began. "Ares people are everywhere, and Hyunwoo should watch his language," the mustachioed man told him smugly. The table flew away like a feather. The bandit threw it with one hand. The bald giant threw the table at the wall, causing it to shatter into pieces. Lysik received an A rank for basic physical skills, but he still couldn't reach Saitama's level. "Do you think you can defeat him?" the mustachioed man asked, to which Hyunwoo only grinned. Hyunwoo sighed at the scum he was dealing with. The idiots were furious at his reaction. The brat went completely nuts. "He came here," said the Mad Hunter, taking out the slap of fate. "Hitting with his hands is disgusting, so he uses a slipper," Hyunwoo told the gangsters. Lysik gritted his teeth. There had never been a newbie who behaved like this. In front of him was an A-rank hero. "He really wants to die," the bald man decided, and struck first. He screamed like a slaughtered boar and made a terrible face. And then he grabbed the impudent bread slicer with the slipper of fate. Hyunwoo didn't hit hard. He didn't want to become a killer, and he carefully controlled his powers. The slipper hit the mug hard, knocking the bald man out immediately. He flew into the wall like a bullet, breaking through it with a terrible roar. The cockroach's antennae began to move, but it was too late to think about escaping. Lysik reliably drilled his head into the wall like a battering ram. The hapless bandit just saw his main argument in any negotiations nullified before his eyes. "Let him just yelp something," Hyunwoo said, holding the remains of the slipper in his hands. Of course, Kang Ben saw that same video from the training test. Who didn't see it? It made a splash. Of course, he was aware that Hyunwoo was stronger than he seemed at first glance. But for the guild, he was still small fry. Even though the newbie now thought that he was the strongest, what will happen if he sees real power? The mustachioed man wondered. The power and influence gathered by the Ares Guild will bring a newcomer to his knees. The muscles of an ancient god, a Hercules in the flesh, the bald man was overwhelming with his mere appearance. At least that's how it should have been, the mustachioed bandit thought. It was supposed to be this way. It always was, but not this time. So when the hell did everything go wrong? The mustachioed man wondered. It's impossible to do something like this without any magic, the gangster told himself. And the most terrifying thing was that the boy had a second slipper. Hyunwoo approached the bandit inexorably, like inevitability itself. He pressed the mustachioed man until he unconsciously pressed himself against the wall. The terrifying slipper was approaching. Even half of this slipper would be enough to break a person's spine. The words stuck in the mustachioed man's throat. His former importance evaporated without a trace. "What he hates most is being threatened," Hyunwoo said. "Grit your teeth harder, idiot," the Mad Hunter grinned. And he flashed his slipper right in the mustachioed blackmailer's face. The starry skies sparkled with a scattering of lights over the night city. Due to the destruction, Hyunwoo stopped by Shin Kyung, who scolded him for his violent rampage and destruction. "Ares people are completely out of control. Very cruel," Shuken, a homeless friend, scolded. And what was cruel about them surprised the hunter while he was eating delicious strawberries. "No one touches the Ares Guild because they are terrible in their revenge," Shinken warned. Hyunwoo was surprised. "They may not let you join another guild," the faithful comrade continued, "or grab him quietly in the labyrinth. And that one, Shinken was dodging. He might even be killed," his friend worried, "because there were no witnesses in the labyrinth." "The world has become more cruel," said Hyunwoo, carefreely eating strawberries. "The crazy hermit is the one who has become cruel," replied Shiken. Hyunwoo could join his guild or live freely as before, Shukyung suggested. "But the idea of freedom will have to be put on hold for now," Hyunwoo noted, biting into a strawberry. What happened this time? Shuken asked his homeless friend. I have some business, the mad hermit answered vaguely, and asked if Shinken had heard about the Adoron Research Center. For many years, he was tormented by the question of why he could not leave the tower. How much doubt and anger had accumulated that it drove him to madness? Who created the tower? Why did they need to imprison him for 12 years? He wanted to learn their secrets and find the creators. Shiken asked why the hunter was interested in Adoron's dungeon. Hyunwoo asked to tell everything that was known about this place. Adoron Research Center, it's in a hard-to-pronounce area, and it's a C-rank dungeon. Rumor has it that it's great for developing newbies. The monsters in it are just as stupid as those in the tower. But why do you need this dungeon? Hyunwoo asked Shinken, but he evasively answered that he had to do something there. Shin Kyung warned his friend that he would not be able to get inside, much to Hyunwoo's surprise. The Ares Guild is taking over all the dungeons and Adoron is one of them, a friend said. Hyunwoo was outraged. What right do they have to do this, and where is the government looking? Was there really no monopoly law? He continued to be indignant, but Shinken reminded him that governments could not influence the world of hunters. Hunters are outside the state. They can even get away with murder if it is committed in a dungeon and no one moves. You can't investigate in these areas because they are too dangerous due to the monsters inside. Everything is being written off as an accident. A real mess, Hyunwoo noted. For the state, Ares is a profitable growing company that pays taxes regularly, and they won't interfere with the affairs of hunters or influence them because of this. But what if we get there secretly? Hyunwoo asked. Shin Kyung warned him that the entrance was guarded by Ares, and they were not sleeping on guard. Then I'll get there another way, Hyunwoo replied. He was clearly planning something crazy. Always cautious, Shiken suspected something was wrong. He could simply break through the passage, the mad hermit reassured him. Shinken warned that this would definitely make him an enemy of the entire guild. Hyunwoo thought for a moment, but he was already their enemy, so everything was fine. There was a meeting in the Ares Guild discussing the Pedo Guild, which unexpectedly greatly interfered with Ares affairs in China. How long will this delay the guild? The director asked. China is delayed by 5 months. Russia and Japan are next in line for development. Director Hyuk Seong-woo listened to the report. He didn't care how long the plan took, he told his subordinates. The main thing is to do it faster than everyone else, insisted Director Sun-woo. The important thing is not to be the fastest, but to not be the slowest, he taught. The director let them go, pleased with the report he received. Having finished one task, Director Song-woo immediately began another. He was given the Kim Hyun-woo skill chart that the director had asked about earlier. Based on the video from the learning area, they created a table using analytics technology. They got their hands on various materials, a video of the second test by the orc wave. Many experts began to analyze it and make calculations. Physical data, agility, physical strength were at the highest level, magic was absent. This department made a mistake. The head of the guild Ares doubted the results. Headmaster Yu Byung-wook said that he also doubted the results of the analysis, but the error could be within one rank. So it's true, Heek Song-woo agreed, clutching the papers with the report. Is he hired? The young guild leader asked with interest. The manager began to make excuses, but the head just waved it off. Unexpectedly, he noticed that it was for the best that they didn't hire Hyun-woo. The manager pretended to be surprised, but the director knew that his subordinate understood everything. If the guild hired this hunter, its business would go uphill. A newbie will cope well with dungeons and will develop. And this could become a threat to Hyuk Seon-woo and his position as the guild director. It's like a poisoned apple. It looks delicious, but you'll choke if you bite into it. If they accept him, the guild will fall apart from within, the slippery man thought. Chief Yu Byung left the director's room and was immediately called out with urgent news. What's up? He asked his subordinate, who was very out of breath and reported bad news. Trouble happened in the dungeon of Adoron. Yu Ben heard unexpected news. The weather on Mount Jongbongsan was sunny, and there were no signs of trouble on this gentle, fine day. At the entrance to the checkpoint, a lonely girl tried to get a pass into the dungeon, but she was refused. The red-haired girl with a bow on her back made a pitiful face and wanted to get a pass. The proud guards mocked her by offering her a deadly labyrinth to hunt. No skills, no money. The guard continued to mock, despite her sincere requests. He leaned towards the girl. His eyes flashed with concern, and he immediately revealed his rotten nature. Scum was eagerly recruited for such a position. The idiot was shamelessly flirting with a girl in a desperate situation and leaned right into her face. He promised to let her inside if the girl gave him her personal number. She was very taken aback by such offers. They were interrupted by another strange guest, dressed in a tracksuit and flip-flops on his bare feet. "Uncle, there is no toilet. Go to the forest and do your business there," the annoying idiot sent Hyunwoo dismissively. "But I don't need to go to the toilet. I need to go to the dungeon." Hyunwoo pretended to be a simpleton. "This is not a place for games." The stupid monkey got angry. "There is a dungeon with monsters here," he pointed out to the ignoramus in front of him. Hyunwoo was not at all embarrassed. He continued walking. He replied that he came for his own business. "Or is the monkey so stupid that it hasn't figured it out yet?" he asked the guard. Not only the security guard was taken aback, but also the poor girl next to him. "He looks like a simpleton, talks all sorts of nonsense, and has clearly confused all the boarders." "This won't do," said Hyunwoo, reaching for his slipper. "Astrologers predict that he'll soon be learning politeness." The slipper rose up with meaning, as if pointing out to people their mistakes and excessive pride. Both guards, the lustful one and his friend, were dumbfounded. They hadn't been taught what to do with psychos. "Come closer, Bandar logs." Hyunwoo beckoned to them, waving his slap and grinning devilishly. "Well, he's really sick. At least you know that," the big guy began, but didn't finish. His angry speech was cut off mid-breath. The slipper lit a supernova by writing out an extra lesson in good manners. The first student was knocked out. He flew past the second guard so quickly that he didn't even understand anything, only his legs flashed. He looked at his friend in the cloud of dust, and at Hyunwoo, at his friend, and at Hyunwoo, and forgot all the words. The friend lay down to rest, proving once again that hunters are stronger than ordinary people. An ominous shadow grew behind his back. He wanted to cancel his subscription to politeness lessons, but it was too late. The guard began to pray involuntarily, and Hyunwoo complained that he had miscalculated his strength. "Hey you," he said to the second guard, who decided to pretend to be a pillar in the hopes that he would get away with it. "I need your clothes," Hyunwoo told him, in the classic way. "Do you want to rest too?" Hyunwoo asked him, making a scary face worthy of the demon Balok. "And not bad," said Hyunwoo, trying on the new clothes. Clean leather shoes, shining. Very rare shoes worth 5 million. Enchanted for lightness, the money of a slow-witted poor fellow cried. "I do have a conscience after all," said Hyunwoo, looking at the poor guard's bare feet. And he generously gave him his slippers of fate, just like that, from the master's shoulder. The guard was deeply depressed when Hyunwoo left, and the girl decided to go too. When did life take a wrong turn, the unlucky watchman wondered, while his friend dozed peacefully off to one side. There was a real commotion at the Seoul Guild headquarters when So-yeon learned that Hyunwoo was just released to Adorn's lab. They didn't let him go, but he left on his own. Shinken justified himself to his grumpy friend, but she had once been a sweet little girl. He had expected to calmly drink a cup of coffee, but the girl nagged him with her angelic voice. She was worried about the crazy hermit, as if he were her boyfriend who noticed Shinken, but the girl brushed off his barbs. What could he do if their antisocial hermit friend preferred to act alone? The girl lowered her beautiful eyes. She herself understood the absurdity of the situation, where she had to look after a savage. And yet the situation was not easy. Now Hyunwoo was at odds with an entire guild, not the last in the rankings, and very cruel. "But what is, said Shinken, clutching his cup of coffee. He himself was not delighted. In the past, Hyunwoo had always had a calm disposition and acted in a balanced manner. He was a rock that could be leaned on. But it was not always like this. Sometimes life drove him into a corner. They always looked at his broad back because he protected them like a true leader. However, everything changed. The calm and confident Hyunwoo disappeared as soon as enemies stood in his way. Then the madman in him would awaken, and all his bad character would manifest itself on his enemies. The friends sighed heavily. Hyunwoo's character had become even tougher over the 12 years, so they understood why he was like that. But should they worry about someone who evaporates rocks with their bare hands? The friends discussed while Hyunwoo strolled around the lab. Rather than worrying about his enemies, Hyunwoo walked through the dark, empty corridors without a care in the world. The friends reassured themselves that there was little they could do to influence things. His feet moved easily and freely in these polished shoes, which was especially pleasant since he usually used flip-flops. Next time I'll bring my pants too, Hyunwoo thought. Sometimes it's very useful to have enemies for your prosperity. If his words were true, Shinken continued, recalling his conversation with Hyunwoo yesterday about the Aries Guild. What do you mean? So-yeon was surprised. Does he really know anything about Hyunwoo's abilities? The girl thought. Shinken looked at her conspiratorially, wondering whether he should tell his lively friend everything. The news surprised the girl. Could it really be true? She couldn't believe her ears. The laboratory looked abandoned. darkness all around, dusty suspension everywhere instead of air, and only the groaning of monsters broke the silence. Even the scientific monsters had fangs, albeit small ones, one of which wandered through the empty corridors in search of experimental samples. The chimera of a goblin and a robocop brandished a surgical scalpel, croaking in an extraterrestrial dialect. A shot for someone, an injection. The boss of this level wandered alone, frowning terribly, lighting his way with his eyes and headlights. Several hunters observed this monster. The Ares Guild left it alive because it did not bring in money. In the room next to the boss, the trio settled down and figured out what to do next. Two guys were waiting for what the girl in the mask would decide. The guy in the rugby jacket insisted on catching the boss, yet they paid a bribe to get into this lab. The brown-haired girl doubted that if their skills were top-notch, they wouldn't have to resort to such tricks. Helmet Head believed that there should be enough strength. The boss had a weak attack and good defense. He would not survive a long battle. But the girl leader did not want to take such an unjustified risk and delayed the answer. There were too many variables. But then, throwing aside these heavy thoughts, he prepared for battle. Our motto is stupidity and courage. The trio really wanted to raise their level. They were ready to pounce on a lone target like street punks, but suddenly noticed an uninvited guest. Who is this? They wondered. The man didn't look like a hunter, and sportswear was not among the most common pieces of equipment. The unexpected guest stood in the shadow of the boss without hiding at all. He looked completely open and confident, or just crazy. The boss wasn't particularly intelligent, and it looked like he bought his diploma too. He noticed Hyun-woo and creaked disgustingly, something about tests. Maybe an enema for the warm-up or 5 liters of blood for analysis, muttered the zombie Robocop in his lisping voice. In the distant past, when Hyun-woo was still a child, he ended up in an orphanage. Don't be naughty. Don't show your weakness to anyone, his older, unlucky brother instructed him. And also listen to your teachers. He let go of empty formalities to the child who was just beginning to understand life. And don't say anything unnecessary. He continued his meaningless conversation. But the boy was not looking at this at all, and was carefully remembering what he saw. Fate treated him cruelly. His parents had just died in a car accident, and his brother had already sent him to an orphanage, taking his inheritance into his hands. So the boy learned his most important lesson in life. Never trust anyone, don't expect good, don't ask for mercy, and no pity. A zombie pathologist in iron pants bent over a pathetic little man to abuse him. Some of his unimaginable, incomprehensible purpose devices were clearly short-circuiting electricity, apparently so that he could move faster. Hyun-woo couldn't stand the horrible harassment of the monster who hadn't even finished his honey and interrupted his empty chatter. But it's unlikely that the foolish head understood the language of words. After all, the only science in this place was the name. The monster licked its lips carnivorously, only to get his stupid face hit with a light kick from Hyun-woo. The trio of brave hunters sat to the side with stupid faces. Their whole adventure just ended before it began. Hyun-woo landed softly on the concrete floor of the lab. Not a single shoe was damaged. Like a true action hero, he didn't turn around to see the guts of a dumb monster explode, who was only good at spouting pseudoscientific nonsense. The hunters slowly flowed onto the cold floor from the cruelty they saw, glad that they were not in the place of the monster. One is ready, Hyun-woo muttered. Time for the next one, in the forest village. He tapped on the status window. The 3 brave ones left the shelter, went out to look at the remains of the terrible boss, but after looking closely, the girl was able to recognize the mysterious hunter. It's hard not to recognize the person in the first trends of the network. Now in the light, they were able to recognize an experienced player. In the deep basement of the Ares Guild, 2 important guild bosses met. "And what is the reason for your visit?" asked Woo Chung-myung, the former head of the administrative department. It was a special report. Yu Ben handed his colleague a folder with documents. 2 whole A-rank skills, Woo Chung exclaimed. And this from a newly hatched newbie from the tower? He asked again, looking through Hyun-woo's detailed file. The assessment couldn't be 100%, perhaps the target was even stronger. Strong, the head of the department frowned. Not just strong, but a real monster, he concluded. Nothing will happen, he asked, holding the folder at his throat, grinning ominously. We were told to just do harm, Yu Ben objected. However, no body, no case, no one will ask if the target trips and falls on a knife. Isn't it wonderful to get rid of this nuisance? Asked Woo Cheong. This guy brazenly entered Ares' dungeon, beat up the guards, and this is a very unhealthy precedent. That's right, Yu Ben confirmed. Because of Hyun-woo, the reputation of the entire guild could suffer. We're not shameful wolves. Oh, no need to worry. Wu Zhong noticed and grinned confidently. With Hyun Wu's skills, it would be hard to just hurt him. He laughed. How fortunate that the guild leader is busy with China, and it is possible to quietly deal with the upstart, and even get the leader's recognition later. Wu Chong rejoiced. Having decided this issue, the conspirators headed to the elevator. We are sending people to China, Yu Byung asked. It's all because of the Pedo Guild. They were created 2 years ago and have already taken over half of China's dungeons. Their leader left the tower only 4 years ago, but the tower turned her into a real monster, and her followers are incredibly strong. But what is most surprising is that she is ranked 5th in the world, as if the spirit of Qing Shi Huang has been reborn in her. Nobody knows anything. In the smoke of incense stood a girl with a skull tattoo. The guild cannot waste resources, so the protruding nail must be hammered in while all forces are directed to China. Wu Chong noted, a special specialist is needed. What a disgusting face. Hyun Woo made faces at the smartphone's selfie camera. He admired what technology had come to as he sat in Shinken's living room, rejoicing like a child. Now a bird will fly out. He clicked the camera for the 100th time, filming everything in a row. All digital innovations were a novelty for a hermit with 12 years of experience. Once a boy and then no longer a boy, Hyun Woo learned about games, videos, music, and risked drowning forever in the world of digital networks. The Soul Guild owns the Forest Village dungeon, Shinken told him. But his friend could not be brought back. The magic of the internet was stronger. Jigi, I'll have the best farm, the crazy hermit Hyun Woo whispered to himself. But there won't be a boss, Shin Kyung informed the teenager in front of him. The information arrived with a giraffe's delay, about 7 seconds, until the meaning of what was said reached the gaming nerd. What do you mean the boss is gone? He cried out. What do you mean they caught him a few weeks ago? The new information significantly changed the whole thing. Monsters appear in the tower every day. Regular ones and bosses no matter how many you kill, Shin Ken explained. But the dungeons of the world outside the tower, other ordinary monsters also respawn ad infinitum. I don't want a farm. But bosses, unlike mobs, have a full social package, paid vacation, pension, and holidays. In short, they need time. How long would it take? Hyun Woo asked. And when he received the answer that it would take a month, he almost started foaming at the mouth. But he was lucky, according to the schedule. The monster was coming out of vacation in a couple of days so he could be visited, Shinken said. But what about the visible swamp? Hyun Woo asked. But there was no information on this object. The swamps belonged to the Ares Guild. Shinken suggested looking for more information, but Hyun Woo had already withdrawn into himself. For His Majesty to be so tense because of the monster, it would never happen. He fell back again to support the sofa when Shinken asked him to register with the association. The equipment was of little interest to the mad hermit, who won even naked. But at the word money, his conditioned Pavlovian reflex was triggered. It turned out that you can get money if you pass the test every 2 or 3 months and confirm your rank. Having heard such wonderful news, the homeless man, the leader of the hermits, became very excited and was ready to go to the certification in the middle of the night. In the morning, they went to the place where the hunter's abilities were measured. A large building in the center of the city spoke of the high status of hunters in society. The legendary slaps of fate of the great hermit, who had finally decided to stop being a dependent, slapped across the floor of the building. They entered the association building like real tough guys. It was hard not to recognize them. But the idiot in the reception area succeeded, however. This is due to the appearance of Hyun Woo, who has not changed since leaving the tower. Still the same wild one. They came to register. He asked the usual question to a strange guy in a suit and received the answer, Kim Hyun Woo. The name nevertheless flew around the world and sounded very familiar. The tester immediately clarified whether this was the one who returned from the tower after 12 years. That's right, the shaggy man confirmed, thinking about how to quickly get the money for registration. The association official frowned. This was definitely the man. And they had already asked about him today. That strange blonde guy who looked a little crazy asked about Kim Hyun Woo, a yellow-mouthed creature that has nothing special about it, but about which there are already so many rumors and noise, the tester thought while examining the hunter. Having confirmed all the formalities, he handed the shaggy hermit a strange object and pointed to the projector in the middle of the room. The object looked as if the demon had been put under a press and turned into a compact cube with an eye sticking out. The principle is simple. As soon as you touched it, it showed a status window and all the characteristics of the hunter who held it. Hyun Woo grabbed the demon cube and the projector opposite him lit up, taking measurements. At rank maximum, the tester was thinking while they waited for the calculations. Maybe it's a plus, since he's so famous. After all, there's no smoke without fire. But imagine his surprise when he saw the result. That's all, asked the bored hermit. Give me my money already, he thought. But suddenly he heard a suspicious noise, and the fuse of the seat caught fire. The tester screamed like a berserker on his way to Valhalla. Hyun-woo barely dodged the spitting spray. How is this possible? A scream was heard throughout the entire association building. The news spread like hot potato pies. The World Wide Web of rumors was already in full swing, discussing the experienced player. The news stunned and turned all ideas about normality upside down. All of Hyun-woo's A-rank skills, except for magic, are something to envy. Hyun-woo was driving in the car and listening to the video of the reactions to his testing. But what was even more surprising was that they had barely left the building when rumors had already spread like wildfire everywhere. Nothing special, Shin-ken noted, squeezing the polygonal steering wheel. After all, his friend is a celebrity. People dream of finding out a little more about him. Moreover, just recently Hyun-woo caused a stir in the dungeons of Ares, turning everything upside down there. You don't care, but Shin-ken stopped short when he turned to his friend, clearly worried about him. The Ares Guild definitely made inquiries and got wind of everything, including today's inspection. They definitely won't leave Hyun-woo alone. Be careful, he said, and wanted to add, fool. But he was too well brought up. Ares really are dangerous people, Shin-ken continued. But when he didn't receive an answer, he became indignant. Instead, the hermit Hyun-woo, as befits a madman, giggled nastily, distracting the driver from driving. He definitely has 8th grader syndrome. Hyun-woo, ignoring the traffic rules, shoved the screen into Shin-kyung's face. The video showed a loading screen in the game that appeared when completing dungeons. Hyun-woo played the dungeon because he couldn't live without them anymore. Just look at that idiotic pose and strange aura, laughed Shin-ken's frivolous friend. In the video, there was Shim-kyung, but the crazy hermit Hyun-woo didn't realize it right away. He continued to tease his friend without realizing it, ridiculing his fighting techniques. Shin-ken, who had long since become an adult, could not get used to the fact that his friend was a little out of touch with life. He again said that it was him on the video. The gears in the shaggy hermit's head began to grind with effort. How awkward that turned out to be. There was an awkward silence. My friend and I are idiots, Shin-ken thought. But what can you expect from the poor? Hyun-woo still didn't know what to say and decided to pretend to be a mannequin. Maybe it would work. It's a miracle that he didn't forget his speech while playing the role of Rapunzel. The silence dragged on. Hyun-woo strained to remember what normal people do in such situations. Maybe dance naked and diffuse the situation. Then it dawned on him that he just needed to change the subject, and he decided to ask his friend a question. The rubric asks a stupid question on the screen, and you are not doing anything at all, asked Hyun-woo. He asked why Shin-ken was not doing anything, even though he was also the guild leader. Teaching a fool will only spoil him, thought Shin-ken, and asked a counter question about why he thought the guild leader might not be busy. Even now, he was wasting his precious free time on a homeless hermit without a residence permit. But it didn't seem like he appreciated it. The empty corridors of the Ares Guild office gave off a cold feeling, as if it were a king's palace. Yuben was in a dark confusion. News came from the Hunter Testing Center. A real monster. Now it's clear why the boss wants to deal with him, confirmed Woo Chung. Yuben felt the tension. It was so tight that it could bite off a crowbar. It's also too tight, thought Woo Chung. But he wondered out loud about the thoughts of his colleague in the dangerous business. Don't worry, said Woo Chung. I'm worried myself, but we'll definitely deal with this threat. He grinned maliciously. He said a name and he said it with meaning, Shin Chong-gun. Yuben was distracted from his heavy thoughts and asked again excitedly, an S-rank hunter from China, as high-ranking as Hyun-woo, but far more dangerous. Now the damned Hyun-woo will eat the earth and beg for mercy, the bandit grinned evilly. It was a moonlit night in the dungeon of the forest village. The friends descended here without any problems, because it was run by the Shin-ken Guild. They timed it perfectly to come here a minute before the boss appeared. It would still be enough for one hit. They took an assistant with them to carry everything they needed. How useful it is to have a servant, thought Hyun-woo, who lived like a hermit. They had dug deep into the forest without the low-ranking guide boy Hyun-woo would have had to tear down the entire forest to get out. However, they were not alone here, although they did not know it, and walked without hiding. The man with still good teeth smiled while he could. Hyun-woo once again demonstrated his attention to people. After half an hour of walking together, he finally asked who was with them. The boy introduced himself as Pa Ga-moon. Apparently a simpleton. What can you expect from him? He is Frodo Baggins's loyal companion, Shin-ken explained. and will collect loot from the monster and do all the dirty work. If you catch a boss, you can get items from him and get money for them. Money? It clicked in the head of the penniless hermit. A fortune for the boss, where to spend so much? Shinken stopped, thinking about how to tell his friend more gently that he was a homeless person and looked the part. Normal people don't walk around everywhere in sweatpants and flip-flops with bare feet. Young Samius Gamgee took out his phone and asked to take a souvenir photo with celebrities. Hyunwoo seemed to have once again discovered the presence of a person next to him. In principle, he didn't care when he was filmed, but he still asked what it was for. Park Ga-moon began to tell the inmate about video hosting sites, advertising, views, and earnings. Okay, Hyunwoo gave the go-ahead, including the player's abilities in the Monopoly of the Mac level. You are 2, I am 8. Everyone is fair and equal, I counted. The group moved on, Shin Kyung and Hyunwoo walking in front, while Park Ga-moon broadcasted. Shin-ken handed the hermit a folded piece of paper. Woo-hyun unfolded it, trying to figure out what he was looking at. Oh, how long ago it had been since he graduated from school, he thought. The forest village is a labyrinth, and it is difficult to wander around in it. Hyunwoo carefully looked at the map. In vain, he skipped geography lessons. He looked more closely in the dim moonlight, wondering whether it was north or south above. The map looked like a satellite image, but where did satellites come from in the dungeons? Hyunwoo wondered. It's not clear at all. He twisted it this way and that, but he was embarrassed to ask. They'd call him stupid. What a mess, the hermit thought. To hell with it. Woo-hyun just threw away the useless piece of paper. I'll figure it out somehow, he thought. He simply walked up to the tree and estimated the direction in which the boss should be. Hyunwoo smiled, anticipating easy money, and turned to their companion. Park Ga-moon wanted to remind me of his name, but he didn't dare, after all. He was a timid guy. Film. Everything well, the greedy hermit with no permanent place of residence told him. And yet, Paga didn't quite understand what this strange man would do. Hyunwoo stood up to strike. Everything had to be done effectively, in one take. Oh, the work of professional YouTube stars is hard. He concentrated and launched his signature plasma-burning strike. The ionized gas around his fist sparkled like a sheaf of blue sparks, the fist instantly heating the air to thousands of degrees. He swung wider to make it flare up more powerfully and brightly, which is not something you do for the sake of show. With you as the evening lumberjacks program, the tree in front of him was all covered in fire. The shockwave went up, cutting it down the middle. It was the first time Park Ga-moon had seen something like this, and the bright light from the flashes blinded his eyes. The tree in the clearing evaporated, along with the ground beneath it and everything else that was within the radius of destruction. Some ogre was caught off guard. The guy wanted to say that where had he ever seen someone working so hard on the very first day after vacation, but his toothy mouth was not well suited for that. Even the experienced Shin-ken was impressed by such a demonstration, not to mention their porter, who almost fell on his butt in surprise. But you have to give the boy his due. He held up well in the face of real monsters. We continue the program Get to Know the Local Flora and Fauna with Hyunwoo. Subscribe and like. In one hit, Hyunwoo cleared the way to the boss. To hell with the terrible geography book, he can handle it without maps. The dissatisfied underground employee waved his hands indignantly. His southern temperament was showing. These little people didn't understand anything at all. Hyunwoo made a point of light, once again not sparing his slaps. In one movement, he soared toward the ogre's forked head, who waved him off with a cry of, "Hooligans are depriving me of my sight." But no one understood him. Free delivery of kicks arrived. Hyunwoo was approaching the ogre. He landed deftly on his shoulder, much to the honest dungeon director's concern that the guest might fall and get hurt. A powerful kick rejected his polite address. A supernova flared from his blow. The ogre fell on his back. He was definitely going to the hospital. The master of writing out certificates for people, and not only for a sanatorium, landed from above. Newcomer Park Ga-moon barely had time to focus the camera. A true hero, a hermit, a forester, a hunter, and simply a good person, Hyunwoo proudly showed off on the body of the unfortunate dungeon director. Park Ga-moon cried with happiness. It seemed like he felt an insane amount of sympathy for the homeless hermits. In the shade of the trees, sitting on a branch like a chicken on a perch, a proud and lonely representative of the feathered race watched them. An hour earlier, the atmosphere in the Aries Guild office was filled with excitement and optimism. "Have you checked everything yet?" asked Woo Chung, his late guest. Shin Chung-gong sat at the table like an ill-mannered idiot with no manners, his feet up on the table as if there was no one else to sit under. Sean Gang agreed, wondering what he was doing there. Why was Woo Chung sitting there? Was he really just airing himself out, the bastard? But he kept quiet. He really is a monster of legend, Sean Gunn confirmed with a smug grin. Hyun-woo only had physical abilities, no magic, which was surprising. However, where there is strength, there is also weakness. No one is invulnerable, Sean Gan continued. It was incredibly easy to spot his weaknesses, he noted with a confident air. Woo Jong also grinned, understanding where this wild, unmannered hunter was heading. They knew exactly where he would appear next. It would be their dungeon, the visible swamp. The creepy and self-confident guy Sean Gunn jumped up from the table in one movement. It looks like he really trained him for a long time. He will go ahead and prepare everything. The birds were chirping, a light breeze was blowing, the leaves were rustling, nothing foreshadowed trouble. Hyun-woo went out for a walk to the swamp. As usual, he was in no hurry, letting the wind move his thick hair, and yet he felt a strange threat, his hermit's intuition making itself known. He felt a slight vibration in his pocket and didn't immediately understand what it was. After all, he had only recently gotten a phone. He looked at the screen in surprise. Not many people could contact the lonely hermit. Little so. Yeon wrote to him, wanting to know about his plans for today. Hyun-woo sighed. He thought that he would get a phone, and cute beauties would write to him. But so far only grumpy girlfriends were writing. And yet he understood that his friends were worried about him. They behaved just like adults, which made Hyun-woo feel like a child. Aries. Not Aries. What difference does it make who and how? After all, it's he who's great, thought Hyun-woo. Earlier, when the beautiful So-yeon was sitting in front of him, she asked him why he needed Aries' dungeon. Sinner Hyun-woo returned to reality and got out of the internet. But what can you expect from a hermit with low social skills? He answered her question evasively. He had business there, that's all, with his girlfriend. Hyun-woo continued to wriggle like an eel in a frying pan, but the terrible force of feminine charm was pressing on him. It would anger Aries just a little, he replied, grabbing his strawberry smoothie, not knowing how else to get out of direct questions. So Yeon made a cute cat face and looked at him worriedly. She could only sigh. Her friend was completely impenetrable, a good quality in battle, but difficult to communicate with. And yet she decided to press him to get a direct answer. He was bothering her too much. Of course, she understood that he was not someone to worry about too much, but you can't be sure of everything. The new video from the forest village confirmed his strength. He is definitely not a weakling who can be offended by any passerby. In front of her sat a very problematic specimen of a hermit, who easily looked for trouble on his head, and they found him. In any case, I must act quickly, little. So Yeon instructed him in her thin but firm voice. Visible Swamp is an A-rank dungeon, and it is perfect for staying unnoticed and avoiding unnecessary risks. On the day the boss appears, Aries will definitely lead a raid to kill him. So Yeon continued. Hyun-woo listened to her attentively, yet she managed to attract his attention. He still saw her as the schoolgirl with whom he cleared the tower. He thanked her carelessly, as if he had no intention of breaking into an enemy base where 100 dangers could await him. He told her not to worry, but everything went wrong from the very first minutes. In front of him stood a guild guard, with a Chinese broadsword at the ready, and he was frankly shaking with fear, and perhaps he had already become a little lighter. The guard shouted loudly. When dogs are afraid, they also bark loudly to call their owner, Hyun-woo thought. So Yeon haunted him even in his memories, even though she had told him not to be seen by Aries' guards. How tiring, Hyun-woo said. It's the same thing every time. Everyone's screaming loudly and flying off with one serve. No fun. Couldn't they have reacted differently? Offered tea? Asked politely? But no, it's the same thing. Stop. Who goes there? Hyun-woo was indignant. And then you immediately get into a fight even though you know that you can't win? Hyun-woo continued. You just can't learn. A samurai has no goal, only a path, you understand? Thought Aries' guard, and was terribly angry. He would have shouted something harsher, but he was not allowed to, and rushed into the attack. The fate of Aries' simple guards is hard, but they are paid for it. You see a bright flash. It's the light of broken hopes and dreams. Hyun-woo's fist is back in action. Once upon a time, he was led by the road of adventure, and then he met Hyun-woo, and only a light smoke went in the wind. They're pestering me, thought Hyun-woo. I told them I had business, and they gave me my pass, but I gave it to them. It's good that he had two of them at once. Hyun-woo sighed heavily. What kind of organization is this, Aries? He doesn't spare his subordinates at all. The foot sank into the soft soil. The quagmire was very close. He walked right into the center of the swamp and looked around. The boss was definitely nearby. Amber eyes with a slit predatorily aimed at the new prey. a lonely, defenseless target so close you could smell him. The predator rushed to attack like a cocked mechanism. A real death machine will emerge from the swamp on heavy, short legs. It kicked up a spray of water and mud all around and paddled powerfully through the soft ground. Hyunwoo stopped. His trick worked. As soon as he pretended to be easy prey, all your monsters would rush to attack. The boss appeared before him, a huge ancient fossil with the boring name Mega Alligator. Hyunwoo recognized the beast because So Yeon had taken the time to tell him about it in detail. However, everything that Hyunwoo remembered concerned the cost of skin and teeth, which meant that the monster had to be caught whole without damaging the skin. This is a pension increase for a lonely hermit, Hyunwoo thought. He gave his signature grin and activated the orthodox bending mode. The fossil dinosaur has not seen such impacts since the Chicxulub asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. The ancient lizard immediately became despondent, deflated, and turned sour. The hunt somehow didn't go well right away. "I'll kill him quickly and rip off his skin," animal lover Hyunwoo told the future bag. But the walking antiquity was not going to give up. He had experienced worse in his long chronicle. You can always use a tactical retreat, not to be confused with a panic flight. Hyunwoo reacted instantly. A valuable resource cannot be let go. He had already thought about what kind of wallet and boots he would have. He quickly and firmly grabbed the fleeing lizard. Time to make money. The crocodile had two tails at once, so it was even easier to hold him. And for a few moments he turned into a hole digger. "Carousel, carousel, it's joy for us," Hyunwoo sang happily with a demonic grin. The crocodile remembered the dinosaurs, how they fell and were replaced by weak rodents. But when, say, everything went wrong, he was perplexed. Having experienced an overload of 9, McAlligator realized that he would never become an astronaut. It was too much for him. He flew into the rock with all his might, raising a cloud of dust around him. This is a good place to lie, the lizard thought. Maybe they will take him for a fossil embedded in a stone, send him to a museum to rest. But on the other hand, what this Pleistocene miscarriage allows itself, the crocodile remembered its pride of cold-bloodedness. "To die not twice," said the ancient warrior. He despised death, squeezing out a stingy tear. "I lived a good life, and that means the end should be bright." The monster went into battle again. An aura of fighting determination enveloped his body. A proud warrior ready for a fight to the death. Hyunwoo had no idea that someone else was watching his fight from the sidelines, waiting for their moment. Sean Gunn grinned contentedly. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. Only old men go into battle. The crocodile launched his body like a torpedo straight at Hyunwoo. "Great, another round." A real boss always has a second phase, the mad hermit rejoiced. Suddenly, an unclear force pulled him and threw him off balance. Red chains, like hot metal, enveloped his legs, not allowing him to move. What about the samurai spirit and honor, Hyunwoo thought. But asking the boss to wait was not an option. "That's it," the killer, Sean Gunn, rejoiced. "Now the bird will be gobbled up, feathers and all." The chains held him as if he was in quicksand. The more he moved, the more he sank. Hyunwoo didn't expect such an attack. The crocodile's mouth was ready to slam shut over him like a giant stapler and pierce him. Easy money. Sean Gunn was already mentally imagining how to spend it in the best brothels in the country. He did not break away until the very end. Since he can't move his legs, he still has his hands. So Hyunwoo grabbed the ground tightly. And only in this way was he able to dodge the torpedo in the face of the alligator, its mouth loudly clicking shut. Taking advantage of this moment, the cowardly crocodile jumped into the water. "Wait," thought Hyunwoo. "What about the crocodile's skin boots?" Both the wallet and the bag communicated well. He got upset and looked at his feet. The unknown object was still preventing him from moving his legs, tightly entangling them and digging deeper and deeper. "Magic chains," Sean Gan answered the unasked question. Now he could show himself without any fear of his opponent. And what can he do with his strength if he is now sitting there miserable with a dirty face? "Mud and chains suit you just fine," Sean Gunn said, grinning contentedly, feeling in control of the situation. Another rude guy, thought Hyunwoo. Not only did he not say hello, but his bag also ran away. Now what's the point of skinning him? Sean Gunn came down closer, holding red chains of magic in his hands. Time for a super villainous performance. "I'm Batman" almost escaped his lips, but he corrected himself in time and said that he was a hunter from the Ares Guild. "I'm bragging terribly." "You should see a psychiatrist for treatment for delusions of grandeur," thought Hyunwoo. "What kind of killer is he who calls himself a killer?" he asked. "Do you think he's the smartest?" Sean Gunn asked him as he approached. "Now he'll show him how big the world is." "You may be strong," Sean Gunn continued, "but strength isn't everything. You can spin a heavy dinosaur around like a feather, the bounty hunter noted. Even if you can kill a two-headed ogre with one blow like a fucking cheater, Sean Gunn said evenly. But even if you were 100 times stronger, what could you do while bound by these chains? The bandit asked him, with a malicious grin. The chains kept getting more and more tangled around Hyun-woo, like wired headphones. The longer it went on, the more knots there were. But it didn't bother him. Suddenly, he discovered that he couldn't break them. A very unusual skill was used on him. These are not simple chains, but magical ones. Magical, the villain helpfully explained. Thanks to him for the details, Hyun-woo thought. The only way to break them apart was with another A-rank magic. The noble bandit willingly revealed the weaknesses of his technique to the victim. Hyun-woo looked deeply stunned by this discovery, looking ahead as if desperately searching for a way out of the situation. He started to act like a fool, asking the bandit again what was already obvious. Sean Gunn got angry. Hyun-woo asked for the third time if he really couldn't get out, playing the role of a confused victim. Sean Gunn gritted his teeth. The boy in front of him didn't understand, or didn't want to understand, the situation he found himself in. But he had seen this before. Everyone he worked with behaved the same way. They pretend to be calm, throw dust in the eyes, but in fact they are desperately thinking about how to get out of it. Sean Gan has strengthened the magic of the chains. These hapless blockheads are trying to escape with stupid tricks, he continued, but Hyun-woo remained impervious. With a sharp movement, he drew his hidden blade. It was time to finish the job. He had killed many such naive guys. Sean Gunn rushed forward to add another name to his death list. His attack filled the blade with a purple glow. Hyun-woo could barely keep up with it with his eyes. Just before the blow, he suddenly raised his hands up and blocked it. But this attack had a second effect. Sean Gan used the technique of deadly poison. There was an explosion, and everything around was illuminated by an ultraviolet flash. If anyone had been fighting now, they would have definitely gone blind. Sean Gan grinned contentedly. His opponent was a pathetic, worthless brave man. Now he would be food for the swampworms. In the thick smoke that rose after the impact, it was difficult to see anything further than an outstretched arm. Gradually, the smoke cleared, and a shadow in the form of a human figure appeared where Hyun-woo had been sitting. Sean Gunn tensed. This was not the effect he expected to see at all. The smoke prevented him from seeing everything in front of him properly. To his great surprise, once the dust settled a little, he saw Hyun-woo completely unharmed. He continued to act like a fool who didn't even understand what had happened, or simply didn't even notice the flea attack. Sean Gunn experienced a serious dissonance between expectations and reality, something he had never seen before. His attack didn't work, didn't leave a single scratch, didn't even wrinkle the clothes, as if they were special magical armor. And at that moment he shuddered. His legs unconsciously began to walk in the opposite direction. Gradually, it began to dawn on him what had happened, and he imperceptibly quickened his pace. Unable to withstand the colossal pressure, he ran away in horror like a seasoned trotter. His heart was about to stop when Hyun-woo's shadow grew in front of him again at a terrifying speed. The last thing he saw was a fist flying into his face, and then everything was a blur. Having received a blow, he flew back to the tree behind him. Another person in his place or a monster would have turned to dust from such a blow. But Sean Gan survived. Although he winced from the hellish pain, he hit his whole body against the tree. It was as if the chains had stopped holding Hyun-woo back, and he moved completely freely. His fallen opponent had fused with the tree, leaving a deep dent in it. Even the dense wood felt like soft soil underfoot. Now it was Hyun-woo's turn to torment the villain. You should have tied up your whole body, he noted. Sean Gunn couldn't believe his eyes. His technique was completely useless after hundreds of uses. The chains slowly spilled onto Hyun-woo's legs, much to Sean Gunn's horror. Hyun-woo demonstratively raised his hand, which was wrapped in a chain that had noticeably loosened. The light kick of the slipper lit up. Hyun-woo had no intention of sparing the enemy. From the kick, the long-suffering tree collapsed as if it had been cut down, along with Sean Gunn. Hyun-woo grabbed him tighter. It was time to repeat the ride. Sean Gunn was clearly not thrilled. He had never liked amusement parks since he was a child and was very uncomfortable being the victim. Hyun-woo began to quote the great Chinese strategist, "Whoever comes to us with what and for what reason, he does so, and for that reason," he said, swinging his arm harder. The overload pressed Sean Gan even harder into the tree. He no longer knew what was worse, the shame of defeat, or this torment. Meanwhile, the crocodile in the swamp was doing what he usually did, pretending to be a log and reflecting a little on his behavior. He was quietly and peacefully floating in a small lake, not bothering anyone, and fixing a Primus stove. Suddenly, an ominous shadow loomed over him. Something was quickly approaching him. The shadow covered the entire sky, but the reptile's eyes did not allow him to look up and understand what it was. A huge log with Sean gun on top hit the crocodile with great force, causing a fountain of spray. Hyunwoo made a great throw in the garage key. 2 goals in 1 go. He looked at the surrounding landscape with the eyes of an investigator. An unlucky hunter chased a squirrel up a tree. It fell, and a crocodile grabbed it in the river. It looked like it was an unlucky nudist hunter, a squirrel catcher. That's what anyone would think, Hyunwoo thought. The status window lit up blue, and a notification arrived. Having defeated the boss, he received the lower title it was listed there. Meanwhile, in the Ares Guild office, someone was diligently washing down valerian with expensive whiskey. Shin Chong-gong was dead, received a short report from Wu Chong. There was no other information after all, the hunter was working alone. All this meant that a very large and furry little animal had just stepped on all his plans. A small investigation established that the body of the unsuccessful killer was already deep at the bottom of the swamp. The monsters definitely ate the remains. No body, no case. But he will still have to answer, Sean Gan thought to himself. He would probably have launched himself to the moon from the burning of his buttocks, but the valerian had already begun to work. Or maybe it was a liter of elite whiskey without a snack. Shinjong Gang is an elite assassin with 2 S-rank skills. Read his file by Wu Zhong. And this Shincheng Gang, who acted so boastfully, killed Kim Hyun-woo, the worried office worker wondered. Everything that happened seemed like a devilish prank, someone's mockery. This was unbearable. Wu Chung ground his teeth in anger. Then he imagined what his boss might do to him when he found out about the spent asset, which would guarantee a week of constipation. It was a quiet night in a residential area of Seoul. The stars were sparkling outside the window, and the city was drowning in the lights of lanterns. Hyun-woo lay in complete prostration on the sofa in Shin Kyung's living room, as befits an unemployed slacker. A fly. A fly on the ceiling. And how does it stay there? He thought, staring up. No matter how much he thought, he still could not understand the quirks of nature and existence. But still, he firmly decided to figure it out and called up the status window. The familiar blue hologram appeared in front of him like a projector screen, its light making his eyes hurt. He couldn't quite make sense of the line under his name, where the title was listed, Temporary Guardian. And the ability was added, the right to information, he wondered, and with the size of the melons it would work. And yet I couldn't know how to use it, because I had never seen such changes in the system. He also received an invitation, without an exact location but with a countdown timer. Hyun-woo continued to puzzle over this for a long time, but no matter how much he looked, he couldn't understand it anymore. Hyun-woo's adult and responsible friend returned to the apartment and greeted his unemployed comrade. Knowing how useless Hyun-woo was in housework, since he hadn't lived in the house for over a decade, Shin Kyung asked if he had had dinner. Suddenly, it dawned on Hyun-woo. Wait, don't press anything. Let me try, he said to Shin Kyung. Hyun-woo decided to test the new ability of the right to information. It has to work somehow. Abracadabra. He said the words of activation and looked closely at his friend. A window of Shin Kyung's status appeared in front of Hyun-woo's face, but it didn't show any new information. How the hell do I use this garbage? He blurted out. No, of course he had seen stupid thugs, but he had never seen such stupid ones, he said, referring to the system's developers. But Shuken took it all personally, so I had to calm him down. For the remaining 2 hours, he stared impatiently at his phone, counting down the minutes. The last few seconds dragged on like tar. It couldn't be, he thought, that he had simply been deceived. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Hyun-woo waited tensely. He didn't know what awaited him, monsters, trials, but he was ready for anything. But then the light went out, as if everything around him had disappeared, and he felt a slight sense of disorientation. When the light came on again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. It was good that there was a chair under his buttocks, otherwise he would have fallen to the floor. The place resembled a deep stone well. The light fell from above, with no visible source. He was moved unnoticed without any portals. Hyun-woo looked around. In front of him sat a girl at the table. He had seen a similar scene somewhere before. The white-haired Chobit girl greeted him politely. She stood up straight and moved little, and her skin looked unnaturally pale. Nice to meet you, guard, she said. I am an architect, or rather an assistant. A girl named Av quickly recovered. Ah, Hyun-woo asked, amazed at how a name could consist of 2 letters like a model of a toaster. These meetings would be frequent from now on, the white-haired answering machine informed him. The mad hermit was inspired. He could finally find out everything about the tower and his imprisonment. 5 minutes of silence passed. Hyunwoo decided to check if she would really remain motionless. He even held his breath. Another 5 minutes of silence, she's definitely not breathing. A damn bucketoid, instead of a living being. Unable to bear it, he began asking questions first, whether he was human or not. He could definitely be made to talk, he thought. The white-haired girl didn't even intend to explain anything. She blinked her gray eyelashes. This made Hyunwoo furious. He jumped up from his chair and started shouting and demanding answers. She could answer the question if asked directly. Apparently, this model of ChatGPT did not support a high level of abstraction. A stupid bucketoid with the appearance of a cute girl confirmed his guess. He asked her who had locked him in the training tower. A simple, direct question that even a stupid bucketoid could handle. A lengthy data processing followed. It looks like they shoved a Pentium 3 processor into the girl. Information denied due to low rank, the answering machine said after a long pause. How stupid, Hyunwoo thought, but decided to try again. He found out that only by raising his rank could he gain greater access and more information. At least the machine said this clearly. However, it really pissed him off that the system, like this doll answering machine, was all done by clumsy developers, and there were no answers anywhere. He tried again to ask a leading question. If you increase your rank, can you find out who created the tower? But it didn't work out. The machine couldn't comment on the hidden data about the system in any way. It's not even clear what he would learn by increasing his rank. This was frankly starting to get annoying. No user focus. The entire development budget went to a pretty face. A request for the training tower also yielded no results. Access denied. A request for the reason for its creation was also dismissed with a bucket of bolts for brains. The request for the reasons for the appearance of monsters was also rejected. There is information here, but they don't give it. They only show it. Beautiful, Hyunwoo thought. He remembered how his father used to fix the TV in his distant childhood. If he hit it, it would immediately start receiving a signal properly. This machine had one excellent property. It felt pain, and you could vent all your anger on it. A stupid android with the appearance of a cute girl rubbed his bruised head. Hyunwoo got really worked up and was thinking about opening up this system unit because there was something interesting inside. The bucket girl was indignant. She couldn't answer his questions. Dad's method works, thought Hyunwoo. However, the developers were still just wasting his precious time, and he was terribly angry. Anticipating the imminent unpacking, the android reported that there was still some information available. Guardian, the bucketoid said, shaking his fist as if the answer was so obvious that it needed no explanation. The guard must protect. The robot issued another poorly written script. It seems one blow is not enough to enlighten the microcircuits. The bucket was stuck in overload mode again. It seemed like that was how she compensated for her lack of computing power. She finally got around to giving the main quest so I wouldn't have to waste so much time on empty dialogue branches. However, the bucketoid wasn't going to say anything that Hyunwoo needed. At the moment, Hyunwoo is only a temporary guardian, whatever that means. To become an official guardian, you need to follow the link. Then began an unskippable advertisement for an unknown Hyunwoo brand of electrical equipment. When it was over, he was finally able to ask how to get a new rank. 5 days later, she said in an ominous voice from the movie, a glacial crevasse will open in the city. At the deepest point of the crevice, there will be a beak that will help him increase his rank. This city needs a new hero. Hyunwoo watched the lights of the crime city flicker. Hyunwoo moved away from the dialogue with the Chobit. He was still irritated by her phrases and stupid electronic voice. However, there was something important. He had to improve his skills for the first time. In a very long time, he could become even stronger. There was nothing else to do but accept this task, especially since it involved many third parties. In the morning, friends' gatherings in a cafe for breakfast were interrupted by the exclamation of little So-yeon, a glacial crack, she screamed. They came to eat meat and burgers as befits real hunters. When Hyunwoo decided to ask his friends what they knew about the ice crack, the friends looked at each other with alarm and were in no hurry to answer. Shinken decided to first find out what was behind this question, and he also looked worried. Hyunwoo was surprised by his friend's sharp reaction. It seemed like it was not an easy matter. Shinken began to explain to him with a serious look. The phenomenon was familiar to him. It's a real disaster, he said, a catastrophe of enormous proportions. At the main headquarters of the Ares Guild, in the boss's office, they were heating up a soldering iron to further motivate his subordinates. Boss Hook Seong-woo had just destroyed the office furniture and was now thinking about who and how to use the electrical appliance. The news that followed upset him greatly, and he thought about what to do about it. His subordinate sent the guild's best killer to eliminate the annoying obstacle, but ended up being killed by his target. He really wanted to send half the department to the torture chamber to maintain discipline and morale, but that wouldn't help matters, Song-woo thought. Woo-jung bowed his head guiltily and prayed that he would get away with it. Last time he had experienced a red-hot poker and did not want to repeat. The boss's attention turned to Yoo Byung-wook, and Woo-jung breathed a sigh of relief. "Start killing the goats," Boss Song said angrily, showing more and more of his cruel nature. He took the case under personal control and was even ready to allocate his money for new killers, stronger than Sean Gunn. "And let the music play in his house, but he will not hear it," he ordered his people. He asked again specifically to know if he had been understood correctly. Yuben nodded in response, immediately making it clear that he had accepted the order. The boss sat down on a chair, letting off steam. He felt better, because some teenagers were causing a ruckus, killing the best people, some kind of mess. But there was something completely different on the agenda. The Pedo Guild also required urgent attention. Intelligence reported that they were gathering a real army and preparing for open war with the Ares Guild. Hunter wars are common. Yuben nodded again. The task was clear: to use everyone for consumption and fertilizer. Nothing can be left to these blockheads. Chief Song-woo grabbed his head. "There are so many things to do. I would love to go to the bathhouse and have a drink. But business is business. He doesn't take care of himself at all. He's always busy with work and work. And he has to think about himself too." A cheerful quartet of the first hunters sat in the restaurant and waited for their food. Hyun-woo was as happy as a child, looking at something bright in front of him. The ring in Kwon-sun's hands glowed to the full value of 2 billion. "Such expensive things are given in the labyrinth." Kwon-sun gently hinted to his friend that it was time for him to stop being a parasite and find a job. Hyun-woo learned from his friends the difference between a labyrinth and a dungeon, and it turned out that they contained different artifacts. "This ring is also an artifact," explained the beauty So-yeon. "Dungeons also provide special resources, such as magic stones or monster parts," Shin-ken added. "In the labyrinths, they give ready-made artifacts from the treasury, like this ring." "The ring has an enchantment," Kwon-seong said, hoping to pique Hyun-woo's interest. "Just like in the games," the hermit noticed, looking at the shiny trinket. Artifacts with enchantments, much better than ordinary ones. Hyun-woo gradually understood what was what. The smell of money attracted him like a hare to a fox. As soon as he looked closely at the ring, he began to see inscriptions in an ancient language, and a status window appeared. Now Hyun-woo could use his ability to recognize objects through the system. He used the right to information skill again, concentrating on the ring. Damn secret materials, Hyun-woo thought. The system hid the description. However, he accepted Kwon-so's tip that after all the work, he definitely needed to visit the labyrinth. He returned the ring to its owner and again asked about its value to make sure he had not misheard. Having put all his affairs aside, the hermit decided that it was time to eat. And that is why he goes to meet friends, because they feed him well. He simply swiped his finger across the menu and ordered each dish like a true caveman. Friends were very surprised by Hyun-woo's bottomless stomach and his complete lack of conscience. "Eat without hesitation," said Kwon-so, holding back tears with difficulty, "because today it is his turn to pay the company's bills." Hyun-woo exclaimed, as if he had forgotten a small detail and only now remembered it. "What do you know about the glacial crevasse?" He suddenly stunned his friends with his question. The question caught them off guard and made them fall silent. They became very tense. There was a long silence as they thought about what their eccentric savage hermit had gotten himself into again. Meanwhile, food was brought: rare steak, pizza, and other snacks. But Hyun-woo did not back down and continued to ask about the crack. It turned out that this is what they call a crack in the ground that suddenly appears and monsters that have no end in sight crawl out of it. Germany and China, where it originated, are called the gates of hell, said little So-yeon. Hyun-woo thought as he greedily devoured the meat. He missed normal food terribly while he lived in the tower. The stupid android didn't say a word about the fact that this event was a real disaster. But what will happen if this thing appears in their native Korea? He scared the guys with his question. They couldn't find anything to say in response. Terrible images of possible consequences were floating before their eyes. Even the always combative Kwon So became thoughtful and despondent. He really didn't like these thoughts. The rational Shuken calculated that even with a C-rank crack, even if it was stopped in time, everything would be destroyed. Hunters lack cohesion. Even if the guilds unite, Ares may refuse help, providing it only formally. "What bastards?" Hyun-woo responded, taking out his anger on a piece of meat on his plate. He poked the unfortunate piece again and again, deep in thought. "They should rest and gain strength in the remaining 4 days," Hyun-woo informed them. However, he did not go into details, since what he would say would sound too strange anyway, and it was unlikely that his friends would understand it. The roar of the turbines drowned out everything around for many kilometers. The airport was in full swing with its usual work. However, something unusual had already begun to happen, and at first people did not understand at all what they were feeling. But then they felt a tremor, as if someone was beating a drum and sending waves across the ground. The tremors became stronger and stronger until a real earthquake began, throwing everyone into panic. A long crack ran across the runway, as if the ground had dried out after a long heat wave. Soon it broke apart, beginning a tectonic birth, and everything around shook terribly. Hundreds of screams were heard, and panic gripped the airport as the crack became a veritable abyss. In the darkness of the underground temple there lived a single monk. The empty gallery was illuminated by the light of deathly dim lamps. A lone figure entered the atrium with a large round table, where another person was waiting. "The ninth level has come to its senses," the novice reported, bowing. The man at the table asked if someone the two knew about was fully awake. "Soon he will be completely ready," reported the monk in a dark cassock. The man at the table was pleased with this news. He looked like a formidable warrior and had a dark aura surrounding him. His thoughts were occupied by the wild, eccentric hermit, a very unusual person. How strong is he? The warrior wondered, wanting to test this man as soon as possible. Seoul Airport continued to collapse under powerful tremors. The disaster only gained momentum. People fell backwards and could not move from fear. They screamed loudly and begged for salvation. Soon, other people began to arrive at the scene, and the first to arrive was a helicopter carrying reporters, which began to notify everyone about the disaster. The government announced an emergency evacuation within a 5-kilometer radius of the airport, with hundreds of thousands of people to be rescued. The airport was closed, and the first small group of hunters and those who could be quickly gathered were sent there. A terrifying picture opens up from above. The entire area around the crack was teeming with monsters. They were crawling like locusts. Smoke and the glow of fires covered the entire area, and real chaos reigned everywhere. A small group of hunters fought in loose formation in the open area of the parking lot. They could hardly hold on. Horror struck them to the very heart. It was unlikely that these people could resist for long. Humanoid monsters with weapons in their hands and paws attacked small and weak people. There were too few of them to hold back the onslaught of many monsters, each of which was quite dangerous. The men were thrown into the breach without proper training. They had lost all their fighting spirit and were shaking with fear, not knowing what to do. But among the ordinary hunters, there was one who did not lose his composure and took command. This guy reacted well to danger and rushed to help his comrade who was hesitant. Magical fetters bound the ugly monsters and protected the confused fighter. The warrior finished off the monster bound by a magical tentacle with a blow of his blade, demonstrating excellent preparation and coordination of actions. After the attack, he immediately retreated to avoid accidental hits on himself. This man knew his business. A soldier from his group began to thank the elder, but he cut him off abruptly. The battlefield was no place for idle chatter. Their situation was still difficult. They were like rats driven into a corner. The squad leader's furious attacks could not defeat them. He was only stalling for time until the inevitable end came. There were too many enemies, and the cavalry was in no hurry to help. At this rate, they would definitely be finished off before it arrived. But he did not even think of giving up. If he showed weakness, his people would completely lose heart and die that very hour. The hunter fought back bravely with all his might, striking his enemies with blows from his broadsword. But in place of the killed monsters, new bloodthirsty monsters appeared, full of strength. They are all running non-stop to the airport where there are many civilians who will not be able to defend themselves. The Dark Army kept coming like a tide, wave after wave, completely inexorably. They filled everything around with bodies. From the left, strange sounds were heard, as if a hurricane was howling. The leader of the hunting party turned around, and even he flinched when he saw this. A giant walked towards them with heavy steps, the earth shaking from his steps. A huge skeleton with a club at the ready emerged from the crevice. An enemy that was too tough even for experienced hunters, let alone their tiny squad. The A-rank monster looked like a death sentence, and the hunters who had gathered their courage once again despaired. They had neither the equipment nor the skills to do anything to this demon. The experienced squad leader froze for a moment. He was not taught to think for long. He had gone through more than one training course. He had long been turned into a killing machine. But now his trained instincts were not working and could not give him any effective plan of action. "Run, you fools!" he shouted when he came to, a surge of adrenaline bringing him to his senses. Another hunter, shield at the ready, rushed to stop the monster's attack and protect their squad. A heavy club the size of a tree flew towards a small shield that could hardly protect its owner. The fighter activated the skill and a red glow flashed, giving his comrades time to regroup. The skeleton hit a home run, and the hunter flew away like a rag doll. The leader screamed as he saw his fighter just get seriously hurt. The soft body of the car crumpled and partially softened the impact. The guy was lucky enough to miraculously stay alive, even though he was seriously wounded. But the giant did not stop and continued to move forward. He did not want to let the victim go so easily. A monster without an ounce of soft tissue swung to deliver a fatal strike to a wounded fighter. Skelwrist firmly clutched a club with a metal handle. At such a size, it didn't matter how high quality the weapon the enemy used. The commander rushed with all his might to help. His fighter was unconscious and could not move, and the leader did not have time. He could only scream. He ordered him to get up and survive, but in vain. The giant was already lowering his bat to smash the man's head. But this is not what the squad leader thought. He should not see his people die. He should have died first. Suddenly, a light kick from a man in flip-flops and a tracksuit rolled into the battle and instantly eliminated the threat with one slap. The skeleton turned into a pile of bones when it was swatted like a fly. The commander was taken aback. For the first time in his life, he had seen such a sight. The cavalry arrived in time, and the strange man saved them. The flip-flops sparked as the hero landed, the mighty slippers back in action. The fighters recognized their savior. His distinctive black suit and slippers were widely known among hunters and others. The shaggy, wild hermit hero arrived in a dazzling blaze of his own glory. The hunters looked at him as a savior. There can be no doubt about that. Experienced player. Kim Hyun-woo practiced his heroic appearance and posed in various impressive poses. The day almost turned into night from the lips of smoke. The fire spread quickly, threatening to burn everything to the ground. Hyun-woo stopped near the remains of the defeated enemy, which were slowly melting away, emitting miasma, when the system notification popped up again and the status flashed. He also had to go to the airport. After that, time was running out. Hyun-woo glanced at the hunters nearby. They looked battered, but they did not stop admiring him. After the mortal danger, they suddenly relaxed the bakery. Are they completely crazy or something? Thought Hyun-woo. They're not filming a movie here. The fight is still going on. He asked them if they remembered where they were, just like little children. After all, right now, monsters were attacking them from behind because the hunters had completely forgotten about them. Hyun-woo surveyed the battlefield. He wasn't very coherent in combat, but he was still dragging the roller solo as usual. But there really were too many monsters, and leaving them in the rear was dangerous. There was real chaos on the battlefield. Blood, guts, tears, the cries of the wounded, the best cure for wrinkles. Hyun-woo decided to help a little so that the hunters could hold out until the main forces arrived. The damn big club came in handy, and Hyun-woo armed himself with it. The hunters were distracted again. Watching his actions, he did not understand what the hermit was going to do. However, they could not help but admire his strength and power. He single-handedly held the log that the giant skeleton was wielding. The Rocket Man launched without any reverse calculation and soared into the sky. Even the seasoned battle veteran, the commander, had never seen such savagery in battle. Hyun-woo swung the telegraph pole in his hands with all his might, and he turned on the death carousel mode. It was spinning around its axis very quickly. Then he made an excellent throw, like in Gorodki, and the giant log flew towards the enemy. They scattered like bowling pins, their crowding playing into the hands of Hyun-woo and his Jedi trick. The enemies scattered in a cowardly manner, tails between their legs, or something similar. The hellish lawnmower stunk up everything around, even uprooting concrete slabs. Even the hunters were horrified by this terrible frenzy. Hyun-woo shook his hands. He had completed this part of the task, and it was time to move on. The squad leader couldn't believe his eyes. The hero had saved them again. The rumors about the experienced player were true. They allowed themselves a moment of emotion. Now, in their desperate situation, there was a ray of hope, and they could survive. Excellent, he commanded. Everyone gather around the experienced player. His fighting spirit had returned. This battle could still be won. He thought and noticed how the player was pressing on his heels, as if nothing had happened, leaving the battlefield. "He'll be back," Hyun-woo shouted to them. "They can handle it, because they have the power of friendship." He quickly rushed away towards the airport, only his flip-flops flashing. The commander was again stunned. How could this happen? And what was going on? Unanswered questions swarmed. His sword flashed and took the bloody harvest. The path of the samurai is simple. Strike and learn, and think about nothing else. Everything fine, they just have to deal with the rest. Easy. You can't show your tears to your subordinates. The commander rushed into battle. Damn experienced player, if he had stayed a little longer, that's how it is. After this, the heroes will be played with and abandoned. The battle raged with renewed fury. Aviation fuel blazed all around, and people and monsters fought to the death. His men were on their last legs, their stamina exhausted. There is a limit to everything. Even if they have survived until now, they will fall from fatigue, completely exhausted. And the leader understood this. Once again, they were on the brink of despair, survived thanks to unexpected help, and again lost it. There was no more hope. He took a deep breath. If there is one thing that helps a person to hold on in difficult times, it is his fighting spirit. Never give up, be a man, went the ancient proverb authored by Statham. Balls in a fist, some have them, some don't. Just hold on with all your might. Help is already on the way. The commander threw out the squad's inspiration, but death was already breathing down his neck. He could already see wheat fields to the horizon. The ears of grain caressed his hands. A samurai's hand on the hilt of a katana. A fleeting movement of a plum petal, one enemy defeated. Maximum speed, said the warrior, and began the game of death. With one stroke of the blade, the huge orc was split in half. The commander was saved. The cavalry came for the second time in his life, and in the same battle, the hunter wondered how much longer this would continue. This emotional roller coaster would drive anyone crazy. After this fight, he will definitely retire. The sword returned to its sheath. We must love everyone. Even the enemy must be killed tenderly. Samurai Warrior Star Guild leader and simply handsome Shinken arrived on time. And with him, his entire honest army, they lined up beautifully and effectively so that everyone could be seen. The exhausted hunters rejoiced. Now there was nothing to fear. The sky was cut by flashes of lightning. It seemed someone had summoned a scorpion. The electrical discharges launched a cascade of lightning and destroyed all the monsters in the area. One day the Sith will rule the galaxy. Know the power of the dark side of the Force. The charred, crispy corpse fell at Shinken's feet, and the smell of fried meat filled the air. And this is called time, asked his living Tesla coil, gracefully walking across the field of everyday life in high boots. Come on, guys, said the beautiful So-yeon, her long, disheveled hair falling down like a waterfall. Her guild had arrived in full force. She spent the entire evening before the attack on her makeup, and it was a success. The sight of the beauty made the male half of the hunters drool. It can't be. 2 cavalry regiments arrived at once to help. You can only see something like that in Manhwa, thought the squad leader. Eagles have arrived, shouted one of the fighters, pointing to the side. A squad of armored tanks from Quan Sun's guild also arrived on the battlefield. Three cavalry regiments. The commander did not believe his eyes. He did not understand which god saved him, but he promised to pray to him. Now that he's definitely retired, he'll start a vegetable garden and plant potatoes, and not all this other stuff. The alert little. So-yeon looked around for Hyun-woo, who was nowhere to be seen. And this experienced player surrendered to them, the commander thought. Who in their right mind would worry about him? He went deep into the rift. The commander told the beautiful So-yeon. The bosses are never late or delayed. They come exactly when needed, Shimken said. The heavy infantry shield crashed into the concrete surface, sending up a shower of sparks. Quan Sun, as befits a tank, stood at the head of the united army of hunters. He pressed his shield into the ground, used the acceleration ability, and turned into a transformer. His heavy shield was enveloped in a force field aura, and the bulldozer man pushed forward. Heavy armor and shield along with acceleration became a good combination with a huge energy output. Forming a wedge, the hunters of the 3 guilds launched an organized attack on the crowd of monsters. The shield simply crushed the monsters with a battering ram. They could not withstand Quan So's mad onslaught. He walked through the disorderly ranks of the enemy like a knife through butter, smashing everyone in his path like Keldy. Some particularly agile monsters tried to outflank their group, relying heavily on speed and attacks to the back and flanks. But they all met instant death. The calm and measured Shinken cut them down in an instant. And he didn't even bat an eyelid. Such small fry didn't bother him. The enemy's defeat became obvious. His fiery blade cut through flesh and bone without losing speed, just like cutting through air. Casting a spell in white gloves, the blue-haired witch gathered a clot of magic in her palm, and lightning flashed. Static electricity lifted her luxurious hair as she cast multiple lightning spells. The Mistress of Storms completed the rout of the enemy by unleashing weapons of mass destruction on them. The discharges killed so many monsters that their bodies covered the entire parking lot, where the battle was raging like a carpet. Another fighter gave his life in the war. What brought him here no longer mattered. War is the path of killing. With the corpse of his defeated enemy crushed under the slippers of fate, Yunwu surveyed the battlefield. It seems that the forces that arrived should deal with the disaster while he takes on the main task. An otherworldly portal filled with dark energy opened up before him. He was thinking about how to get down, and how good it was that the monsters disappeared after they died. Otherwise, who would bury them all? Along the sheer wall of the rift, a serpentine road climbed, as if carved directly into the stone, and new troops of their unknown enemy kept arriving along it. Hyunwoo thought about it. He needed to get inside as quickly as possible, and not waste a lot of time on small fry. If you go left, you will lose your horse. Hyunwoo saw a strange inscription on the rock. If you go to the right, you'll find 100 grams. Another strange sign? The signs here are so-so, thought Hyunwoo. But he didn't read the next inscription because he saw something more interesting, and GPS navigation would be more reliable. Right over the abyss hung a tired car. It despaired of finding its happiness, and sadly looked into the abyss. To be or not to be, that was the question. He just needs some fresh air. Car psychotherapist Hyunwoo opened the right door. The left door suffered the same fate, and now he held a car door in each hand. Car psychotherapy services, fast and cheap, ask crazy wild hermit Hyunwoo. The slippers of fate have begun to take off. The main thing is to start waving your arms vigorously. Geronimo, spreading his arms like wings, Hyunwoo jumped off the cliff. He hadn't known how to be like everyone else since childhood. Apparently this is my lot in life, he sang. Time to play Mr. Proper and clean up the place, Hyunwoo laughed. Directly below him, the monsters were climbing a narrow, slippery path in the rocks, pressed tightly together. It looks like rain is coming, said a distant relative of Piglet. Hyunwoo landed on the path, a burst of plasma scattering everyone unfortunate enough to be underneath him. The monsters hesitated. They could no longer see in the cloud of dust. Others supported them from below, and an unknown enemy appeared from above. The winged shadow of a demon emerged through the clouds of smoke as the dust settled a little. Bazooka hands, Hyunwoo shouted and rushed down the sloping path in a mad rush. The monsters wavered. In the terms of their contract, there was no mention of devouring, gutting, destruction. But there was not a word about fighting madness. Hyunwoo watched the result. He slid all the way to the bottom, scattering the monsters like a bunch of dry leaves with a broom, all of them resting peacefully on the bottom. The air at the bottom of the crevice was stale. The miasma made it difficult to breathe, and it smelled like a menagerie. The search in the semi-darkness did not last long. Hyunwoo found the desired target. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the boss of the gym appeared and approached him with measured steps. "Punk not grandfather," barked a humanoid monster who was dropped into a jar of Gainer as a child. Tourist Crimson Horse, Ascendant has gained the status of a monster hero with a glowing mohawk on his head. On the side of the hiking enthusiast hung the sought-after key, somewhere between the bricks of his press. Eureka, Hyunwoo realized. There was going to be meat now, but even he was embarrassed by the steroid overgrowth. It's good that the key wasn't hidden more securely, otherwise he would have spent a long time looking for it. Hyunwoo rushed forward at the angry punk. Saikentsuki flew into the monster's mug. "Good evening," the polite hunter greeted. But the steroid-fueled tourist with the face of a boiled bat easily dodged the blow. What a twist. This must be a real glitch in the Matrix, Hyunwoo thought. The kick also had no effect. The monster was even able to counterattack by swinging its hoof. The heavy blow sent Hyunwoo skidding on his butt all the way to the wall of the gorge. For the first time in a long time, he received a clean blow in response. No matter how many years had passed, Hyunwoo's heart began to beat faster. Danger, vulnerability, goosebumps. As if he were alive again, and the joy had returned to battle. The walking testosterone didn't play at being noble, and decided to finish off the lying man with a blow from above. The heavy blow almost smashed the hermit's skull, and the sand, knocked out of the rocks by the abrasive, streaked across his face and got into his mouth. The boss of the gym frowned rather glumly and continued to strike until the enemy came to his senses. Hyunwoo performed a birch tree and sent the tourist flying with a light kick, and then he gave him more with his fist on his boiled face. The Red Chief drilled into the rock like a true geologist. But such an attack did not harm him. On the contrary, he seemed to become even more inflamed and immediately rose up. "A man in a tracksuit and flip-flops, who is he without them?" croaked the hiking enthusiast. "Hermit, auto mechanic, dentist," Hyunwoo thought. He understood the devil without words. Why use words when you can speak with the force of your fists, especially when you have such a good interlocutor for heated discussions? Hyunwoo caught up with his opponent on the ground. They don't hit those lying down, they finish them off. He remembered the ancient rule of fistfighting. Paper beats rock, I knew I had to throw away the scissors. Hyunwoo was upset. And then he immediately used the second stone. This is not in the rules of the Konobu, but who reads these rules? But the punk lover had also watched Bruce Lee movies, so he was able to block the hermit's blow. Hyunwoo didn't expect such a turn of events. When all the monsters fall with one blow, you begin to forget what real contact is. The blast wave passed through him, almost rupturing his eardrums, and the demon's fist threw him back again. Followed by a finishing kick from the front, the punk tourist did not miss karate lessons. This blow went through in full force and Hyunwoo absorbed all the damage. He crashed into the wall with his back, exploding the stones. The hermit coughed heavily. His ribs ached from the blow. The sand crunched on his teeth. The evening ceased to be languid. They changed the third position, but he is the only one who gets it. Something is wrong, the hunter thought. The steroid-fueled cranium creature turned out to be much stronger than he thought. His ribs cracked as he tried to get up. Now the real fight would begin. The monster was very different from those he had encountered in the tower. Even the level 100 boss flew away like a furry animal. The limitations of the tower were taking their toll. Hyunwoo inhaled. In order to become stronger, he subjected himself to various austerities. It was time to remove one of the restrictions. He did not like to break the vows of abstinence he had made to himself. It undermined his spirit, but the situation forced him to do so. "Hey, Rubberface." The hero rose to his feet, gathering his strength. The monster wheezed something unintelligible in response. After all, he didn't have a command of real speech, like all monsters. Hyunwoo pointed at the monster and promised him a quick and easy death. But the punk fan didn't understand a damn thing. He put all his points into strength, but not enough into intelligence. The mad hermit took a special stance. The first technique is a lethal slap. He made the same seemingly insignificant movements with his hands. Taking a low stance, he invited the monster on a date with death. This technique brought back old memories from his time in captivity, so he didn't want to use it again. Many years ago, imprisoned in the training tower, he knew despair when he tried everything he could to free himself. Hyunwoo had not yet become a crazy hermit and was following the script of a martial arts novel he had read before. The hero of this novel, like him, was imprisoned, but was able to escape by learning the truth and creating his own martial arts. The prisoner, completely exhausted, lay on the cold ground of the tower, and only at the bottom of the well of despair did the right thought strike him. Having cast off his mortal fatigue, he became cheerful again. The hunter refused to give up and accept his fate, away with despondency and defeatism. He would definitely be able to get out of this prison. Madness was gradually enveloping his mind. Hyunwoo tried everything possible and persistently created his own martial art. He remembered everything he knew about martial arts from movies and novels. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 crunches, he did everything. But what does it matter if a person is determined to achieve his goal? The main thing is to believe that once he becomes a master, he will be able to do whatever he wants. He ran around the tower like crazy, shouting pompous phrases and striking theatrical poses that he could only imagine. Even then, the tower's inhabitants began to suspect something about their involuntary guest. Unfortunately for Hyunwoo, his techniques didn't work, and the cheats refused to connect. He continued to study the sky, flying away again and again from the blows of different bosses. It was all about boredom and the endless time at his disposal. Hyunwoo didn't give up and kept trying, still delivering ridiculous blows and shouting strange phrases into which he put his whole soul. Until one day it worked and the monster was torn to shreds. A special feeling was absorbed into every cell of his body as the monster's head exploded like a balloon. This feeling turned into special skills because he used them thousands of times while clearing the tower. From comic movements, these techniques turned into a real martial art and acquired unprecedented power. And yet the source of the power of these blows is his madness, each blow one step closer to the abyss into darkness. Hyunwoo removed the final seal and prepared for the final round with the boss. He waited for him to rush at him. He clearly saw his every movement. The demon attacked with an overhead hook, his left hand held ready for the finishing blow. A heavy fist with growths on the knuckles was heading straight for the hunter's head. The games were over. Both fought to the death using their best skills. Hyunwoo patiently waiting for the right moment to attack. He deftly entered the redhead's defense, his palm aiming at the demon's eyes, distracting him. Hyunwoo then turned his palm into a fist and slammed it into the ugly demon's face. The fist was echoed by a pathetic phrase worthy of the king of pathos. The technique didn't reach the level of finger gripping of the whiskers, but the explosion was deafening. Secondary fragments flew, and the shockwave crumbled the walls of the gorge. The energy of the impact was reflected from the walls and filled the entire bottom of the gorge, scattering in both directions. The mad hermit stood in the middle of the gorge in clouds of smoke, bending over the fallen enemy. Hyun-woo sighed as he looked at the devastating consequences of his actions. Because this technique required the utterance of strange words and drew on the energy of the absurd, he always felt awkward when using it. Everyone has their own cemetery in the closet, but it's better when no one knows about it. He picked up the key from the monster's body. It was good that it hadn't been lost in the heat of battle. Finding it in the dark would have been difficult. As soon as he took the key, the system recognized the quest item and sent a notification. This promised answers to long-standing questions. The system sent him a new invitation in 3 days. As soon as the noise of the battle died down, Yun-woo noticed a strange buzzing sound above him and a wandering red light. Something was approaching from above the gorge, buzzing like a huge fly. A drone copter descended to the bottom of the gorge. Apparently it was filming. The drone carefully focused its digital eye on Hyun-woo's face. The mad hermit had been in captivity for so long that he had no idea what the purpose of the thing above him was. The Ares Guild drone kept direct observation of the mad hermit and broadcast everything to the guild office. The mood of the staff was depressed. The man on the screen was a very formidable enemy and did not promise anything good. They waited in fear for the reaction of their young, hot-tempered, and quick-to-reprise boss. "Is this A rank?" he asked his staff after finishing the screening. The HR manager hastened to justify herself, since she had previously delivered not a simple analysis, but a document from the association. On their table lay the result of the official test of his skills, all A-rank abilities, except magic, for which he received an A rank. The director couldn't stand it and slammed his fist on the table where his people were looking. Even after watching the video, this chicken didn't understand anything. Does she really think that these skills are just A rank? The manager looked down in fear. She couldn't find anything to say in response, but this was a remark. Without magic, without items in a regular tracksuit, even director Song-woo couldn't understand how this was possible. He returned to contemplating the case materials again. He needed to think everything through with a cool head. An incredible force that was fundamentally changing the entire landscape of their strategy, and something had to be done about it. Having made his decision, as befits a true boss, Hook Seong-woo turned to his deputy Yoo Byung-wook. He asked if the materials for the new case were ready. You can always turn defeat into victory if you are smart. Yoo Byung-wook confirmed his readiness. He had already let his boss down once, and it was not worth letting him down a second time. A weak smile touched the director's face. There are always things that can't be fixed with force alone. Inspired, he ordered his subordinates to carry out the plan. The day after the ice-free glacier crevasse closed, a meeting was held at the Korean Hunters Association. There were dozens of reporters present, even from abroad. The leaders of the 3 guilds and Hyun-woo were invited to receive awards in recognition of their efforts in closing the fissure. Hyun-woo once again showed his complete disdain for formal dress codes, preferring loose clothing. Park Ga-moon's hands were shaking with excitement, and the phone almost fell out of his hands. He was overjoyed because he could broadcast from the front row as Hyun-woo's friend. Thousands of people watched his broadcast and wrote animatedly in the chat. The minister handed the award to the hero with a sour face. He had never gotten used to the changes in the world when self-confident children began to play leading roles in society. He looked the guy over from top to bottom. He looked sloppy. His uniform was not in regulation, and because of his age, it was too late to be called up for the army. But in his youth, he would have definitely brought such an impudent upstart to his senses and shaved his head, the minister's gaze said. The sight of the mad hermit evoked nothing but contempt. And this man was a hero, a complete disgrace to society. The minister was angry. Perhaps it would be worth buying some clothes for Kim Hyun-woo, the minister noted, his lips pressed tightly together. Hyun-woo snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the Minister of Defense right in front of him. Usually he just ignores people, having lost all social skills in the tower. But he chose to answer this time. He rudely brushed off the minister, which angered him even more, saying that he could ignore him. The chat on the broadcast exploded with comments. Everyone liked the rebellious antics of the crazy hermit. The man in uniform almost collapsed from a heart attack. In the army, he would have definitely sent the greenhorn to the guardhouse, but here he was forced to endure. The crazy hermit simply took the commemorative award, flowers from the minister's hands, without waiting for any special congratulations. And at that very moment he was gone, running away from the outbursts and boring objections of the Minister of Defense. A high-ranking man who had devoted his entire life to his career and service was shaking with anger. He became truly furious and demanded that the hunter be sent to the army. where he would immediately be taught to love the army. Hyun-woo's friends could only sigh. His selfish nature and low social skills made communicating with him a difficult thing. The tall Chinese pagoda was drowning in the rays of the sunset, where the headquarters of the Pedo Guild was located. The girl was taking a royally huge bath and looking at the screen. Thick clouds of steam were rising from the hot water, like in a bathhouse. Her thin robe revealed her bare back with a skull tattoo on it. Beautiful thin lips sighed excitedly, and a tear ran down her cheek. The girl watched the fight between the mad hermit and the red-skinned demon and could not believe her eyes. The special pose, the low stance in which Hyun-woo stood, seemed familiar to her. She froze, afraid to miss even one frame. Her red eyes did not blink. The pose, the disheveled hair, the outline of the body, it all evoked very familiar feelings. The girl jumped up suddenly as if she had been stung. She was beside herself with excitement. The pretty cutie's face blushed. No longer from the hot water, she wanted to know his name. The bathhouse girl who was serving her reported that it was Kim Hyun-woo, a hunter who had recently left the tower. Kim Hyun-woo, she whispered his name, spelling it out on her tongue, her beautiful eyes sparkling like bright rubies. She immediately demanded all the information about the strange prana in the tracksuit. The minion nodded and hastened to clarify what exactly interested her mistress so much. The long-haired beauty with the appearance of a princess wanted to know absolutely everything. The maid nodded again solemnly. The will of the mistress was law for her. Another servant in white robes entered the bathhouse and approached his mistress. The warrior knelt down and bowed. He reported the capture of the neighboring guild. The princess did not look up from the screen. She did not even deign to glance at her servant. His report was insignificant. The warrior reported on the capture of all the southern dungeons, telling everything in detail. The lady emerged from the water, her thin robe clinging to her naked body. But she was not worried. The servant would hardly dare to raise his eyes. Their troops clashed with the Ares Guild and lost one warrior as a prisoner, the servant continued. She stood on the warm tiles of the bathhouse, water dripping down her body. The maid threw clothes of imperial colors on her. The girl did not care at all about the fate of the prisoner. If he let himself be captured, then he was pathetic, she said, her beautiful face giving off a chill. The weak have no place in the guild, the petite girl said imperiously, walking barefoot on the tiles of the bathhouse. With her thin, graceful fingers, she took hold of her luxurious long hair. With one easy movement, she squeezed them dry, each movement filled with power. A proud beauty, she made an indelible impression, like a real empress. She ordered to not delay in capturing all the remaining guilds. Behind her sweet, childish face hid a powerful and cruel nature. The spirit of Emperor Qin was reborn in this fragile beauty. She demanded to capture all the dungeons without a trace. All for the sake of an oath given a long time ago, she thought, looking at the eccentric hunter. Only when she looked at him did her eyes shine with interest, and her face was scorched with a slight blush. She moved closer to the screen to get a good look at Kim Hyun-woo's face, her heart beating faster than usual. The beautiful So-yeon dressed up in a low-cut evening dress for dinner, and once again scolded Hyun-woo for his indiscretion. She reminded him again that he was too popular, which meant he needed to be more careful. Kwon-so laughed and confirmed her words, but Shin Kyung, cautious as always, said that it was not funny. Kim Hyun-woo wondered where such popularity could come from. As a true hermit, he was very far from it. Friends began to show him various news about the Mad Hermit. The topic of the experienced player has grown incredibly, and only the lazy have not written about it. The journalists hadn't changed at all, Hyun-woo noted, and they were doing the same thing back then as now. Little. So Yeon insisted that Hyun-woo pay more attention to this matter and not run away in the middle of the ceremonies. They watch every step, including appearance, Shin Ken noted reservedly. Kwon Seong just laughed. He understood the futility of his friends trying to curb Hyun-woo's eccentric nature. Hyun-woo brushed it all off easily. Why worry about people you'll never meet, he replied frivolously. His life and his rules, Shim Kyung and So-yeon, finally surrendered. No matter what you say, a fool doesn't care about anything. The Mad Hermit glanced at his watch and told them that he was leaving them. Cautious Shim Ken hastened to clarify where exactly their crazy friend was heading. But he, as always, evasively reported that he had a meeting and turned around to leave. Meeting whispered little So-yi to herself, completely discouraged. Where is Hyun-woo, and where are the meetings? All three shuddered at such news. Could a Mad Hermit really have friends besides them? They were surprised. The girl sighed. She was already tired of worrying about her friend as if he were a small child. But why worry when your friend is Superman? Kwon Song was surprised, looking at his depressed friend. He drove the world's media crazy. Became the personal enemy of a huge guild, that's all, Shinken answered him anxiously. He had barely left the tower, and events had already taken a diabolical turn. After everything Hyunwoo had done, his friends had reason to worry. The beautiful So-yeon lay prostrate under the weight of worry, and Shin Kyung was also deep in thought. Only Kwon Song was amused by what was happening. He, like no one else, understood the hermit's violent nature. Hyunwoo went out to get some air and stopped in a dark alley where there were no random passers-by at all. He arrived here a few seconds before departure. This time Hyunwoo knew what to expect. The bright glow of the teleporter passed through him, and he felt a familiar feeling of disorientation. The silver-haired Chobit girl greeted him again in the enclosed gray room. Hyunwoo responded enthusiastically. He was also looking forward to this meeting. After all, he had now raised his rank. He asked the android girl if his status had risen, and she said yes. By killing the tourist, he raised his rank. From the lowest rank, she paused loading files. To low, the android happily said. Hyunwoo listened carefully, anticipating the useful answers he might receive. However, the android clearly told him something other than what he expected. A shadow fell across the mad hunter's face. He exploded instantly. The damn machine had once again deceived all his expectations, completely failing to justify his trust. This time, the android girl reacted faster, remembering how scary a hunter is when angry, and she hastened to shift all responsibility onto the system. Someone, who is this developer that writes dialogues for this android, a mad hermit, was blazing. Vedroid again pushed everything onto the system, but this did not change the essence of the issue. He remained a fool for believing their promises. The girl with bolts for a brain cowered in fear, but couldn't add anything. Hyunwoo's rank didn't allow him to know more now. But very soon everything will be in a better shape, she hastened to assure the hunter, who was quick to punish. And since he has already become a guard, he can tell him what he will do next. If he can handle it, then this time he will definitely be able to find out everything he wants. The android girl continued to mess with his brain. However, this only made Hyunwoo even more angry. He heard exactly the same thing last time, and now he suspected that he was simply being deceived. His task is to fight the Ascendants, the Bucketoid continued, giving out something new for once. Hyunwoo immediately took notice of this and demanded a detailed explanation. Those who climb the tower, the girl continued, ascending tourists, like the one Hyunwoo defeated last time. In all his years in the tower, this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The Bucketoid was saying strange things. It wasn't about the training tower, the animated chatbot explained. Hyunwoo felt more and more interested after all. It wasn't for nothing that he agreed to this task. The tower Chobit spoke of has 12 floors, one of which is the entire Earth. The news sounded shocking. It was out of line with the usual ideas about the world. The silver-haired android repeated everything he had said again, so that Hyunwoo would understand everything. Guard Kim Hyunwoo must now guard the 9th floor out of 12, the android said meaningfully, finally explaining the essence of the mission. We were talking about an entire planet, his homeworld, which could be in danger on a previously unimaginable level. Hyunwoo couldn't believe his ears when he realized the meaning of all the information he received. He looked shocked. Other ascenders are going up to the 9th floor and they need to be stopped, the android girl said. He didn't sign up for this. Hyunwoo was indignant. He just wanted to know who locked him in the tower. The further into the forest, the thicker the partisans, he hissed. Things did not add clarity, only new problems. He was so stuck, the mad hermit lamented. Too much had fallen on him at once. If the ascenders are not stopped, the entire 9th floor will be destroyed, the Bucketoid reported important information. In this case, Hyunwoo will disappear, like the entire planet on which he lives, she stated the obvious. Where is this captain's boat? Hyunwoo slammed his palm on the table. What was happening made him very angry. In other words, he was being told to shut up because he would have to do what he was told anyway, and what he hated most was being manipulated. The android blinked its silver eyelashes in confusion as it processed the request. Chobit began to fuss and make excuses. That was not what she meant at all. What's the matter then? The mad hermit was angry. He could barely keep from destroying everything here. The Vedroid, as if sensing something was wrong, began to vigorously move its microcircuits. And then he gave out completely absurd nonsense. Apparently the bugs short-circuited all her circuits. Hyunwoo was pretty fed up with this parody of a humanoid robot with limited functionality that kept mumbling. The little android went into standby mode. Even the monitor backlight went out. And yet she is part of the control system of the 9th floor. The Bucketoid clenched his fists, gathering all the digital will that was there. Kim Hyunwoo, The android suddenly changed its behavior protocol, adding rigidity to its patterns. Even Hyunwoo noticed the changes in her behavior and voice. This neural network was still capable of learning. True, she still had a lot to learn. She returned to the stupid android again and asked him not to be angry with her. Hyunwoo was appointed as the guardian of the Earth for his own good. The android girl Av continued. Their goal is to help him, she said. Besides, she fawned. There would be a reward, and it would increase with every feat and every defeated ascending tourist. Hyunwoo was mentally calculating the rewards and risks. This was no joke. But all this could have been to his advantage. He had been in prison for 12 years. It could not be left like that. He asked how high a rank one had to be to learn about the tower's creation and the identity of his jailer. No less than the highest rank, the silly android Av answered him. If he catches all the ascenders reliably, he will definitely raise his rank to the required level. Information must be paid for. Let it be so. He is ready. It is better than nothing. Hyunwoo asked how many murders would be required. The little android rubbed her chin thoughtfully and couldn't count exactly. The ascenders were divided into levels, each with its own weight and price, she said, like an experienced bounty hunter. 5 heads of the elite ascendants will be required for Hyunwoo to access the system, the cute android girl informed him. Hyunwoo asked how big the head of the red-faced punk he had eliminated was. The Crimson Horse Arkir, the bucket-like girl with the habits of a slave trader, clarified. She informed Hyunwoo that the level of the hiker was the lowest among all the ascenders. Even the lowest level caused problems for the hermit, forcing him to use the technique of absurdity. This time the conversation was more productive, and he at least understood where he should go next. Hyunwoo was satisfied, albeit not completely. Late at night, he returned to Shinken's apartment, where he lived completely free of charge. He sat in the library with many books on the shelves, studying his status and thinking about the new information. Hyunwoo stared at the blue screen until his eyes began to hurt, but he continued to stare at it. No matter how much he sighed and thought about it, he still wouldn't get any new answers. It doesn't matter whether the Earth enters the tower or not. He will do what must be done and come what may. Saving the world is the world's business. It is not obliged to think about everything at once on its own. Great power is a great headache for Hyunwoo. He was already burdened by this burden. What he saw and learned did not essentially change his previous goals, but now his path would be a little longer. He will simply focus on the immediate targets, kill 5 ascendants, and not think about anything else. The phone vibrated, tearing him away from his deep thoughts. It was little So-yeon calling. In recent days, he began to feel the same way about the nanny who was constantly looking after him, even though he was the older one, and was taking care of the snotty schoolgirl in the tower. True, now that she had turned into a young girl, Hyunwoo picked up the phone, and suddenly he heard her shrill, excited voice. So-yeon asked if he was watching the news now. She demanded that he immediately get up and turn on the breaking news. Hyunwoo turned on the first channel of Korea and began to listen. He did not immediately understand what was being said. When it dawned on him that he was the one who became the subject of heated discussions on the country's main channel, he was accused of murder. It was no longer a joke case like before. Journalists seriously discussed the murder of the hunter Ares in their dungeon, blaming Kim Hyunwoo for everything. The mad hermit was even taken aback by the unprecedented impudence of his opponents. What was happening amused him. In any case, there was nothing to fear, since the hunters lived outside the law. They met at Kwon-so's country house, where it was quieter, away from people and journalists and their cameras. The phones were ringing off the hook non-stop since the night, which was already really annoying Hyunwoo. He thought about throwing them all in a bucket and dousing them with gasoline. Little. So-yeon slammed her fist on the table and was indignant, because it was Hyunwoo who was the culprit of all the commotion. After 12 years he came out of the tower and now became a very famous man, she scolded him. And because of the recent events when he single-handedly closed the rift, other countries are also watching him. And now everyone is discussing him as a murderer, but she warned him many times and worried about his affairs with Ares. So-yeon nagged him. Hyunwoo just waved away all the shouts listlessly. He had long since lost all social instincts and didn't care about people's opinions. But for the sensitive So-yeon, this was already beyond the pale. She flared up even more than before at his request to calm down. Hyunwoo felt a sense of confusion. Something vague and incomprehensible called social relationships was invading his mind. It was like his wife was nagging him. But wait a minute, he wasn't married at all, the hermit thought. And yet he could not understand the reason for her great concern for him. But isn't it self-evident? Exclaimed the passionate girl with a heightened maternal instinct. Hyunwoo had scraped off the last of his social skills. The last time he'd been updated was back in school, which was an eternity ago. Does she really like him? He blurted out, completely ignoring the atmosphere, mood, and relationships, demonstrating a third-grade level in understanding people. From such a stupid and inappropriate question, little Soyeon lost her power of speech, as if someone had punched her in the gut. It took her a full minute to come to her senses, while she simply looked at him with her blue ocean eyes. All kinds of painful executions of sinners flashed through her mind, and she noted those where the victim lives for a very long time. For such jokes you can even get a cardiac stimulation. The girl storm turned into a real storm. If he says one more word, she will prescribe him such electrophoresis that it will not seem like much. So Yan was unrecognizable. Instead of her, a real witch appeared. Hyun-woo decided not to really anger her anymore and shut up. It's better to believe a woman when he promises you something. Shim Ken came to the aid of his suffering friend and took the eccentric hermit into his care. He brought his phone, which was ringing off the hook with hundreds of calls from reporters. On top of that, Hyun-woo rose to the top of the internet search rankings, and so did his friends. Hyun-woo was delighted because he thought that it was his first time there, but Kwon Seong noticed that the hermit had been there before. Shim Kyung began reading the articles, most of which looked like dirty slander against Hyun-woo and his comrades, picking at every little detail. Shim Ken looked at the hermit reproachfully. The scale of the problem had grown beyond what could be simply brushed aside. But Hyun-woo still doesn't understand why there's so much excitement, as if he himself had nothing to do with it. The always reserved friend became despondent. Unlike Hyun-woo, he was very concerned about public opinion. He was responsible for the guild. Kwon Song was on his own wavelength, just like Hyun-woo. He didn't worry about anything. For him, everything was simple. His friend's problems were his problems, the rest didn't matter. Hyun-woo asked Kwon. So, when the press conference on the case would begin, there was only half an hour left before it, and Kwon Sung asked if Hyun-woo was ready to perform in front of the people. Shim Ken was alarmed as if there was a fire. The news was completely unexpected for him. Little So Yeon was also unaware of the Mad Hermit's plans. Hyun-woo reassured them that he had prepared for the meeting with the reporters and was quite confident. But the couple simply didn't believe him. It wasn't Hyun-woo's custom to negotiate verbally. They were worried that he was going to beat up the journalists. Kwon So, who knew about everything in advance, burst out laughing, amused by their reaction. Hyun-woo was a little confused and didn't know what to say to this. His friends didn't trust him at all. It seemed that his comrades had strong doubts about his ability to act, which made Hyun-woo feel despondent. An extracurricular meeting dedicated to an experienced player has begun in the Aries Guild. Boss Hyuk Seong-woo nervously tapped his index finger on the table as he listened to his deputy's report. Yoo Byung stated that everything was going according to plan. After leaking to journalists, they launched bot farms and raised the issue online. The slanderers did a great job, and the attitude towards Hyun-woo changed to negative. People reacted sharply to the unjustified murder. Hyuk-san knew how to manipulate public opinion, give people a reason to hate, and they will do the rest themselves. Everything was going well, even too well. He sat back in his chair, satisfied, waiting for good news. The press conference was scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so that there would be time to prepare everything. Hyun-woo was not going to bury his head in the sand. Judging by the social surveys and their dynamics, as well as the decent bribe, Hyun-woo will have a hard time at the conference, confirmed Yoo Byung. This is the power of money. Hyuk Seong-woo thought to himself. Money gives unlimited power and influence and allows you to get even more money. This is how, step by step, you build your empire. Money is the grease for the wheels of an all-out war for dominance. In order to win this game, Hyuk-san decided to attack first when the opponent was not ready yet. And now Hyun-woo is walking on very thin ice, and when the ice cracks, he, the guild leader Aries, will be waiting for him on it. And thus, by moving people like pawns, he will always be one step ahead of his opponents, Hyuk Seong thought. Hyun-woo is inconsistent, harsh with authorities, an uncontrollable madman who does not know how to deal with society. And this is his weak point. This conference is a real battlefield. It will be broadcast live, which means that changes must be responded to immediately, concluded Hyuk-san. Yoo Byung took care of Plan B and sent his men there just in case. Hyuk Seong calmed down the slight nervous tremors of excitement. He had prepared everything. Now he would destroy the next enemy. A malicious grin blossomed on his face. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Hyun-woo shouldn't have messed with him. Spotlights brightly illuminated the conference venue so that nothing was hidden from the camera lenses. Hyun-woo sat alone, almost during the interrogation. but he held himself proudly and courageously, not changing his habits. The crowd was thirsty for fresh blood, and as soon as the interview began, journalists pounced on him with questions under the flashes of hundreds of cameras. Bred in circuses, the audience rejoiced in anticipation of a great show. As always in such cases, in pursuit of hype and news, even someone like Hyun-woo, with his social instincts dulled, felt a huge pressure on himself, as if he were standing in front of a pack of hyenas. And yet he made the first move, immediately taking everything into his own hands. He immediately stated that he would not follow the official regulations but would remain himself and speak as best he could. He pretended not to have heard all the previous questions, which confused the journalist. The first question was about his well-being. The journalist wanted to catch him out. If Hyun-woo said that everything was fine, he would be accused of insensitivity. But Hyun-woo didn't make things up and answered as is, that he felt lousy. Such directness without embellishment confused the journalist, who did not expect it at all. But ordinary people were touched by such frankness. The crowd has always liked upstarts, rebels, people with character, scandals, intrigues, investigations. Hyun-woo handed the floor over to the next reporter by simply pointing his finger. This time he was asked directly whether it was true that he was guilty of murder. Hyun-woo immediately gave an affirmative answer, accepting all the accusations in one fell swoop. This made many people in the room shudder. Usually a person justifies himself when he is accused. What should they do if he really is a cruel killer? Hunters live outside the law. Luckily for them, Hyun-woo suggested that they listen to his side of the story first and then draw conclusions, since this wasn't a trial after all. He took matters into his own hands again and controlled the crowd's reactions, until his words were backed by boundless power. He started by telling everyone the backstory of their conflict with the Aries Guild. Hyun-woo merely refused their recruiters, but the Aries Guild didn't like it. At that time, he still didn't know what this could lead to, after which Hyun-woo turned on the recording. The recording contained the voice of Sean Gunn, confessing that he was Aries' killer and that they were his employers. The new evidence and circumstances of the case caused a stir, which radically changed the initial image of Hyun-woo as a cold-blooded killer. The people in the room instantly became excited. It's not every day you hear about someone hiring killers. The recording continued to play, making it clear exactly what Sean Gunn intended to do. The truth was shocking. The unprecedented cruelty of the killers reached their ears, even in the form of a recording. After this, there could be no discrepancies, provided that the recording was original. Hyun-woo let them listen to the whole thing until the very end, for greater effect. Sean Gunn's piercing scream marked the end of the story. For a few moments, the entire audience forgot how to breathe and came to their senses. They rethought everything that had been said about Hyun-woo earlier and their positions on the matter. One of the journalists wanted to know more details and asked about the place where the recording was made. Hyun-woo confirmed that this is the very place that has already been trumpeted everywhere in the Aries Guild, the Swamp Dungeon. He came there to catch the boss, but now it turns out that the story is being told completely differently than it actually was. It was as if Aries was the victim of an attack and an assassination attempt, and not a peaceful hermit who did no harm to anyone. This turned everything upside down, making the accusations false and simply slander. If anyone doubts he can provide other information, Hyun-woo was very confident in himself. But the journalist is not so easily confused, and he immediately asked what could prove the authenticity of the recording. The question sounded weighty. It couldn't be brushed aside so easily. Who could prove that Hyun-woo wasn't a manipulator? However, everything went exactly as he had expected, and he allowed himself a condescending grin. This question was a real gift for him. He really wanted to be asked. Hyun-woo took out another smartphone and shook it in front of hundreds of cameras. The mad hermit suspended the intrigue, waiting for the right pause without giving away everything at once. The reporter hesitated. He was led by the hermit's tricks and did not know what to say. Hyun-woo stated that the phone he was holding belonged to the killer. In court, evidence is usually considered separately, but at the press conference, more importantly, as you say, the reporter hesitated again. The phone itself is still locked, but if given to specialists, it could become important evidence. He brought it with him simply to claim that he had such evidence. As for the killer, Hyun-woo stated that he could only resist since he was a rookie who had just left the tower. He completely captured the attention of the people, skillfully playing on their emotions. Now, according to his calculations, in the eyes of the public, he must appear as a victim of an attack and a person who used self-defense. Hyun-woo was simply fending off an attack from a more experienced and older hunter. According to Hyun-woo, during their fight, Sean Gunn accidentally fell into the mouth of an alligator. The reporter was completely confused by Hyun-woo's testimony, who had just stated that everything that happened was an accident. Hyun-woo responded to this by saying that there was no contradiction. In some sense, he was involved in Sean Gunn's death. Even though the killer was killed by an alligator, Hyun-woo himself is not the kind of person to relax in a fight with. Every word he said was recorded by hundreds of hands that were broadcasting the text. Hyun-woo stated that he had heard a lot about Ares' authority and how great of a guild it was, and that's why he wanted to smooth over their conflict. However, Ares was the first to decide to play on the public field, and dirty, and it went too far. The conference ended successfully for him. Hyun-woo left the buildings in thought. It was not the first time their paths crossed. Ares was bothering him once again and he couldn't leave it as it was. Deputy Yu Byung could no longer sit. His hemorrhoids had reappeared. The results of the conference had wasted all his efforts, but now things were even worse. Everything was turned upside down because of a tiny little thing, a dictaphone recording. Their guild was seriously exposed to attack, and the journalist will not miss it, said Young-woo. The problems of a large, well-known guild worried them more than the death of one hunter. Yu Byung winced in anger, imagining the scolding he would receive from his boss. He almost cried, realizing that he had lost to the eccentric teenager. Yu Byung thought that he was playing against a boy, a simpleton who could only swing his fists. No matter what, they can no longer relax their vigilance. Who knows what other surprises the crazy hermit will throw up. The gang visited the restaurant again to celebrate the victory and the successful conclusion of the conflict with society. Shim Kyung was amazed at Hyun-woo's foresight in recording the fight, as if he knew he might need it. Both Kwon Song and Little So Yeon were surprised by such foresight that Hyun-woo even took the killer's phone with him. It's simple, Hyun-woo said. He lied through his teeth and made it all up. Of course, we are talking about the killer's phone, he added, seeing the astonished faces of his friends. But it didn't help much. They were still perplexed by what they heard. They demanded that everything be told to them immediately, as it was, and that they not be led by the nose. Hyun-woo repeated his words, stating that what he was holding in his hands was not the killer's phone, and that it was not evidence. However, the recording is real. They burned his ears so much about Ares being dangerous that Hyun-woo got the idea to record the conversation. And the imaginary phone of the killer is just one of Shin Ken's devices, which he changed like a girl changes shoes. Little So Yeon was furious. This turn of events worried her more than if the authenticity of the phone was established. Hyun-woo answered her with a satisfied look that no one would know about the fake evidence. Hyun-woo reasoned that everything was quite simple, because the Ares Guild would come for him much faster than the police with their checks. The girl was taken aback by his answer. She still could not understand the train of thought of the mad hermit. The Ares Guild would definitely make contact, he assured her, without bringing the matter to an investigation. So Yeon thought, according to Hyun-woo, everything was going well, but when he solved one problem without creating another. She still firmly believes that a big child in the role of a crazy hermit needs to be kept under close surveillance. The group laughed heartily, teasing little So Yeon for her hyper-responsibility for Hyun-woo. The hermit suggested going back to food. Since he had returned, he had only two favorite things to do: eat and sleep. Of course, there was another occupation: killing enemies. Hyun-woo thought about the Ares Guild. They were considered a world guild, with headquarters in the United States and dungeons in different parts of the world, scattered everywhere. They were able to take the most dungeons in Korea, which made this foothold very important. Hyun-woo calmly devoured the meat on his plate. No matter what the Ares Guild did, the contract, or slander, he didn't care. The reputational losses of the huge guild far exceeded any possible losses for Hyun-woo. He had nothing to lose. With these thoughts, he walked out into the restaurant parking lot. Late at night, they went home, Shuken again acting as a personal chauffeur. But Hyun-woo suddenly asked his friend to leave him, and he himself said that he would go for a walk. Shiken was surprised. Usually this meant that his crazy roommate would definitely get himself into a new mess up to his ears. But Hyun-woo remained adamant and simply waved his hand without going into details. Shiken watched his comrade go. He couldn't be his nanny forever. He sighed and decided to leave everything as it was and not to interfere. After all, his friend survived in the tower himself for more than 10 years. Hyun-woo found a convenient place, narrow, dark, and completely deserted. A perfect place for a hot date. He walked through the night, breathing in the cool air, completely open, as if inviting a conversation. The interlocutors did not keep him waiting, and Hyun-woo sensed their presence. He stopped so they could catch up with him. Come closer, Bandar logs, he thought. The masked enemies were cosplaying as the Leaf Village clan. and they arrived even faster than he expected and surrounded him. Hyun-woo greeted them with bravado, but as soon as he was left alone, his stalkers immediately showed up. The group of fans of his skill moved closer. They left no free space at all. They looked more like Assassin's Creed fans. Their leader invited Hyun-woo to his boss's place for a cup of tea. After taking a closer look at their cosplay, Hyun-woo liked it. He played this game even before the tower. The leader of the cosplay gang thought about what to do with the uncooperative client. Hyun-woo asked who the respected gentleman was, who had sent him an invitation with an escort. However, the leader of the costumed gang responded that their boss preferred to remain incognito. Costumed gang responded that their boss preferred to remain incognito. Of course, Hyun-woo knew who invited him and why. He only provoked the dummies who were sent. He refused to drink tea. To which the head of the theater troupe politely warned that he would use force and would still see the guest out. This turn of events was quite expected and, moreover, desired by the Mad Hermit. He reminded the Cloak and Dagger servants that he had achieved considerable fame after the glacial crevasse, and he remarked to the lords in front of him that they were quite self-confident to say such things. The slippers of fate have come into motion. Astrologers predict an increase in skeletons in the cemetery. The historical reenactment enthusiast perked up in response to the sudden movement of the target, but the Mad Hermit simply walked past them and squatted down. "There are seeds, and if I find them," he addressed the unlucky role-player. Hyun-woo pulled out a few onions from the garden bed and politely asked them to come over to him. "Fresh onions are good for your health," says healthy eating advocate and hermit Hyun-woo. The killers couldn't stand this anymore. Their honor and dignity as cosplay fans were undermined at the root. Their leader shook with anger. He couldn't stand vegans and preferred cooked food. Realizing that the negotiations had ended in nothing, the killers moved on to arresting them. The leader spread his arms like a monkey and launched some kind of magic. His palms lit up like spotlights. He flew up to Hyun-woo and pointed his hands towards him. The gateway lit up with a bluish glow. But the lettuce quickly interrupted the too long cast and the meaningless cries of third-rate killers. The leader flew up like a rag doll from the blow. They might have been experienced cosplayers, but against the crazy hermit they were like children. The henchmen of the leader of the theater troupe panicked after having just lost their leader. Drawing their short blades, they launched a desperate attack. They also had their own aces up their sleeves, which they quickly used. Various skills worked in Hyun-woo's favor. Their combination attack looked promising, combining buffs, melee weapons, and entangling the enemy. The attack was well coordinated, from all directions at once. It looks like the troupe had rehearsed a lot. The screeching of metal and flashes of magic cut through the silence of the night alley where there was not a single window. But something went completely wrong with their rehearsals. The victim should have already been in mortal agony immediately after the blow. However, instead, their blades were unable to penetrate even the Mad Hermit's tracksuit. They tried to pierce it properly by pushing hard or to cut it. But it was all in vain. The steel didn't take Hyun-woo. The hermit looked at them with disdain and asked if they were ready for prophylactic enemas. The patients lay quietly, spread out on the ground in an even layer. There was only one left who was still standing on his feet, his knees shaking with fear. The Mad Hermit grabbed him by the scruff of the neck as if he were a kitten that had done a bad job. The hapless medieval cosplay enthusiast begged hysterically for mercy. Hyun-woo decided to leave him because he needed at least one survivor who was able to think. Provided that he gets to know the Mad Hermit and the one who sent him such an insistent invitation to meet. Deep night descended on the mountains. The stars twinkled brightly between the clouds. Far from the city, they were not blinded by the light of street lamps and cars. Hidden deep in the forest is a concrete bunker with thick walls and reliable security. So strong that even the local servants were surprised by the extent of capital investment in this building. Another servant objected that it was only thanks to a secure rear that they could conduct their business. They were expecting a special famous guest today and were looking forward to the meeting. Experienced player Kim Hyun-woo caused so much trouble for the guild that every member knew about him, and everyone wanted to get even with him as soon as possible. The arrogant Kim Hyun-woo was annoying with his fearlessness, but today he would be beaten up properly and brought here. They had all the amenities for a comfortable stay, a real healing sanatorium. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by a blow from the sky, as if something heavy had fallen from a great height and stuck into the ground. The guards perked up, trying to make out in the dust what was happening and who had come to see them. The star arrived to sign autographs, Hyun-woo holding his guide tightly, clumps of dirt and dust falling from above. "This is the very place where he was scheduled to meet for tea," he asked his guide. He fawned like a beaten dog and nodded his head. He had a tail, and it would have wagged. The door guards slowly realized what was happening and asked the right questions about where the first team was. They just couldn't get it into their heads that real men don't need an escort, they come on their own. A distant, dull noise, as if from a blow, passed through the thick walls of the bunker. The sound came from somewhere above, the junior henchman reported. The source of the noise was getting closer, and they realized that the sound was coming from inside the elevator shaft. The door exploded with a flash of light and a body flew into the corridor. All the bunker's servants stood at the ready, expecting an attack from an unknown enemy. The fragments of the steel elevator doors collapsed, and a man without an invitation card but wearing a tracksuit and flip-flops entered the room. Hyun-woo looked around the interior of the real villain's base and really liked it. He immediately estimated the cost of capital work on the bunker's construction. The guild had a lot of money and a little more. The first henchman demanded that the intruder introduce himself, stupidly holding his sword. Hyun-woo smiled. He anticipated a long autograph ceremony. In anticipation, he flared up with an aura of darkness and moved ominously towards the future fanbase. The treatment rooms of the Mountain Forest Sanatorium had all the necessary tools and equipment for rehabilitation. There was also a patient who had undergone a full course of tooth extraction therapy, nail-picking massages, and cauterizing medicine. The Esculapians treated the girl with the skull tattoo to the point of complete exhaustion. She has already undergone many courses of their therapy. Hyuk Sung-woo personally interrogated the victim, demanding that he reveal valuable information. He put moral pressure on her, saying that her comrades from the Ped Guild had abandoned her long ago, and no one would come to her aid. If she doesn't talk, she will die. Aries' boss continued trying to get the stubborn girl to talk. He offered her to give up her friends, receiving in exchange a generous reward and her life. But the captive girl remained silent. Her gaze remained foggy, but she did not give up. Hyuk Sung-woo was completely inept at interrogating someone and quickly lost his temper. The girl had not injected herself for many weeks. Empty threats could not touch her. She had long ago accepted her death. The henchmen asked the boss if they could kill her in that case, to which Hyuk Seon-woo told them to do whatever they wanted. In any case, she was a useless witness if she remained silent. The local orderlies nodded happily. Now they don't have to worry if their toy accidentally breaks. During these days of the week, the sadistic henchman has already become accustomed to his prey. Now he has gained complete power over it. A happy line of Hyun-woo fans stretched out on the bunker floor, with Hyun-woo's personal autograph prominently displayed. Hyuk-sun froze. He also wanted an autograph but didn't have time, and now he had difficulty with his actions. A blade with a cobra head-shaped blade flashed in the semi-darkness of the dungeon. A desperate henchman rushed at the mad hunter with some kind of fork. Hyun-woo could sign autographs all day long. He easily dodged the blow to the neck, and he signed the funeral with a direct kick to the stomach of another fan. The text message reached the addressee, and he lay down to rest after a hard day at work. Hyun-woo was perplexed. They invited him for tea, but there was no tea. They didn't even fire up the samovar. Hyuk Seong-woo already regretted that he hadn't prepared black tea with buns. The remaining henchmen also froze in indecision. They didn't even have cups. The director waited. Every second could save the situation. He desperately looked for a way out. The enemy in front of him had a strength that was above A rank. There was no doubt about that. The bunker only contained B+ rank minions and A+ rank cosplay assassins. The best assassins who were close to S rank went as part of the first team for Hyun-woo. At the moment, the director did not have a single asset that could deal with the Mad Hermit and plug the gap. He had managed to deal with a large crack on his own. He didn't want to admit it, but her boss was strong, Hyuk Seong-woo thought. His enemy was definitely worthy of S rank. The unarmed guildmaster clenched his fists. Even more than just an S rank, the Mad Hunter was definitely at the top of their list. There are hundreds of names on the list. The world is huge. Hyuk-sun barely reached the middle with great difficulty. He weighed his strength. The Mad Hunter got tired of waiting and called out to his opponents. If there is no tea, then everyone will get an autograph. Hyuk-sun was torn away from his thoughts. After all, his defeat was obvious. Now the bargaining began. Hyun-woo rushed him to make a decision. Only 2 chairs, one with tea, the other with autographs. Which one you will sit on? Which one you will offer to your friends? Hyuk-san flared up due to his youth, and he could hardly contain his wounded pride. But he clenched his teeth and bit his tongue. He would have to drink tea, even if there was only coffee in the bunker. He chose negotiations. While there is hope to reduce losses, pride should be cast aside. With a man whose strength was incalculable, one had to be careful. They sat down at the table. Hyuk-song waited. Every situation had its pros and cons. He had to find out more about the enemy while he had the chance. Hyun-woo sat down at the table and started the conversation first. He spoke from a position of strength and could demand whatever he wanted. It's high time to demand compensation from the impudent director Aries. The loser pays. Heek Seong-woo was floating. He looked like a fool because of the excitement. He was thinking slowly. For the first time, he was being seated at the table like a beaten dog. Hyun-woo asked if he had gone deaf and made his demands for all the damages caused. He began with an attempted murder in the swamps where Sean Gunn lay in wait for him, and about today's group assassination attempt on him, which could not be called an ordinary matter. The Mad Hermit also demanded compensation for slander in the media and moral damages. Did Aries really think that they would get away with this? The Hermit wondered. The bidding began, and Hyuk-sun asked what amount of compensation was being discussed. Hyun-woo's appetite was quite serious, 10 billion, and several entry-level dungeons, which is much more important than money. Hyuk-sun was taken aback. He was not prepared for such losses. He was not prepared for losses at all today. He was going to win. A fist slammed onto the table. The future of the Korean branch of the Aries Guild was at stake. Hook Seong-woo vehemently rejected such crazy demands, considering them excessive. But Hyun-woo simply brushed off these objections. He knew that the Aries Guild had enough money. It was not possible to blame the lack of resources. The impudent hermit understood that the guild was not in poverty. Money was easy to raise, it just took time. But rights to entry-level dungeons were a different matter. Hyun-woo, seeing the director's confusion, threatened to increase the amount by another 5 billion if he hesitated. Hyuk-sun had to swallow everything as it was again. He was completely in the hands of the enemy, but he still decided to play diplomacy. Perhaps they would be able to come to an agreement. He asked the hermit why he didn't join the guild if he needed money. By joining the guild, he would have received money, power, and dungeons anyway, and Hyuk-seong can guarantee this to him. Hyun-woo was surprised by the unexpected attempt at direct bribery. Had the office plankton really gone completely mad, he thought? Why be enemies when you can cooperate profitably? Continued Hook Seong-woo. But his words only caused contempt in the hermit. His enemies were just pathetic cockroaches. Their negotiations were not a deal but a capitulation, which is why director Hyun-woo asked for unnecessary words. On top of that, he demanded a prisoner because he could. All jackals are alike. Hyun-woo was cursing director Hyuk-seo. They think they're cool because they're all in a pack. And they always say the same thing, Aries, the hermit continued. But against real power, even a powerful guild is nothing to Hyun-woo. Hyuk-song tried to threaten again because there were other branches of the guild. Wasn't this newbie too self-confident? But Hyun-woo simply cut off these attempts to stall for time and demanded a direct answer. Either accept his conditions or die here and now. There is no third option. He confidently stood up from the table, making it clear that the negotiations were over. Hyuk-seong squeezed his pride and pushed it deep inside. There was nothing he could do about it anymore. Late in the evening, Hyun-woo returned to Shi-kyung's apartment, where he lived completely free of charge. Shi-kyung met him in the living room where he was watching the evening news, but he looked at his friend and fell silent. He saw something incompatible with each other. Water and oil, ice and fire, something that could not exist in nature. Hyun-woo, who is also a crazy hermit, came home late at night with an unknown girl in just a dress. The crimson sky hung like a blanket over the ruined castle, and fire still blazed around it. A lone warrior walked among the ruins, the wind blowing his long black hair. The smoke from the fire covered everything around, and the warrior contemplated the devastating picture. Before him rose the Tower of Babel, reaching up to the sky, its thin spire lost in the clouds. The warrior looked closely at the building. It was the 9th floor. Early in the morning, Shuriken's apartment was filled with heated discussions about the consequences of the night. Hyun-woo told him how much he had snatched from the greedy director Aries, and that the girl had come along with it. Shu-kyung was amazed that the greedy grabber Hook Seong-woo gave everything away, but Hyun-woo replied that he had no choice. The always cautious Shu-ki turned his gaze to the girl and asked who she was. The mad hermit declared that the girl was a valuable hostage, and when she came to her senses, he should question her. But he didn't say what exactly, citing the fact that it was a personal matter. As usual, Hyun-woo brushed it off. It's a personal matter. Shiken couldn't figure out why this homeless guy was living with him and dragging random people here and not even paying. But he had no time to be upset. It was the day of the boss's appearance in the guild, and Shuriken was leaving to clear them out. The captive girl was given first aid. She was badly wounded and tortured, and was now sleeping peacefully. Hyun-woo couldn't help but notice her unusual skull-shaped tattoo, the outline of which seemed familiar to him. This could not have been a simple coincidence. The similarity between them was too great. A long time ago, when he still lived in the tower, he carved himself a skull mask from the bones of a monster. The tattoo on the girl's body repeated the outline of that very mask with amazing accuracy. He requested the status by activating the information skill on the girl. The girl was nothing special. Her characteristics were ordinary. Hyunwoo couldn't know her and decided to ask when she would wake up. Suddenly, the status window flashed again, even though he hadn't called it up. Hyunwoo was confused. Everything was happening too fast. The stupid system didn't give him time to prepare. The girl, Chobit-ov, as usual, was sitting at the table in an empty room. Hyunwoo did not understand what she could need. The android, as usual, was slow to think and seemed to be coming out of standby mode. And then she squeaked in her thin digital voice that someone was already coming. The discouraged hermit asked who he was talking about, since the bucket had attached so much importance to this. It was about the next ascending tourist, the bucket girl said seriously. And who is this foreign tourist? Hyunwoo asked in a worried voice when he would show up. Like a priestess of a techno cult, she called up a system screen, the same as the mad hermits. Unfortunately, the status window showed exactly the same notification that Hyunwoo had already received without any additional data. Hyunwoo made an emergency adjustment by tapping the indicator on the top of his head. He angrily scolded the electronic chatterbox for wasting her time when she had nothing new to add. The silver-haired bucketoid began to make excuses, rubbing the bruised area. She simply could not give what the system forbade her. But Av vehemently denied all the accusations, saying that she still had something to say. Hyunwoo realized that she called him to warn him about something. The new ascending tourist is an illegal, much more dangerous than the previous one, and it takes preparation to fight him. Hyunwoo calmed down and asked the bucketoid how exactly he should prepare. He must awaken the magic within himself as soon as possible, or he will be in danger, the shaggy android informed him. But Hyunwoo heard his friend. He was only interested in the ascending rank, because he was an important target. Av answered negatively, because to fight a high-ranking illegal alien, it would require much more than just awakening magic. High-ranking ones are capable of causing a real apocalypse, but it's too early for him to take on those, the girl answered. There was still one important question left. Where exactly would the new rift in space appear? The bucket girl gave a negative answer, tensing up considerably in anticipation of the blow. The whole point is that the appearance of the Ascendant depended heavily on his abilities and skills. The Mad Hermit summed up their short and productive conversation. It was necessary so as not to miss anything. The android was always being shady and not telling the whole story, which was very annoying. And now, as she could do nothing to help, Hyunwoo wanted to hit the bucketoid on the top of his head again, just to let off some steam. Sensing danger, the android covered his head with his hands, outraged by such injustice. How could he beat such a cute little girl like her? A boor without parental upbringing, the girl blurted out. Hyunwoo winced. It had been a long time since he had been asked about his parents. He barely remembered their faces. He told her that her parents died in a car accident many years ago. The frightened android began to bow and beg for forgiveness, stuttering and babbling. But Hyunwoo changed his anger to mercy. His long-forgotten past hardly bothered him. The shaggy android hung, immersing new assessments and patterns in connection with this information. The man in front of her, contrary to past assessments, was not so bad and he just had a difficult childhood. At the headquarters of the Aaron Guild, there was a real commotion and angry shouts were heard. Hyunwoo sat in the middle of the magic circle and lamented, because he was promised that as soon as he sat in it, he would immediately feel mana. In his anger, he ran his hand across the floor, threatening to erase the magical inscriptions. Much to the horror of little So-yeon, the circle stood like a palace. The Mad Hermit wondered if he could be a man without mana. But So-yeon ruled out that possibility. All hunters had magic in one way or another, she explained tiredly. And there was not yet anyone in her practice who could not unlock mana, in the presence of a magician like her, and with a magic circle of concentration. They continued to argue heatedly. Little So-yeon was already quite tired of dealing with him when Shu Kyung came to them. The friend asked about their condition. Both looked irritated and annoyed. He found out that Hyunwoo was unable to unlock the mana, even though he had been sitting here for 4 days. He came not only to mock the hermit, but also to bring him a registered letter. Shikyung asked if Hyunwoo had founded a guild, and when So-yeon heard this, she also screamed. She was very surprised that Hyunwoo created a guild, and she didn't know anything about it. Hyunwoo created a guild called Guardian, receiving several dungeons and a ton of money. After being teased a bit that being on guard was not something a crazy hermit could do, Hyunwoo changed the subject, asking about the hostage girl. The girl with the skull tattoo still hadn't come to her senses. Hyun-woo was not happy about this news. He was worried that she might be brain dead and then she would be useless. But Shuken reassured him, saying that she was fine. She was just in deep shock. All he had to do was wait. Hyun-woo became capricious like a little child, completely unaware of what kind of feeling Mana should evoke. The beauty. So Yeon, having tried everything possible, suggested turning to other psychics for help. Shiken immediately realized who the girl was talking about. The name was familiar to him, Nagavki Yasumi. Hyun-woo didn't understand anything at all. Everything sounded like Elvish to him. Emu was told about a female acupuncturist who could awaken the mana pathways in Hyun-woo. He was delighted with such a cool method and looked for information on the internet. But the miracle woman lived in Japan, and he needed to fly there to meet her, the hermit found out. He immediately abandoned this idea and waved his hand in annoyance. A suspicious cracking sound was heard. Hyun-woo looked at his hand and the source of the noise, and his soul sank into his heels. The hand involuntarily erased part of the lines of the circle and destroyed its integrity. "Get out of town, you're a loser," Shuken thought, looking at his friend. "Oh, how awkward this turned out to be," thought the crazy hermit. He screamed under the lightning bolts, promising to pay for everything. Even Shiken got it. There was a battle going on in one of the dungeons in Tokyo. The wounded were screaming, begging for mercy. The fighters called her for help, but the guild leader did not take her eyes off her enemy. Naganawa Yasumi, the leader of the Izanami Guild, stood completely defeated. The enemy left them no time to regroup and attacked mercilessly. Yasumi ordered everyone to duck, noticing the enemy's attack. But the blockheads in her squad hesitated. They succumbed to panic and did not think clearly. Delay is death. The enemy's attack swept them away, striking them with lightning discharges. The head managed to dodge with a deft jump, and the lightning blast passed by. She landed away from the area of effect of the incomprehensible magic. The battlefield is littered with corpses and debris, and the few survivors are wounded. "You idiots," the huntress muttered. "You should have jumped. What's not clear?" Through the noise of destruction, she heard a quiet step towards her. The terrible enemy stepped rhythmically over her fallen comrades. In his hand, he clutched the heavy straight sword that had cut short so many lives. A tall, long-haired warrior stood over his fallen enemy. The guild leader couldn't find the words to describe his strength. "What is he?" she asked, looking death in the eyes. The girl was lucky to dodge, the warrior thought, since she was worthy of an answer. He thought about what name he would introduce himself with. He has many names: Ripper, Crusher, Scorpion, Thor, Lord Sidious, Electrophoresis. But the long-haired warrior introduced himself as Chongma. A push notification hit Hyun-woo in the face, so he wouldn't miss anything. An ascending tourist appeared in Japan, and the hermit immediately told Shurken to prepare the car. They quickly sped to the airport, Shurken at the wheel, as usual in the role of personal chauffeur. The tourist has already caused a stir in Japan, Hyun-woo learned from the news. He never learned magic, and he was a little worried about it. Shiken, who worked for free, asked his friend how long. He just refused to go, and then he immediately agreed. "What's the matter?" Shiken asked him. "How are things?" The hermit answered evasively and hurried the cabbie. At least he took the documents, asked the hermit for a free driver. Documents, multi-passport, hoof prints. Hyun-woo went through the documents in his memory from the training tower. Whiskers, paws, and tail. "Here are his documents," the experienced madman answered him. A tense silence fell over the room at the Japanese Hunters Association. One of the leaders asked Nakazawa how the woman was still alive. He had seen her death on the news. "She survived in time," she replied. "The backup artifact had saved her more than once." But she told about their enemy firsthand. He is very strong. After seeing her death on the front page, other hunters lost heart and refused to help. But even if she were alive, there was little they could do together, the chairman reasoned. No one came to the rescue, and the number of civilian casualties only grew. A familiar face appeared on the battlefield broadcast screen. The female acupuncturist recognized this world-famous hunter. The experienced player entered the rink in his imperturbable slippers. The mad hermit looked at his opponent appraisingly. The long-haired man also decided to silently play a staring game. The information skill didn't work on the illegal tourist. "All sorts of people walk around here and then their swimming trunks disappear," Hyun-woo told the illegal. The long-haired man eloquently moved his blade, which spoke volumes, and he slashed with a long sword and showed his ID. Hyun-woo tensed up. The handwriting was illegible and the letters were small. The tourist used a long-range attack and sent him to read on the sidelines. But the border guard had his own questions and did not accept the documents. A part-time border guard issued a direct refusal to a person, an illegal immigrant. Why are you, sir, immediately grabbing your saber? He asked the illegal. Here he is, thought the long-haired man, asking questions. And he decided to introduce himself properly, Changma said the warrior, swinging his sword. He attacked again from long range with a strong attack. Hyunwoo ducked awkwardly, barely able to keep up with his speed. The tourist turned out to be fast, the crazy hermit managed to think, but not fast enough to hit him, the hunter said. He saw the enemy's technique, although it was not clear at first glance. It looks like the long-haired one waves once, but in reality, it is many quick waves. If he gets cut into thousands of pieces, Hyunwoo will hit him with slippers. Close combat is the best for him, since the enemy only has ranged attacks. Changma blocked the straight serve with his blade sheath, but he missed a left to the liver from a half-time guard. The long-haired man flew back to his corner of the ring and sat down to rest. But the mad hermit did not let go of his rival. Those who lie down are finished off. Changma quietly whispered to himself, "Where is the second phase for the boss?" "How interesting," he said, spitting blood from his broken lips. The illegal tourist caught fire like a damaged transformer. Lightning bolts enveloped him from top to bottom, like a Tesla tower. Changma asked the crazy border guard for his name. No one had ever resisted him so stubbornly before. So this is the second phase of the boss, Hyunwoo thought as he watched the lightning strikes. The citizens were well settled while watching. The only thing missing was popcorn. Shiken found out the details while they were flying to Japan. A rift opened. A fan of alternative medicine, she was glad to have the support. Hyunwoo ran away as soon as the plane landed, Shukyung recalled. And now he was standing on the battlefield facing an invasion, Shurken wondered. A vague suspicion crept into his mind. Could Hyunwoo possibly know where the rift would be? Hyunwoo dodged the bolts like crazy. He jumped from side to side like a boar, as if through a minefield. What kind of crazy skills did the hermit ask the enemy? Are these skills? The long-haired man answered contemptuously. Chain lightning, lightning sword, lightning aura, the illegal electrician answered him. Nothing he used on Changma related to the system. The person who connected the cheats moved as if in slow motion. Hyunwoo watched his every move with great difficulty. Dodge or retreat, the mad hermit thought about what to choose. He shifted abruptly, skidding on his flip-flops. He grabbed the illegal electrician by the kimono and pulled him sharply towards himself. The sound of a bell rang out as their heads collided. He could have gotten a concussion, but he got off with just a fright. Changma rubbed his bruised forehead. Float like a boar, sting like a bee. Hyunwoo didn't wait. Time to play rock, paper, scissors, lizard Spock. The palm turned into a fist. Hyunwoo used his signature move. The power of the absurd threw the illegal immigrant back with a flash of light. Suddenly, he also threw a stone. Hyunwoo became nervous. Hyunwoo! Flashes of electricity painfully blinded the hermit's eyes. Real bosses always fight until the third phase, said the illegal electrician. A halo of a huge circle of mana grew behind Changma. Let him try to dodge this, said the long-haired warrior, raising the lightning bolt in his hand. Things started to smell hot and the crazy hermit became nervous. He rushed towards the illegal without waiting for the end of the spell cast. Thunder God mode on, illegal electrician swung once. Half the country was left without electricity, and an explosion thundered. Home theater fans watched the fight broadcast in stunned silence. Real monsters, Shinken thought, as he watched the crazy fight. One swing of the electrician god's fan scraped the entire area clean. Good reaction, said the illegal to the enemy at his feet. Hyunwoo managed to grab the electrician's coat at the last moment and avoid the blow. However, it was not for nothing that the illegal was called electrophoresis. Hyunwoo felt a pleasant tingling sensation in his body. The currents warmed him up well and stimulated the necessary points. The push notification system was pulled in right during the battle. Preventive currents opened all his chakras in stagnation. Psychic, Hyunwoo thought, and jumped away from the illegal tourist. Changma looked puzzled. He expected a different result. Just in case, he began a second cast of lethal magic. Changma's skills were astonishing because they went beyond the system. Hyunwoo remembered reading about a similar character in many manhwas, a powerful fighter who rose to the top of martial arts. Changma asked the hermit if he wanted to continue after what he had seen, but he wasn't scared. On the contrary, the electrophoresis really loosened up his shoulders. Longhair was surprised by the guard's courage, but he did not feel sorry for him. Hyunwoo replied that he had now learned the power of the dark side of the force, and now he's going to kick the asses of illegal immigrants. Changma froze. The opponent just became stronger, while Hyunwoo was in the tower, honing his fighting skills like the ancient masters. He could only blindly copy random movements from the Chungma manhwas. However, Now the old teacher was right in front of him. One movement from him was enough for Hyunwoo to understand the essence of the martial arts he imitated. Confident Changma froze. He was not the only one with the third phase. Almost instinctively, he attacked the mad hermit. But in vain, the uninvited student had just surpassed the teacher. Hyunwoo's technique repelled the ascendant's attack with mana wings. As a sign of respect for his teacher and psychic, Hyunwoo decided to reveal all his cards. The technique they used was very simple: gather mana in one point and detonate it. The Mad Hermit combined two techniques. He gathered mana and used the Absurd Strike. There was an explosion and everything disappeared in a blinding flash. The copter filmed for a live broadcast high in the sky. When the shockwave reached him, he fell to the ground and broke. There was only one left on the battlefield, the elephant mountaineer from the film. The pagoda of the imperial palace was immersed in the rays of the sunset. The empress watched the broadcast, sitting comfortably on the throne. On the screen, the Mad Hermit used the technique of the absurd. A shiver ran through my body, from the familiar feeling of madness. The man on the screen was definitely a teacher, the empress realized. 5 years ago, when she first entered the learning tower, even weak monsters could beat a girl half to death. Wounded, she despaired and was ready to give up. To kneel, accept her fate and die. That was all she could do. But instead of death, salvation came to her. She heard the monsters dying. A mad hermit in a skull mask destroyed the zombies in one fell swoop. Later, the hermit taught her to fight, made her strong. He was like a teacher. The first person she accepted with all her heart and agreed to serve was a crazy hermit teacher. The empress left the throne. The servants reported that there was only one zone left on the path to absolute power. In a month, they will take the last enclave, the servant said. But this time, the empress will go forward, at the forefront of the attack. The girl was in a hurry to fulfill the promise she made to the teacher to build the world he deserved. Then she will be able to meet him. The student plunged into her dreams. Soon the friends returned to Korea on the first flight. As soon as they left the building, they were blinded by flashes from cameras. A crowd of information-hungry piranhas pounced on them. Hyunwoo told the seagulls to shut up. They were asking too many questions. And he promised that the always balanced Shiken would answer all journalists' questions. Shriken did not immediately understand the depth of the setup he had fallen into. He is now a chauffeur, a housewife, and a personal agent and nanny for a superstar. It was time to run, but reporters surrounded him from all sides. And his friend meanly abandoned Shiken to be torn apart by the media piranhas. The crazy hermit got to his friend's apartment where he lived for free. How much hassle with people who stick everything everywhere, but he thought while throwing off his slippers. It's good that there is a fool's friend. Hyunwoo relied on him. In the living room, he was met by a girl with a skull tattoo. She had come to her senses after the shock. She bowed to him in gratitude for saving her. The girl expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. The girl's name was Sun Win, and Hyunwoo listened to her story. The envoy of the Pedo Guild, Ares, treacherously captured the girl while she was defending the dungeon. But Hyunwoo was interested in something else, and he asked her about the tattoo on her shoulder. The tattoo on her shoulder is a sign that she is a representative of the guild. The symbol means everything under the sky. The mad hermit became gloomy and asked the girl what this meant. There is only one sky above all. That's what the master said when she gave this tattoo to her minion. Hyunwoo angrily interrupted her story by slamming his fist on the table. The girl cowered in fear, not understanding how she could have angered him. But it wasn't her at all, the mad hermit explained. He made a mistake in the past and now he is paying for it. The hermit wondered how the nonsense from the tower had leaked out to the surface and left the lips of another man. Long ago, when Hyunwoo thought that he would leave the tower if he achieved enlightenment in martial arts, he also suffered from 8th grader syndrome, as if he had been bitten by the king of pathos. He was talking nonsense, and now some idiot is spreading it through the meaning of a tattoo. Bastard, Hyunwoo remembered the lazy student from the tower. This is definitely the same simpleton he saved. Now he is the head of an entire guild, and the dark past may come to light. The mad hermit asked the girl to pass something on to the chief. Hyunwoo was terribly angry that he would not seek a meeting with him. A few days later, Hyunwoo sent Sun Wen back to China and showed up at the studio. Host Lee Hai-young happily greeted viewers of her show. Recognize the bachelor. A shaggy hermit in tracksuits appeared on the viewers' screens. Little. So Yeon almost choked on her coffee when she saw Hyunwoo. They could only guess why he decided to appear on this show. The gloomy Shirkyung never recovered from the show and didn't want to know what Hyunwoo was doing. Hyunwoo paused. He was of course used to living in society, but his hermit ways were making themselves felt. That's why he said outright that he came on the show to sell the garage and at the same time tell about his guild. "The motherland calls," said the hermit. "Everyone to join his guild." The three friends in the living room remained silent. After each of their friends' pranks, they all scooped it up. They looked at the pile of boxes in front of them, Shurkyung asking Hyunwoo why he was doing this to them. Hyunwoo justified himself by saying that he himself did not expect that there would be so many responses to joining the guild. Shiken immediately said that he no longer works for free. Housewife, agent, driver, now personal assistant. The friends were going through the questionnaires. Hyunwoo promised them access to his dungeons for their help. He's the only one who could ask the other guild leaders for such a thing, Kwon So told him. Creating a guild is a tedious task. There are many things to keep track of. So why would a hermit need a guild? Kwon So asked. Money, money, and more money, came the immediate response. Hyunwoo makes money by clearing dungeons, and now he has his own. Creating a guild will bring even more profit. The hermit replied. Some people want to make up for a difficult childhood, suggested little So-yeon. Hyunwoo glanced at one of the hunter's profiles and immediately rejected the candidate. The big guy roared like a bear, indignant. He yelled at Hyunwoo. Did he read the resume? He is the most experienced C-class hunter, so why was he rejected? The mad hermit responded indignantly. He really didn't like the candidate. Get out of here, dog, he yelled at the whole guild office. At the fool, the most famous hunter from the ranked dungeons, left rejected and dejected. The mafia boss stared at the status screen. He was skeptical. The bucket girl invited him again after defeating the illegal. This time, instead of the guardian rank, he received an information skill upgrade. Vedroid added a new ability to the skill and upgraded push notifications. Identity check. Hyunwoo was surprised. Now the scanner was doing the work of a psychoanalyst. At first, he didn't know how to use the upgrade, but then he used it in his first interview. Hyunwoo looked closely at the girl fidgeting in front of him, and he applied a new skill, and a system window lit up above the huntress. The characteristic came up, compromiser. Ambiguous, thought Hyunwoo. He looked at the other hunters sitting nearby and used the skill. The dummies sat still as if on a string. A window fluttered over each one. Sacrificial personality, strength, and friendship. Hyunwoo was satisfied with this. He accepted all three, and the hunters almost died of happiness. The lazy hermit specially selected the most hardworking people in order to dump all the work on them. How can a guild interview go so quickly? Asked the free part-time driver Shuken. Hyunwoo told him that he simply chose hardworking simpletons who were honest enough. That was enough. The mad hermit did not test their abilities because he would be the one fighting anyway. However, not a single S-rank hunter came, the hermit noted. S-rank is rare, explained driver Shiken. There are only a few thousand of them in the whole world. He told the hermit that while he was gone, his friends had climbed to the top 200 of the world. If a hunter is on this list, he will be recognized everywhere and everyone will want to hire him. Hyunwoo was surprised. His friends actually climbed high in the rankings. The hermit noticed another oddity. Many S-rank hunters disappeared from the catalogs. They're dead, explained Hyunwoo, his free driver. Hyunwoo was surprised that so many S-rankers died. Were they really that weak? Regular hunters are highly dependent on the rank they raised in the tower. After leaving it, they can only raise it up to 3 levels. To overcome the ability barrier, you need an artifact of ST+ rank, which can be obtained at the bottom of the labyrinth. There is a deadly battle going on in the labyrinth for these items, and it has long since turned into a graveyard for S-ranked people. Another way to get the artifact is to kill the owner outside the labyrinth, Guide Shiken said. Such killers are called hunter killers and are excluded from all lists. Hyunwoo recalled a few people he had dealt with in the past. They were like that. Ares crazy bastards, the hermit said. His enemies used dirty methods. The mad hermit came to the visible swamp. According to the deal with Ares, it is now the property of Hyunwoo. He took a good look around the new estate, where he had already been once. Hyunwoo left the free driver Shukyung in the car and went to clean up the boss who came back from vacation. Skin, crocodile skin, bag, boots, and purse, he sang happily. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mad hermit appeared. The idlers on duty were very surprised by such a visit. The guards recognized him, and Hyunwoo advised them to crow more quietly. After all, he is a serious man, and he has 2 pairs of flip-flops. The boys suddenly remembered the politeness courses from the crazy hermit. Now this is his dungeon and he can go about his business here, Hyunwoo said. One slacker said something about a failed transfer but quickly fell silent. Hyunwoo walked through familiar places looking for the valuable skin. Suddenly, the crazy hermit met a man. In the area with the boss, not just anyone goes. A man with a gun and a hip holster seemed to be waiting for the hermit. He greeted him politely and addressed him by name. The hunter knew who he was dealing with. Hyun-woo grimaced. Was it really the Aries Guild that decided to shit in the slippers again? Guild, the passerby confirmed, and 3 more jumped out into the clearing next to them. Oh, another cosplay troupe, Hyun-woo thought as the pandemonium group struck poses. For some reason, they acted out scenes from the past in front of the hunter. They are supposedly formidable killers. They work without witnesses. Everyone knows them. The 4 dummies lined up again and said their names. Hyun-woo didn't even listen to them. Finally, he waited for the end of the strange company's dismal performance. The girl in the group said that she was a high-level mage, which attracted Hyun-woo's attention. But the arrogant shorty boasted that Hyun-woo should have known the great mama. The mad hermit immediately shaved it off. These people had not received a course in politeness for a long time. The shorty couldn't resist and attacked first, stupidity and courage. A very long cast began. To hide this delay, the shorty again praised her great self. A large magic circle appeared under Hyun-woo's feet, the spell finally working. Purple tentacles emerged from the circle and entangled the mad hermit. He can draw circles, Hyun-woo concluded, while the girl was spouting nonsense like it was not the time to ask obvious questions. The mad hermit sighed. Teaching fools only spoils them. He asked to understand whether to kill the theatergoers or not. The boastful shorty was horrified. The magic should have paralyzed Hyun-woo. The shorty's friends from the corpse rushed to her rescue in a group. The sun never set over China, and the remote town was bathed in the rays of an eternal sunset. The underground bunker of the Wind Dye Guild was completely destroyed. The boss of the guild and the bunker did not live up to the intruder's expectations at all. And this is the main base, the rock girl with a cold and cruel voice. Total disappointment. The Empress glared at the boss with a scarlet gaze. What an arrogant woman, the final boss of the level mumbled tiredly. Everyone was killed. He was left alone. The main forces would arrive soon. The beauty looked at him confidently. A mockery. The wounded enemy of the Pedo Guild was angry. Death is better, he thought. The warrior slashed with his heavy sword as the cruel beauty came closer. He was horrified by how easily she dodged, as if she was expecting a blow. Even though he is not worthy, since the Empress wants to finish quickly, she will do it. Rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. The words of power sounded. She used a technique that the mad hermit taught her. The power of the absurd, the greatest martial arts technique. The Empress finished off the final boss with one blow. What a wonderful day, what a beautiful day, sang the mad hermit's disciple. Do not look for him. That is what the teacher told the Empress. Sunwind's henchman met the teacher before her, which made her angry. But he was waiting for his student. The Empress understood. And this made her happy. The teacher's words mean not to look for him until all the vows are fulfilled, until she builds a place worthy of heaven. Hyun-woo arrived at the cutie. So-yeon's guild. He was heavily indebted to the huntress, the beauty. So-yeon was very surprised by his appearance when she met him at the entrance. He brought a useful little man to fix the magic circle. Just in case, he asked the slave if she could definitely fix the circle, and the captive nodded vigorously. The shorty naively asked if they would definitely let the sorceress go after this. Hyun-woo grinned and said to get started. Beauty. So-yeon learned about free slave power, famous killer wizard lover of tentacles. How could he bring a murderer here? Asked little So-yeon. She was very surprised to hear his story about the cosplayer's puppet corpse pandemonium. Hyun-woo's stats are definitely not in order since he easily dealt with S-rank cosplayers. The cutie was surprised. Hyun-woo also thought they were weird, but what can you do if the system has crooked developers? Even the Bucketoid was powerless in this matter until he raised the rank of Guardian. In any case, the shorty is not dangerous. He will work hard, under threat of death, until he is completely exhausted, the mad hermit reassured. The shorty fell to her knees and begged for her life because she was a reaper, a singer, a piper, and would do everything. To repair the circle, the short man did not need a staff or other tools. Hyun-woo handed over the short cosplayer's things, staff, and robe to the beautiful So-yeon, leaving the new slave in the care of Cutie. So-yeon the hermit went about his business. A satisfied Hyun-woo bought gifts for the Aries Guild. It's worth distributing them, he thought while looking at the enemy guild's tower. Slippers of fate have appeared on the horizon, to bloody rains, astrologers reported. After all the events, the shaggy hermit was 100% recognizable. The stupid dummies were alarmed like wild boars in a pen when he entered. The funny people haven't yet realized that it's time for Dad to run away from the building or they'll have to take them away in pieces. Hyun-woo asked if Chief Hyuk-seong-woo was there and took out the gifts. The stick of justice he wrote on a toy hammer. The polite hermit asked if everyone had health insurance. The game was called Whack-a-Mole, and Hyun-woo quickly got the hang of it. Whoever he hits is the mole. The citizens liked the gifts. They fell unconscious from joy. The mad hermit swatted the guild's hunters like flies. A couple of guards stood in the way. Probably the bravest ones here, Hyun-woo thought. Perhaps they have already signed a sick leave, asked the fair hermit. The dummies slowly flowed to the floor, out of fear of an ordinary toy. Hyuk-seok listened to the call on speakerphone. Big trouble was approaching him. And with every scream of the useless idiots, the buttocks clenched tighter. A mad hermit came to them with a single toy hammer. They won't be able to wash away such shame for a long time if they write about it in the news. The slippery director fidgeted with anxiety as he wondered whether he should call the heads of the guild. There was a light knock on the door, leaving no time to think. The slippery director jumped out to greet the dear guests. How many years and how many winters? A fair hunter entered and said hello. The slippery director's stomach began to rumble loudly from unpleasant thoughts. Having mowed down the bite, the just hermit immediately got down to business, and he sat his opponent down for further business negotiations. A pile of books fell on an empty head. Not long ago, the partners discussed compensation for damages. And here again, Hyun-woo said. As soon as one costumed group finished their tour, Hyuk-seok sent the next one, a panda something or other group of killers. The fair hunter was amazed. Hyuk-seok wanted to answer, but he clenched his teeth tighter. What if they hit him again? It's too late to drink Borjomi, he resigned himself. Even S rank is no match for the crazy Hyun-woo. Hyuk-seok wondered what would be taken from him this time and offered compensation. How good it is that they have established a clear form of communication. The just hermit rejoiced. 20 billion won. Even his mouth went sour, Hyuk-seok agreed. The main instrument of negotiations fluttered in the hermit's hand, to land over the head of the clueless director Ares. Let him send anyone he wants, the main thing is that he is ready to pay the bills, warned the crazy hermit. Let him call an ambulance for the sake of useless idiots, the hermit said at last. And he left the slippery director to languish in the corner after business negotiations. The vengeful but rich fool slammed his fist on the floor. He liked this rake so much that he wanted to get it a third time. To deal with Hyun-woo, even S-class hunters are not enough. You need to look in another league. The director gnashed his teeth. He couldn't ask the head office. That would show his weakness, but there was definitely a solution. The fifth person on the world list, a fighter from China, is the Dragon Emperor. The eighth floor was ablaze with fire. Its guards were fighting the invaders. The last of them could barely stand on his feet and was staggering badly. He looked at his opponent with horror, feeling death behind him. He lost, and in front of him, riding on a hellish centipede, sat a demon girl. This city belongs to her now, said the pointy-eared demoness. The barbarian warrior, overcoming the pain, refused to give up. The demoness laughed as if she had heard a funny joke. One step, she whispered, and the flow of mana began to circle. The barbarian warrior rushed at her to interrupt the terrifying technique. Another step, she simply walked forward, releasing more and more strength. The barbarian in the fur hat screamed in hellish pain. He was torn apart from the inside. The third step crushed the warrior guard with a press, tearing out his insides. The fourth step blew the city up completely, demolishing it with an explosion. Hundreds of residents turned to ashes with their last breath. The demoness stepped into the fifth circle of hell, her technique. A pillar of flame and mana, bright as a second sun, illuminated the ashes of the eighth floor. The horned, pointy-eared demoness smiled contentedly at the work done. A handful of ashes that disappeared in the wind. All that remained was where she walked. Only 5 steps out of 10 that are in the technique, so she will have to change the name. The demoness smiled evilly and said, "Legion forward." An army of huge monsters rose up at her command and headed towards the high tower. Hyun-woo was reading the news while lying on the sofa. And as soon as he got home, they had already written about the distribution of gifts. People were gossiping about this and that, about how Hyun-woo had destroyed the Ares Guild with just one hammer. 47 frags said the cautious Shirken to the homeless hermit, the hammer of justice lying nearby. Shi-kyung was afraid that Ares might press charges and take Hyun-woo into custody. What nonsense! The mad hermit of justice noted. It's all self-defense, he's not guilty of anything. And the weapon was a toy hammer, Hyun-woo objected. But how many people were sent to the next world as a result? Asked Shi-ken. But the hermit waved it off. Nothing like that would happen. He hit lightly. Hyun-woo jumped up as if he had been shot, barely glancing at the time. He informed Shi-ken that it was time for his lessons, and if he was late, he would be deprived of his bonus. Shiken heard something about lectures in Japan and asked if that was what he was talking about. Because at first, Hyunwoo refused, but now he changed his mind. 50 million won, Hyunwoo beamed. Money motivates anyone. He received a push notification about another illegal immigrant that needed to be dealt with, right during the lesson. A group of dummies followed him and filmed his every step and word. Nonsense, the fair hunter dismissed. Even if the world is in danger, this is no reason to refuse money. And he continued his crazy lectures on how to catch the boss with your bare hands, luckily without an exam. Hyunwoo thought about it. The invitation time to the android was updated twice. At the meeting, Hyunwoo bombarded the bucketoid with questions. A new illegal appeared so quickly, and he didn't even raise the rank for Chong Ma. The right to the necessary information did not rise, but he received something. The silver-haired bucketoid bargained. And what kind of ones are these? The mad hermit became interested. Vedroid was in a hurry to give him information about the new illegal, because Hyunwoo was expecting a generous reward for him. This time the illegal is not alone. He is coming with the entire diaspora of rubber mugs. Hyunwoo remembered that the first illegal tourist was also accompanied by a wave of monsters. But the Vedroid objected that the monsters were created by the system that time, simply to help the weak illegal. However, they are a weak support group and can only exert pressure by numbers. They cannot be called friends, Av said. The new illegal was of average level, a little stronger than the previous one. Hyunwoo was surprised to hear this. Electrophoresis was not a weakling. Vedroid confirmed that she had been making progress in developing her intellect recently. Hyunwoo was encouraged by defeating the illegals. He could finally increase his guardian rank and gain access to the system. He returned to Little So-yeon's guild in a hurry. The illegals were approaching. Hyunwoo knocked on the door and asked them how the magic circle was doing. The little witch told the hermit not to break property, but he blamed it all on bad habits. The beauty. So-yeon asked him why he came. The hermit replied that of course it was to test the slave's strength. The shorty and tentacles lover almost completed the task and even improved the magic circle. Excellent, thought the mad hermit, and gave her another task. A slave must not rest. The shorty's main skill was teleportation, so he ordered her to draw a teleportation circle. The beauty. So Yan was surprised by the captive's skill. She asked the killer why she didn't run away, and she replied that she couldn't do it without her staff. To escape, she needs the help of a magic circle, so if she wanted to escape, she would use it. Realizing how her words sounded, the shorty became nervous. She made excuses when Hyunwoo received another text message, little. So-her asked the hermit where he was going, and he just found out the right place thanks to the system's spam mailing. Germany met the illegals fully armed. Right before the break, useless hunters offered to surrender to the lowly demoness in exchange for a pardon. But the toothy little mischief maker only showed her fangs. Doesn't she see how strong they are here? The idiot hunter shouted. The Chancellor of Sausage and Beer Lovers watched the broadcast from the safety of his bunker. He reliably guarded the rear for the soldiers on the front lines and was very worried about them. So it's just a matter of numbers, asked the cunning demoness. How wonderful that they believe in the power of love and friendship. The horned one grinned. If you are strong, said the lolly demon, then we are a host. The rubber-faced diaspora of illegals has moved forward. The dummies were scared. They usually won half a pint of dark beer, not a barbell in the gym. The horned demoness presented her title for a long time and called herself the leader of the rubber muzzle squad, horns and hooves. The warriors wavered, fear firmly settling in their hearts. The parody of Shai Kulud stood on its hind legs in front of a bunch of idiots. A vicious cross between a sausage and a crab stick glared with red headlights, and with all her might she dug into the ground. Spice must flow. Hyunwoo looked at the tickets and was visibly nervous. The plane would have flown for 11 hours, but they could have made the circle in 5. But he hurried the slave. Little So-yeon was reading the news when she noticed something disturbing. There is a rift in Germany. She perked up with her whole sweet face. The mad hermit replied indifferently that he knew everything. All over the news there was an open request for help. Hyunwoo saw it himself. His name was trending everywhere. Cutie. So-yeon excitedly asked him if he would stop the disaster this time too. She looked at him in surprise as if she was seeing him for the first time. Even though she was older now, he was still like an older brother to her. But was he always so altruistic, little? So-yeon wondered. Another strange video was leaked from the network news. The source of the rift offered to make a bet. The headline read, "The horned lolly beast demoness offered a dispute, playfully wiggling her hips. The rules are as simple as a chicken pekin." She licked her lips with a sharp tongue. She will remain at the rift site for exactly 1 day. If she is defeated, she will give up illegal immigration. But if the guards fail, she will burn city after city. The blonde beast smiled confidently and said that she would wait. In a secure bunker in the rear, the frightened chancellor prayed. The devil came for him. He was perplexed as to where they had put the defense budgets, what they had been doing before, even though he knew what they were doing and had taken part in it himself. The disaster had already claimed 20,000 lives, and the number of victims was growing. The vaunted S-rank hunters have already become food for monsters. A request for international assistance also yielded no results. The official's phone vibrated in his pocket. He was waiting for this call. The official immediately picked up the phone, with the chancellor's consent. He just received good news and didn't believe it right away. Help was already on the way. That same hunter from Korea, Ya40 on first page will be given. The chancellor heard great news. The hunter who killed Chongma in Japan will soon arrive with reinforcements. The teleporter worked. A pillar of purple light threw Hyunwoo onto the roof of the building in the center of the crevice. The hermit liked the free magic thing created by the labor of slaves. In one fell swoop, he found himself in Germany at a carnival of huge monsters. The living statue of Buddha creaked in greeting to the new viewer. Hyunwoo couldn't stand the grinding of the stone teeth and immediately knocked them out with a routine kick. But it turned out that the carnival of illegal monsters was organized by some weaklings. In one leap, he climbed onto the back of another monster, and a sausage ran down the back with crab sticks and an ugly face. The monster also turned out to be weak. It looks like they were taken with them only for the carnival. The blow exploded on the rubber face, sending him into a deep knockdown. Border guard Hyunwoo came closer to interrogate the illegal immigrant. Where is the leader of the rubber-faced diaspora? And the border guard demanded documents. The illegal face became despondent. The documents were left at home because the monster had paws. Using drones, the media broadcast the event to people all over the world. The lolly demoness with a strange pronunciation was waiting, as promised in the video, in the center of the square. When the border guard on duty from the 9th floor arrived there, it appeared without gathering dust, an illegal tourist of a crazy hermit. The demoness looked young, but spoke like an ancient woman, Hyunwoo noted. You rumble a lot. The demoness didn't like the treatment of the mad hermit. She broke all the huts. Who will rebuild them? The border guard in charge, Hyunwoo, was indignant. The lolly demon was furious. The enemy before her was either too brave or just stupid, she said, to which the mad hermit suggested finding out for himself. She is not fast, said the demoness, but she will make an exception for the sake of the impudent border guard. The lolly demon stood up from her makeshift throne. Jokes aside, is the young man as good as he says he is? She approached the crazy guard. 5 tops for Yasmuk, 7 for the hero, and how much can he withstand? The demon muttered to Loli. Hyunwoo had difficulty understanding the illegal immigrant's speech, but he didn't call for a translator, since the negotiations would end in a fight anyway. First stop, the horned lowly beast grinned and took 1 step towards Hyunwoo. The second stop, the little bare feet of the demoness, took the second step. Life is hard for demons. They don't even have shoes, the border guard thought. He felt an unusual power. The demoness used a cunning technique. A strange feeling pressed on the mad hermit. There was no enema, but there was pressure. He was surprised. Hyunwoo felt the mana around him. It was behaving strangely. He was pressed to the ground. The pressure of mana expanded and tore apart the space more and more as the demoness took her 3rd step. With each step, the mana emission increased. The mad hermit realized on the 4th step. The border guard immediately decided to proceed to detention and release the most powerful equipment. Red mana enveloped his body, gathering into a halo behind his back. The 6th step of the lowly demon caused a tsunami in the mana field. The 7th took away Hyunwoo's control over his mana. The demoness pressed on him and expanded his mana field. The mad hermit felt like he was being torn to pieces, but he could still move and rushed forward to stop the demon's lowly technique. 8th stop, the dream of a lover of women's legs minted, taking a step towards. Hyunwoo used his signature funeral kick. There was no talk of detention, only elimination. But the familiar feeling of being hit in the head did not appear. The horned beast effortlessly caught the border guard's strongest blow. Congratulations, I almost made it, she said. However, there is one more stop, the horned beast sneered. 10th stop, said Loli, and took the last step. The gates of hell opened on the earth, and waves of mana flame engulfed everything around. The flames blinded the mad hermit. His insides were torn to pieces. It can't be, said the demoness. He was standing in the middle of a bare ashes where not even stones remained. He managed to take all 10 steps and remained on his feet. The demoness taunted while Hyun-woo was coming to his senses. The puppet demon got a pat-a-cake from happiness. Hyun-woo absorbed all the damage, that's why the city remained intact. She erased the previous one in 5 steps, the demoness said. The mad hermit gritted his teeth in pain. As the bucketoid said, the demoness Loli hit harder than electrophoresis Chongma. What will you do next? Mocked the horned Loli. You have no more strength to fight, she said to the hermit. Ask for mercy, come on, or fight to the death, said the demon Hyun-woo, who could barely stand on his feet. Hyun-woo straightened his back. It was a little stiff from bending over for so long. The shorty forgot to add another option where the illegal immigrant is detained, the hermit said. The horned demon Loli was very surprised by such words. She had already won. Good, good. A laugh escaped her lips. The crazy border guard amused her. You crave for thrills on your seat, the horned one answered him, licking her lips devilishly. I'll give it my all, like the god of a camp of rubber illegals, said the demoness. Hyun-woo froze. Things had taken a serious turn. The demoness had attacked differently. The tsunami wave of mana pressed on him many times stronger. The immense pain was interrupted by a system message, as it usually distracted during combat. Hyun-woo grinned. His sadomasochist skill kicked in, and after experiencing intense pain, he increased his stamina. On top of that, he activated cheats, and his body absorbed the demoness's mana, just like in the fight with electrophoresis. The mad hermit grinned. It was not for nothing that he had spied all the cheats in the tower. He mastered dozens of fictional techniques that he read in novels and manga, and discovered the power of the absurd. In this long list of absurd techniques, there was one called Divine Long-Armed Asura. Streams of mana shot through his back as he released the technique. 3 lotuses appeared next to the mana halo, and 4 tentacles. The lowly demon looked at the crazy border guard with alarm. Now the state border control representative has 4 hands for searching. She couldn't stand this. She had to put everything on the line, the demoness whispered. One stop, she said. But the sneaky border guard grabbed her barefoot and began searching her. Damned rabble, you decided to paw. The demon Loli was indignant. What kind of long-armed one is this? He was just far away. The horned one was surprised. The hand of the god of the long-armed ones stretched out and firmly grabbed the horned Loli. The demoness kicked the foot lover's vile hands with disgust. The lowly demon quickly stepped forward a second time, but was again grabbed by raking hands. Deboshi, she clenched her sharp teeth. No one has ever groped the demoness so brazenly. How dare you, you lousy bastard, touch my feet lustfully, howled the lowly demon. She broke free, still 8 steps out of 10, her technique gaining strength with each step. One missed stop wouldn't weaken the blow, lowly demon reassured herself. The bare foot of the horned Loli took another step. She could still gain strength, you can't take a liar. But the crazy border guard didn't let the illegal Loli go so easily. The power of the divine long-armed lotus has awakened to its fullest. She suppressed the lowly demoness, not allowing her to take a single step. What a bastard! He dared to detain me like that. The horned one was pushed back by the power of long-armed love. She completely lost her temper. The power of 10 feet of destruction did not work. What kind of damn bastard is pawing at the beautiful Loli and not letting her step? She howled, pointing her finger at the hermit. The little Lolka resumed her steps, singing words of power. And a horned goat follows the little guys. And the sun is shining again, Hyun-woo thought. The table of fire devoured him whole. Nakosha bite the lustful block. 10 feet on it now, the lowly demoness rejoiced. Eat until you drop, you damned thing, the horned Loli bared her sharp teeth. But then the scythe met a stone, and the crazy border guard interrupted her attack. The lolly demon and the divine long-armed man met each other's gaze, face to face. So, Loli the demoness wondered, her mouth opened up. The power of a masochist, the mad hermit answered the unasked question. A lover of spanking, the horned Loli was horrified by her own mistakes. Time to conduct a thorough search of the illegal demonic Lolas, said the mad guard. The power of Loli's love gathered in the cancer of the excited border guard. The fighting style of the ray of Loli love and goodness sent Hyun-woo to the illegal demoness. She froze, unable to resist such strong magic. The ray of love from the excited border guard struck the demoness right in the heart. The fragile body could not withstand such force. The power of love for the Loli pierced her through and through like a stormy stream. I am dying from my mortal enemy. A belated realization came to the unfortunate head. The power of love demoness without a trace. Hyun-woo moved to the room of the bucketoid Av. The silver-haired girl happily greeted him. Thank you for your border service, she congratulated the perverted border guard, and she reported that now his access rank had been raised to medium-low. She called upon a mad hermit to explain the changes that had taken place. Hyun-woo hadn't yet recovered from pawing the lowly demon to death and was slightly taken aback. For the first time, he was called immediately after the arrest of an illegal immigrant, all because the buckethead was in a hurry to warn as soon as possible. Hyun-woo was pleased with this arrangement. The sooner the better, said the hermit. It seems the room has become larger, he asked, examining the stone bag where he always appeared. Vedroid Adoyu confirmed that such changes happen every time Hyun-woo defeats illegals. Vedroid told him that there were many changes, and one of them was the remote control, which she handed to the hermit. By pressing a button, he could change the interior of the virtual room, just what he needed for his secret hobbies, Hyun-woo thought. The room was transformed into a dark basement, evoking a familiar atmosphere. Vedroid screamed, recognizing the first floor of the training tower. She screamed even louder when Hyun-woo switched to the normal living room. Vedroid reported that he could not personally control the system, and for the first time he saw the room of people on the 9th floor. Av said that she had been sitting within 4 walls since the moment she was created in the system. So that's why she's so stupid, the hermit realized, and she went into hibernation mode between their conversations right on the table. Hyun-woo suddenly felt sorry for the bundle of neural networks. He was suffering because he was not taught properly. His skills have changed, the bucketoid continued, and he has also added the bury and release skill. The point is that once a day, Hyun-woo could come to the hiding place where Av lived, which was very convenient. He then asked the bucketoid what was wrong with his status screen. Even though his stats had increased after the fight with the lowly demon, he still thought that his abilities were higher than what was stated. Av confirmed that he could now respond to the hermit since his information level had increased. The mad hermit rejoiced. His labors had finally paid off. The creator of the learning tower set restrictions for nerds, but they only affected system skills and could not block his personal skills. Hyun-woo liked what he heard and told the droid to continue. Unlike the status update, Hyun-woo's body continued to develop. How simple it all is, the hermit noted, and asked what the real difference between the indicators was. But the android cannot answer this question, she said sadly. The reason why he was stuck in the tower was also beyond his understanding. The system was still brazenly exploiting him, the hermit realized. But since after the battle with Loli the demon flared up, he immediately demanded the next illegal. The little empress held the S-rank hunter by the throat like a kitten. She hoped to have some fun with him since he was considered strong, but it was not meant to be, the student said. It was all in vain, said the tailed one, and threw the man away like trash. Tired of the boring battle, she called for a servant, and he immediately appeared. Kim Hyun-woo's photographs from the battle in the German Rift. He reported to the hostess, handing over the tablet. The mad hermit's disciple bit her lip in delight. The mad hermit used the fist of the divine, long-armed man in these shots. The empress was beaming with happiness. The teacher, as always, lived up to all expectations. Having quenched her thirst, she demanded a report on the captured lands. She wanted to hear these words. China has been captured. The small enclaves that remain belong to loyal puppets. Their great campaign of conquest is now fully completed. Excellent, said the empress. She had been waiting for this for many years. Now she could look the mad teacher in the eye when they met. The girl plunged into memories of when she was still a beginning student. Then the future empress made a promise that she would create a worthy position for a teacher. The brat was trying her best to please the teacher. In the memories, the teacher tenderly saw off the tailed student before she left the tower. Nostalgia brought back happy memories. The girl had grown up since then, and she turned into a strong and tough warrior. It's time to meet with the teacher, she thought. Hyun-woo scrolled through the list of rewards for eliminating Loli for a long time, but most of them were related to tax breaks. The sensible Shurken asked for the papers for himself, and the friends dined together again. Hyun-woo got all the Loli items, and the rest was a tax break, a house, a car, and an office for the guild, basically asking him to move. This time the rewards are bigger than those from the Japanese, Kwon-so said, and asked what the hermit did with that electric sword of Chongma. Shukyung boasted that he got the sword, to which little So-yeon pouted. But the crazy hermit immediately cooled the women's desires by reminding them that earlier, the girl had received a staff, a robe, and a magic circle. So took a sip of water. Oh well, screw him. Changing the subject of objects little. So-yeon asked why their friend was stopping the rifts all over the world. The cautious Shukyung had also long suspected something was wrong and joined in the question, as did Kwon-so. It wasn't that there were any special reasons, the hermit answered. To paw lowlies, stop illegal immigrants, and everyone who considered themselves strong. It was that simple. The friends were surprised, not knowing what to answer. Hyun-woo tactfully slipped away to look out the window while his friends were paying the bill. The miser was true to himself. The shopping mall where they were having lunch had a good view of the learning tower. The training tower appeared along with the monsters and summoned him along with the other people. The hermit sat there for 12 years for unknown reasons. Hyun-woo cleared it 1,000 times from 1 to 100 before he was able to get out, while his friends had long since left him, going into the outside world. And even his disciples left earlier, leaving behind the mad hermit. He closed 3 spatial rifts, although slowly, access to the system grew. When will Scrooge pay for himself? Asked little So-yeon. But Hyun-woo didn't care at all. Don't have 100 rubles, but have 100 friends. No need to worry, he replied to his friends. Money is not that important. A week after defeating Demonololi, Hyun-woo snuck onto the Bachelor show again. The mad hermit sprawled out in a royal manner in the studio. He was bored and staring at his phone, but he still showed up to the studio. At the last conference, he said something amazing, the Fox host asked him, but the hermit brushed it off. He was just telling the truth. The girl presenter laughed. The hermit, as always, behaved simply and directly. She invited viewers to listen to the recording of the conference together. After defeating Lola the Demoness, he was asked what unique skill he possessed. Skills, the hermit was surprised. He simply searched one lowly thoroughly, using the martial arts he invented in the tower. After his words, martial arts became popular again. The presenter sang cheerfully. 2 grandfathers in pajamas suddenly entered the studio out of nowhere. They were invited into the studio. Hyun-woo looked skeptically at 2 geese, one gray and one bald. The lazy old people performed ballet dances, and according to them, those who practice them will achieve the highest level of mastery. Hyun-woo got angry when he realized that the 2 pajama-wearing grandfathers were simply trading his face to make money. The crazy hermit stamped his foot in annoyance, interrupting the old people's pajama party. It seems that they have misunderstood the crazy hermit, and it needs to be corrected urgently, Hyun-woo said. He snatched a fake sword from an old goose in pajamas. They are promoting themselves using the name of a hermit, and they are not bringing money into the cash register. This is outrageous. Martial art is him, the hermit answered them menacingly. What matters is who uses them, Hyun-woo continued, and not what exactly to do. Please pay. A little demonstration would freshen up the show. The mad hermit grinned. He showed them a real martial art by releasing mana. The mad hermit copied the old geezer's stance, only now it radiated power. Keep your eyes wide open and your pants tight, the mad hermit told them. I recently read a great novel about martial arts. The ridiculous movements took on true meaning, and an aura enveloped the hermit. Serpent Lizard Ray, he shouted as he used his absurd power. The snake crashed through the ceiling, sending debris raining down on the heads of studio workers. It's worth making sure that everyone understands, the mad hermit continued. There's only one dad in the building, and it's him, Hyun-woo said proudly. So they better not be swiping money past the register. Hyun-woo returned to his office where the slaves and dummies were working. He barely recognized the short slave. She changed her style from cosplay to business, began to look like a human. Time to test the slave's strength, Hyun-woo thought and came closer. He left her alive because she was a useful acquisition, as a job. Did he like it? He asked the short slave affectionately. Or maybe he doesn't like it, he asked the unfortunate woman, and she shook her head sharply from side to side. Great, said the hermit. I promise to feed you, water you, protect you, and give you a day off on holidays. But if she suddenly thinks about running away, it's scary to imagine what he'll do to her, Director Hyun-woo instilled in him. And then he hit her on the shoulder almost affectionately with his fist, the carrot and stick method, he remembered. If you behave well, I'll give you some cookies, he said at last. The girl thought about it. It had been 10 days since she had been working in the guild as a full-time accountant. Quiet, unfussy work. They didn't push you to death. They fed you well, she thought. The creaking of the printer interrupted her thoughts. The Aries Guild fax arrived, successfully transmitting the dungeons. Young-woo shouted at the slippery director, Hook Seok, and went to personally go to the Pizzo Guild, with which he had recently been at odds. Devil Hyun-woo took all the dungeons for himself, disgracing the director twice. Such a disgrace can only be washed away with blood. To hell with it, the director waved his subordinate off. They were both in deep trouble. Young-woo thought, after all the events, the director's influence had fallen below the baseboard. Soon, he himself will find himself where he sent his predecessors in the fight for the director's chair. Seong spoke as if he was slightly out of his mind and obsessed with revenge. But he was right about one thing. They were in the same boat. If one falls, Chung Woo will fall too. So the director decided to go all the way. The monopoly collapsed. The influence of the entire guild was devalued. The head of all branches of the Aries Guild listened to the report. Boris Mart, his nameplate read, listened attentively. He was informed about the problems of the Korean branch. Director Hyuk Seong-woo lost part of the dungeons due to a mistake. Anyone can make a mistake when ringing their rings, Boris Mart said. Only something that was corrected later can be called a mistake, he continued. Such words should be said when everything is fine. Otherwise, it should be defined as a failure, he said, each word with fury. They will return all the dungeons they lost and undo all the consequences of the failure, the Lord of the Rings rumbled. The pagoda of the Imperial Palace was immersed in the rays of the eternal sunset. Hyuk Seong-woo arrived at the Forbidden City. He thought that the contract had already been concluded, but the guild leader demanded a personal meeting. He had strong doubts about everything, but he was determined to go through with it. What the hell is this, the Middle Ages? He was surprised when he went inside. He was met by a masked gatekeeper. If he confirmed the contract, Hyun-woo would definitely be dead, the director thought. He was told to enter. The palace has numerous guards, the slippery director thought. The place weighed on him with its severity, as if he had returned to ancient times. The gates in front of him were opened, and Heek-sun closed his eyes against the glow of the lamps. The throne of the guild leader Pei-jo, the imperial dragon named Mi Ryung, was occupied by a small girl. The slippery director was surprised. He greeted formally and bowed instinctively, as if in ancient times. Too much of the atmosphere, Hyuk Seong thought. But they didn't even give him a clear answer. He was confused and didn't know how to behave. A beauty with a cold, commanding voice told him from the top of the throne that she knew about his contract. "Name the name," said the empress. And like a bolt from the blue, Hyuk-sun sensed something was wrong. But it was too late to go back on his words. He named the man who closed the rift in Germany, Kim Hyun-woo. He named a huge sum and a bunch of dungeons in payment for the contract if they would take it on. And he actually said this name. The director heard a voice as cold as steel. The empress rose slowly from her golden throne. "He just asked to kill the teacher," the empress answered in a steely voice. The shockwave pierced the roof of the pagoda, a column of fire. The empress was angry. The whole palace was filled with a red aura. She became terribly angry. Heek Seong-woo couldn't collect his thoughts. He didn't understand what was happening. What kind of reaction was this, he wondered. Why did the order to kill Hyun-woo cause so much anger? What kind of teacher is this? The director wondered in horror. There must have been a mistake, he blurted out. He, like Kim Hyun-woo, could be her teacher. Hyuk Seong asked the empress where they met, and she replied that they met in the tower. A ray of hope flashed very close. The empress simply confused Hyun-woo with someone else, the slippery director thought. He told the empress that Hyun-woo could not be a teacher, and the girl asked why in response. Each tower is assigned to its own region. Each one calls people from its own region. The empress got tired of listening to the nonsense and interrupted the scoundrel. She sent him flying with a familiar kick of her ballet shoes. The cruel empress did not allow the director to lose consciousness while she beat him. She wondered how this cockroach would get out of this, but he just kept talking nonsense that Hyun-woo was not her teacher. She lifted the director by the scruff of the neck, as if he were a kitten that had pooped in his slippers. Unfortunately for this slug, the empress said, she was trained in a Korean tower. At that time, her father sent her into exile to re-educate the young rich girl, and she ended up in the tower. Luckily, she met a mad hermit who took her on as a disciple. A formal kippao dress, loose hair pulled back into a cheeky ponytail, a teacher's mark on her back, and even the name Mi Ryung. All that is the will of a crazy teacher, which a brainless cockroach decided to deny. How dare he now hope for an easy death, said the cruel empress. The worm had twice attempted to attack the teacher. And now, in addition, he denied their strong connection. The little beast pressed on. Hyun-woo listened to the android's delight. He installed cable into the virtual room, and now the program could at least somehow develop. This cheeky girl from the microchips even asked for a gaming console. She made a cat-like, pitiful face, saying that she couldn't do it herself because the android existed as a voice assistant. Hyun-woo wondered if he should reward the idiot and what it would lead to. But by clicking the remote control, he added the console to the virtual environment, to the great joy of the digital baby. Like a kitten, she rushed to hug the crazy hermit in gratitude. This grid is good, Hyun-woo thought. It has learned to manipulate his emotions, imitating the role of his daughter. The white-haired kitten remembered that he wanted to tell me something else. She still spoke haltingly, but Hyunwoo asked her directly what she meant. The hermit was called out and found himself in the living room with a juicy chicken in his hands. The cautious shuriken asked the hermit why he was not eating. On the ninth floor, there might already be an illegal immigrant without a residence permit. The homeless hermit recalled the buckethead's words. The girl Av told him that before the hermit got out of the tower, 3 cracks occurred, and 2 out of 3 are still open, which means the illegals haven't been caught and are walking free. Kwan. So asked the hermit when he was going to Germany. Hyunwoo planned to leave in 3 days. A friend suggested that they go together and see the local sights in the red light district, but the hermit refused. Kwan So was upset. He knew many good places, but Hyunwoo doubted that after the rift, everything was calm in the country for walking. The beauty. So Yeon answered him that firstly, she eats, and secondly, the quarters will be quickly restored by the migrant magicians. Mage Tyler's migrant workers will carry out all repair work. Without their contracts, the whole world would lie in ruins after battles. The hermit thought for a moment and asked if there was a reason why his friends wanted to go to Germany. Hyunwoo heard about the item auction and asked what it was. The attentive Shukyung volunteered to explain. These auctions are organized by the association, and they were not cancelled even despite the destruction of an entire city. That is, Hyunwoo clarified, the friends simply want to use the teleporter for free and fly to Germany at his invitation. The mad hermit agreed. He didn't pay anything anyway. Kwan so assured his friend that the bidding could be interesting. The Hunters Association told Hyunwoo that the number of rifts depended on the ranks of the hunters, the hermit recalled. If the android's proposal is correct, then there are 2 illegal immigrants living on Earth. Their status is closed to the hermit, unlike ordinary hunters, so if they show up at the auction, he will notice the illegals. But this added a lot of work, and the hermit already had things to do. Although he had become stronger in the last couple of skirmishes with Electric and lowly Demoness, what to do if a demon of a higher rank appears? I need to pump up, he thought. Hyunwoo accidentally said this out loud, and the beautiful So Yeon thought that he was talking about preparing for the auction. Hyunwoo smiled in confusion. He was in the clouds again, little. So Yeon noticed and laughed. 3 days passed quickly, and they arrived at the trading floor where the sound of a hammer was heard. The guys, except for the hermit, dressed up, and little So Yeon came in a chic open dress so that everyone could appreciate the girl's beautiful figure. Young-woo burned the evidence and said goodbye to his past life in his office. The director personally went to the Peugeot Guild to meet with their leader, but there was still no news from him, which could only mean one thing, Young-woo realized. It's time to run away and cover your tracks. The director won't be coming back. He prepared for this eventuality. As he understood that their former enemies in China were very dangerous, Chong-woo collected enough money with him. He is the boss's right hand, which means he is important as a witness and will not be touched, he thought, when suddenly he stopped feeling his hand. He raised it to his face to look, but saw only the hand being separated from the body. Young-woo fell to his knees, splattering the office with blood and writhing in pain. The killer mocked him. He could have killed him already, but he enjoyed mocking his victim. The order of cosplayers, Young-woo whispered, and the killer laughed. The small fry knew about them. The order of cosplayers under the main office came for Young-woo. He didn't have time to leave. Why is the order here? He asked a stupid and desperate question. The killer chuckled and pointed out to the victim that he himself should understand this perfectly well. Chan-woo really wanted to live, and he crawled pitifully towards the exit. By causing fountains of blood, the killer ended his target's torment. All traitors will die, he added. His partner entered the office. He blocked the escape routes in case of unforeseen circumstances. Already finished? He asked his comrade in the cloak and dagger business. As if anyone could detain them, the partner answered boastfully. Their second target remained in the Forbidden City Palace, and they could not yet know whether Hyuk Seong was alive or not. Shouldn't we deal with that man? The killer asked his comrade. But he replied that 4 costume designers from the Order had already been sent after him. The hunter was surprised by 4 of them at once, but the target could also stop the catastrophe on his own. The braggart continued to wag his tongue and boast that their boss would definitely defeat the arrogant one. But his comrade told him to shut up. You shouldn't openly discuss classified information. Even walls have ears, he reminded the braggart. He stopped short, spreading his arms guiltily. In any case, they were done with business in this place. The auction attracted quite a crowd, and the host announced its start. Kwan Song asked the hermit if he would really go to the Red Quarter in tracksuits, but Hyun-woo only sighed. Shiken also did not understand the hermit's choice of clothing, but he was perplexed. With clothes, it was always better than without them. What difference did it make? Hyun-woo answered, and Shur-kyung agreed. Even the media had already perceived their friend's appearance as ordinary. The beauty. So Yeon looked at the list of lots with disappointment. There was not a single item of level S+. Still, they are rare, Shurken replied, and Hyun-woo thought he had seen this rank somewhere, and he felt the object in his pocket, the stone of the essence of the demoness Loli. Some of the information was hidden, and the hermit also did not know how to use it. He received it at an award ceremony for his exploits. The item had a high rank, but did not provide modifications or skills. It could not even be sold at a high price, the hermit thought. This made him want to know more about the item. But for now he returned to the bidding and lots. But everything was boring. Nothing worthwhile was sold here, and who would sell a good item anyway? Hyun-woo scanned the objects with his information skill with bored eyes. The next lot is Oslin's spear, he read in a long, semi-legendary text. Tired of the restrictions on information, he went out for some fresh air and waved to his friends one last time. The mad hermit walked out into the parking lot and breathed in the cool night air. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a quick movement. A civilian had just died. The hermit turned around sharply to understand who was so brave that he decided to attack him. He took a step and dodged the swift killers who suddenly attacked. The hand blocked Wolverine's claws, those damn cosplayers again, Hyun-woo thought. But this time the cosplay turned out well. The killers blow through the mad hermit back. Another troupe of wandering costume designers, the mad hermit thought wearily. The dummies stood in a picturesque pose and not at all original. They could have at least made a birch tree. The hermit was indignant. The costume order presented its quartet. They continued to chat instead of doing what they came for. One even began to read a prepared speech, but the hermit quickly interrupted him. He couldn't bear to listen to these lousy speeches, he said, and he threw a stone right into the eye of the pseudo-Wolverine. For his efforts, he got 5. But overall, it was still 2, said the teacher of politeness. The dummies paid off one by one, and the crazy hermit prepared a second stone. He grinned devilishly. They say that the hermit always runs away from the battlefield. Now he will show that this is not so. The performance was a failure, the actor was drunk, the quartet lost heart and were horrified. Boris Mart listened to the report. Heek-san-woo has not been eliminated yet, but that's for now. They have no right to make a mistake, he told his subordinate. And that guy, he asked about the crazy hermit, and they told him that the battle had already begun. A hand in rings raised a glass of wine, no matter whether his people could handle it or not. Boris asked his subordinate if he doubted the abilities of the order. He demanded to list those who were sent, 4th, 7th, 9th, 10th. The employee of the order named the numbers. So everything has already been decided, he told his surprised subordinate. Boris Mart didn't think his people would win. He was just experimenting to see if his opponent would be able to read the status. Kill the enemy, start looting. The ancient rule from the tower came to mind. He looked closely at the Wolverine claws at his feet. Not bad work, the hermit thought. Real ones should stick out from the body. Hyun-woo called up the status window to evaluate the purchase. The mad hermit was very surprised when he looked at the details. Boriska drank expensive wine. He wondered if his enemy would understand this joke. The underground atrium was left without light again, and a man sat at a huge round table. A crimson aura of darkness surrounded him, as if he had bathed in potassium permanganate. How did it all go? He asked his interlocutor in a monastic robe. The chief has already detained 2 illegals, the filthy thugs. They don't give you any peace at all, the monk answered him. The 5th-class electrician and lowly demoness were going up to the 9th floor, the servant monk reported. The Lord clapped his hands in delight. He knew these guys, they were not weaklings. He thought that on the 9th floor, the borders were weak, and it would be easy for illegal tourists to pass through. Who is next? He asked the monk's servant, and he replied that everything had not yet been decided. An unexpected obstacle appeared. The Lord of Manganese rejoiced. The taste of anticipation is sweet, he said. What was in the bag? Asked his driver Shuken when they were driving home. The hermit answered, he found it. This crazy hermit was found in the middle of a mountain of corpses, said the cautious Shuken. Fortunately, the cameras recorded everything. Managed to find out who it was, asked him Shuken, and received the answer that the person being interrogated died after the first question to the head. Hyun-woo asked what kind of cameras were used to film everything from good angles, and learned that this was the special magic of the stream. But do they tear off heads during interrogations? Asked the cautious Shuken. The hermit guiltily slid down, saying that his hand had simply slipped. He just slapped them, the cautious Shuken noted to the crazy hermit. He really just slapped them away, swatted them like flies, but he managed to experiment a little, Hyunwoo recalled. In any case, they hid their faces with magic, Hyunwoo replied while Shurkyung went to get some souvenirs. The mad hermit pricked up his ears and asked who it was, but the cautious Shurken simply dodged the question. Hyunwoo remembered his souvenirs in the big bag. He shook the goods right onto the floor to get a better look and rummage. Luckily, he now has the scanning skill for items. Replica 123, that's how all the artifacts were signed, each one of a fairly high level. The hermit wondered what the replica in the artifact's name meant as he studied them. The hunter wondered whether the artifacts were artificially created, but he could not find out more. Hyunwoo went into his memories, activating Sherlock's abilities. Yesterday's costume designers knew exactly where and when he would appear. They work for Ares, or someone hired them from the outside, the hermit thought. Having forgotten about the artifacts, which he would sell anyway, he switched to the costume troupe's customer. Who paid for their tour? He asked. It seems that the slippery bastard Hook Seong-woo has not learned anything at all, and for the third time he stepped on the same rake. The hermit sighed wearily. Now he couldn't get away with it so easily, Hyunwoo decided, and knocked on the door of the guild's main office. Where is the director? He asked a guild employee who was passing by. The boss is on a business trip. They quickly answered the crazy hermit before he asked again. But this was already clear, and Hyunwoo politely asked to indicate the exact location of the business trip. The office worker fell to his knees, babbling that he knew nothing. But the mad hermit squatted down and asked, or rather, learned that Hook-sun was in China, in the Forbidden City. Guild Pizhou heard a familiar name, Crazy Hermit. In the evening, he hung out in the living room of the cautious Shuken and watched TV. He asked his friend what he knew about the Pizhou Guild. Shuken replied that in general terms, not much. They say they recently captured all of China, Shuken said, and Hyunwoo was surprised. Just recently they only had half. Usually it's quite difficult. Paperwork, contracts, but not in China. It's the law of the jungle, Hyunwoo concluded. But it wasn't always like that, Shukyung added. Once upon a time, all the dungeons belonged to the state, and it was much more difficult to hand them over, Shuken continued. Everything changed recently. The head of the guild, Pizhou, pushed through the necessary law and began the takeover. It turns out he is very influential, Hyunwoo concluded. The mad hermit was lost in memories of when he was still in the tower. The hermit wondered if he had spoken to his student about something similar. He played the role of a crazy hermit teacher, and he himself was guilty of cosplay, but his performance was real. The girl argued with him and bickered without taking her red eyes off him. He hit her on the head with the edge of his palm. You don't argue with teachers, especially with crazy ones. As a teacher, he demanded 3 bows as a matter of course, but the girl refused. He carried out severe tests for her on the verge of life and death. She would never die, he promised tenderly. He would never let his dear student die, he reassured the little girl. The main thing is that she doesn't get offended by him, the mad hermit asked, and pushed her into the abyss with the monsters. The girl passed all the initiations and reached the 100th floor. There was nothing more to teach her, and the hermit sent her away. The brat denied it, but the truth is that she has grown since then and become stronger. No one would push her around anymore. The crazy teacher gently stroked her head. The little one burst into tears from the excess of overwhelming feelings. Everything under the sky, he told her at last. No one can be higher than her except the crazy teacher, said the hermit, firmly getting into the role. The girl listened attentively to everything. As if to a mad teacher, his will is the law. She said something in the same crazy spirit at the end. Hyunwoo vaguely remembered what exactly. At that time, the hermit was too lazy to listen, but who knew what it would lead to? They say Peijo has a whole empire, but Shuken didn't know anything else. He wasn't very interested in it. Hyunwoo contentedly ruffled his friend's hair. It's time for a business trip, the mad hermit told his friend. To China, Hyunwoo added. Or rather, to the Forbidden City, the site of the main palace, the Peijo Guild. The empress lay peacefully on silk sheets and thought about her teacher. She remembered what she had said to him last before leaving the tower. The one who was used to solving everything with money faced many difficulties in the tower, and only the teacher was able to save her. Her father was too protective of her, and the girl grew up like a spoiled doll. But the crazy teacher showed what the true path is. Unlike his soft-hearted father, he didn't care about the brat, but accepted her as an equal. He taught her how to live according to the rules he himself followed, and pulled her out of the shackles of weakness and laziness. The cruel empress remembered her teacher with tenderness, hugging her knees. Now the whole empire was at her feet, and she could bring him here. The girl went to the window, breathing in the cool air. She dreamed just a little, her delicate cheeks glowing with a blush. Two dummies from the Order of Costume Designer numbers had just received an order for Hyun-woo. Their predecessors of higher rank were already feeding the worms. Don't be scared, he's scared himself, the fifth one told the eighth one. There's definitely a way out. As long as Hu Seong-woo is not killed, they can stay in Beijing and not rush into another suicide mission. The costume designers rejoiced. Why them? The eighth wondered, when their target has no weaknesses. The fifth one also did not understand why it was time for the first numbers of costume designers to go on such a mission. Their target killed 4, with powerful artifacts in higher rank. Direct contact should be avoided, the fifth said, as the ground suddenly shook. The fifth, as the eldest and leader, was the first to react to the new threat. But the powerful attack threw the costume designer aside like a rag. He didn't have time to do anything. The younger one, having snatched up his weapon, tried to counterattack the unknown enemies, but in vain. He was being suppressed by pure force. Unknown people in white uniforms and skull masks on their faces. They were the ones who killed young Wu, the masked man asked them as he cut the killer's knives. The eighth one jumped back to save himself by flight. The enemy was too strong. But he was immediately surrounded by dozens of blades. The dogs of the Empire knew their business. The hapless dummy was slammed face down into the floor. Just don't whine, the leader of the Empress's hounds told him. They dared to eliminate the one who was supposed to be Her Highness. Now we will have to drag 2 blockheads to the Empress, said the skull. The dummy powerlessly ate the earth, unable to utter anything. The faithful slave finished drawing the teleportation magic circle, as usual, a laborious process. Hyun-woo was not eager to deal with this matter, and little So-yeon suggested not to go. But everyone has a dark past that they don't want to talk about, thought the mad hermit. He became an orphan at an early age and worked hard to survive until the tower called him. Before, he had no time for theatrical teenage nonsense, but in the tower, time is endless. Everything would be fine, but the past came to the surface. He must take Hu Seong-woo and leave quietly, the hermit thought. He was going to another country, little, So-yeon warned. The girl was worried that the crazy hermit had done something wrong, but he simply waved her off as usual and was gone. The beauty was worried about her friend. A vague feeling of anxiety suddenly washed over her. Free slave almost gave up her spirit from another overtime. Sweet. So-yeon came closer to ask her something. Hyun-woo stepped into the teleporter and was immediately transported to China. There wouldn't be any problems, he thought. But there were already problems. As soon as he appeared at the gates of the Forbidden City, the hermit was stunned. The palace was decorated in the style of a mad hermit. The gates were adorned with the inscription, "Everything under the sky," and his phrases. A total failure, he greatly underestimated the scale of the insane problems. The dogs of the Empress's regime appeared here as if noticing the uninvited guest. The guard's hand roughly touched the mad hermit while he was thinking what to do with what he saw. He jumped up to get into the territory of the Forbidden City. Small fry did not bother him. First, he will kill the slippery slug that has already attempted to kill him 3 times. The mad hermit did not waste time on trifles and immediately used the power of the absurd. He decided to finish this quickly. The blow blew apart the main gate and the damn inscription above it that he had once read from novels about the Qin Emperor. The Empress's faithful dogs raised the alarm and surrounded the invader. Each one has a copy of the mad hermit's mask on their face, and even his technique. The henchmen attacked him persistently, but Hyun-woo easily dodged them. The mad hermit noticed something in their strange movements. The faithful dogs used real martial arts, just like the ones he taught the little brat. The little pest comes out and has trained its people, the crazy hermit realized. The hermit froze in place, getting into the role of a martial arts master. The power of the absurd filled him. The intruder simply disappeared before the eyes of the servants. "This is how you use this technique," he said, appearing right in front of the guards. With one fell swoop, the mad hermit threw everyone aside, clearing a path for himself. "I hope no one died from this." Hyun-woo dusted himself off. "Teacher?" he heard with a breath, a familiar, gentle voice. Now a mature girl was looking at him with wide-open ruby eyes. She would recognize him anywhere. The power of movement, the technique. Her heart beat faster. But what was more important to the hermit was the look with which she looked at him. My crazy teacher, she thought. The student, the hermit thought. After so many years, they met again. The mad hermit stood silently. "It's been a long time since we've seen each other," he sighed, accepting the inevitable. Ruby eyes burned into him with a gaze from under long eyelashes. She has come such a long way to give the master everything he desires. She gathered a guild, changed the laws, trained people. The girl went to the mad hermit. No matter what names they called her, no matter how tough she had to become, it was all for the master only. At a step's distance, she dropped to one knee and greeted him like a mad student. The girl counted down all the days and months of their long 3-year separation. And now, the head of the Pijo Guild, the Dragon Empress who ranked 5th in the world, could finally bow to her master. Hyun-woo looked at the emperor's insanely luxurious golden throne and couldn't believe what he saw. "A throne for the master," said the crazy disciple. "A throne for the master, golden," Hyun-woo drooled. "Don't you really like the throne?" asked the crazy student. She played her trump cards and knew how to touch the master's heart. Then she executes those who did it. To the horror of the hermit, she cut off the brat. Hyun-woo immediately interrupted her before someone actually got their head chopped off like in ancient times. He sat on an insanely expensive, gold-trimmed imperial throne. "So stop. How did he end up here?" The crazy hermit stopped short, imperceptibly succumbing to the mood. He usually doesn't fall for this, but the girl is really good. The mad hermit found himself completely disarmed under such genuine pressure. Hyun-woo couldn't understand why she treated him like that, even though he taught her martial arts. But all the training was needed to comprehend the power of the absurd, which is why he did not look for it after leaving the tower. "A disciple," said the hermit, sitting in the imperial throne, and she immediately knelt down. "No, nothing," said Hyun-woo, and the crazy student happily wagged her tail and replied, "Yes, master." Damn it! Hyun-woo panicked about what to do with her, since she was so kind to him despite the fact that he had pestered her several times. The hermit sighed and used the information skill on the girl. "Always faithful," he read in the characteristics. "Definitely abnormal," the hermit thought excitedly. Hyun-woo turned to her again, and the girl shone brighter than the throne. Hook Seung-woo was brought in at the hermit's request and thrown onto the cold floor of the palace. The prisoner didn't look very good, the mad emperor Hyun-woo noticed. He dared to hint at an attempt on the master's life, the student responded, and Hyun-woo gently praised the candidate for concubine. The hermit woke up the slippery director of the Slipper of Fate. The crazy Hook Song was soaring in spirit upon seeing a familiar face and seemed to forget about his hatred. "How are you feeling? Is the sanatorium good?" asked the hermit, recalling Hook Son-woo, his bunker with a health resort. He clung to his seat like a tick, begging to be saved from the crazy student and taken away from this place. Pathetic worm, the concubine candidate thought, as she released a bloody aura. The mad hermit turned to look at the innocent maiden. "You will live if you answer all the questions," promised the mad emperor. The slug could not believe his luck. "Oh yes, you will certainly live," said the mad emperor, thinking about how many thrills there are. In an underground bunker on the outskirts of New York, a meeting was taking place. Boris Mart gave the task to a trio of numbers from the highest echelon of the Order of Costume Designers. "This time the work is difficult," the Lord of the Rings told them. "Do it quickly, and you will be provided with an SST Plus level artifact." The numbers were excited by these words. They didn't even suspect that an artifact of such a level could exist. Such an item increases the characteristics by 2 levels at once. Something unimaginable amazed the costume designers. "Do they think that the Lord of the Rings might be lying?" Boris asked. "The existence of such an artifact has not yet been made public, but soon," said Mart, looking at his hand. The friends were sitting in the office of the Kwon-so Guild. Shurken asked them when they were going to the labyrinth again. Kwon-so, who never received a gift from the hermit, doubted that he would find anything useful this time. Shu-kyung agreed with him. "What's the rush?" asked the beauty in a business suit. So-yeon, if Shurken hasn't sold the artifacts from the last trip yet. The ever-cautious Shurken replied that he already felt a dire need to increase his stats. Kwon. So waved it off. They were too busy with guild affairs, so they hadn't grown for a long time. The shadow of the mad hermit loomed over him, and he stopped short, having somehow moved too far away from them. Compared to Hyun-woo, the always cautious Shurken admitted, and did not finish, everything was clear without words. Even the beauty. So-yeon sadly lowered her blue eyes. "So, they were sent by the Ares Guild?" Hyun-woo asked, looking at the two half-dead idiots with numbers on their faces. "They are still alive," at least asked the hermit, and his crazy candidate for concubine nodded affirmatively. Hook Seung-woo finally went mad and fell at the foot of the mad emperor, begging for his life. The emperor asked if there was a prison here, and the student replied that there was a suitable dungeon with rats. They wouldn't kill you, but they would bite you until you lost consciousness. The one who remains inside will experience hellish torment, writhing from endless streams of pain, reported the crazy student with a sweet face. 30 days later, the emperor passed a sentence on the great horror, the slug Hook Seung-woo. He babbled weakly, but the magic ballet shoes pressed her head to the stone floor. "I obey the master," the cruel beauty answered. A ring fell out of the pocket of the numbered costume designer. What a delight, Hyunwoo thought. He picked it up and activated the information skill. My precious, flashed on the edge of his consciousness. But Hyunwoo came to his senses. The ring was also called replica. And in addition, Ares' people were standing in his way again, and the Mad Emperor became angry. At this point, he finished his business and said that he was leaving, and the crazy student perked up. The master is leaving, she asked the Mad Emperor, but he only waved her off. But isn't the master going to take me under his control? Asked the clever student. Let's talk later. The Mad Emperor remained cold. But he reassured his devoted student that he must first deal with the Ares Guild and only then return to this conversation. The Mad Hermit abandoned his devoted concubine candidate. The girl moved her finger and 2 servants appeared before her. You will see the members of the Ares Guild, she said. They will all be slaughtered like pigs. Hyunwoo brought the ring to the pawn shop, to the appraiser, and the android reported that the ring was not a simple one but a fake. The Mad Hermit was surprised. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Artifacts are created at the bottom of the labyrinth, from objects, and are fed by legends that determine their characteristics and skills, the android said. Objects for artifacts are removed from the existence of floors, the virtual girl answered vaguely. Illegals have to climb the entire tower to do things like that, she added, which puzzled Hyunwoo even more. The ring is just a high-quality copy without its own history, a replica, the android answered him. Perhaps even created by an illegal jeweler, the mad Sherlock heard. The case was becoming more and more complicated. The white-haired android had gotten smarter and had made a good guess about the 2 illegals earlier, Hyunwoo recalled. However, it is worth teaching this machine to clean up after itself. Otherwise, it will cause such a mess, the brainless neural network, the hermit said to the android. But the white-haired product of the gloomy genius merely waved it off, which greatly angered the hermit. He clicked the button and everything became clean. The girl was even happy at first. But then, I discovered that the console was missing. I'll take it until the next visit. The hermit nailed a lump of ill-mannered microcircuits. Judging by her pitiful cries and promises to keep the virtual house clean, he chose an excellent punishment. The neural network went crazy, showing all kinds of remorse and pity on its cute interface. Late at night, the killer sneaked into the Forbidden City. He noticed a hole in the roof that was left during the day after Hook Sung-woo appeared and dove into it. Like a real ninja, he entered the main palace. The 3rd numbered costume designer was given the task of rescuing 2 of the juniors of the order and killing the traitor Hook Sung-woo. It seems that rats have appeared in the palace, the killer heard a predatory female voice. Ares Guild slugs, asked the Mad Empress herself. He jumped away like a hunted mouse that didn't even smell the cat. Try not to die right away, little mouse, said the Empress. Then she will at least splash out a little of her anger. At that moment, the unlucky ninja cosplayer realized that he had definitely gone to hell. There were more holes in the palace, but it was no problem. The servants would fix everything tomorrow, the Mad Empress thought with satisfaction. Hyunwoo returned to the world. He had to calm down the upset neural network because he did not know that the save was being deleted from the console. Suddenly, I discovered that I had guests, although I hadn't invited anyone for tea. The guests were lounging in the living room and they didn't even take off their slippers. As if it wasn't enough that they showed up without an invitation, the hermit thought. But more importantly, whether Shuken was okay, the hermit looked around. Hyunwoo remembered that his friend said that he would return from a date in the morning, which means he is not home, the crazy hermit realized. The number 1 costume designer, Hyunwoo smugly reassured that there were no guests at home except for them. The mad hermit smiled maliciously at the guests. Now he could turn around to his full potential. He asked the blockheads why they had come if he himself was going to visit them. The guy in the tracksuit was pushed back by a strong attack and flew out of the window with a sharp sound of broken glass. The cosplayers chased the crazy hermit right through the air, and they had plenty of preparation to do. Their artifacts also looked strong. The Patlak attacked with an ice spear. The costume designer threw the spear at Hyunwoo with a powerful throw. But the mad hermit caught the heavy weapon with ease. Beat the enemy with his own weapon, he remembered his rule, invented in the tower. But instead, the hand clenched empty space, as if the heavy spear had disappeared. The mad hermit was attacked again and thrown to the ground, and the spear miraculously ended up in the hands of the costume designer. Hyunwoo used his information skill to figure out what kind of tricks the uninvited guests were doing. Spear of Return. SST plus rank, highlighted blue status. In the name, as in other items of unlucky theatergoers, was listed Replica. The magic of accounting attacked the mad hermit, and his entire visual field was covered with tax reports. Tax returns, financial statements, mortgage payments covered him in a thick cocoon. A top-ranking accountant magician appeared before him with debt books in his hands. The report sheets were aimed squarely at the homeless hermit who was dumping all the work on his slaves. He hands out salaries in envelopes, said Hyun-woo, the costume designer, but the hermit waved it off. You can't catch him on that. He doesn't pay the slaves at all. We'll definitely get you for tax evasion, the costume designer financial analyst with a spear told him. There was still a difference in speed. This doublet performed better than the previous blockheads. However, the Mad Hermit is still faster than the efforts of the tax audit cosplayers. But as soon as he took a proper swing, accounting reports flew into the fray. The hermit dodged easily and wondered what would happen next. As soon as he froze, the homeless hermit was pinned down by a strong blow from a financial analyst. Clouds of dust rose up and severely obscured the hermit's view. The costume designer suddenly attacked with his spear at the ready through the curtain of dust. The powerful spear tested the durability of the S-rank, the Mad Hermit, and when he tried to counterattack, he was hampered by the accountant's tax returns. A rather angry, shaggy hermit crawled out from under the rubble like a bear from its den. The battle had already lasted longer than a couple of hits, so Hyun-woo decided to try something. Don't move, guys, until I press something, the Mad Hermit told them, and disappeared from sight. Oma and va shindaru, he said in an anime voice to the long-haired cosplayer. He didn't even have time to tell Nani before he was hit with a heavy blow from Hyun-woo. But even after the shady step, the financial audit cosplayer did not lose his presence of mind. Two translucent sheets protected him from the blows of the Mad Hermit. Hyun-woo was putting on a show, but he himself was not in the best shape after the jump. His mana channels were tangled. While Hyun-woo was distracted by the accountant, an analyst with a financial poker snuck up from behind. As soon as he dodged the attack, the tax reports added, these costumers really were annoying the hermit. The accountant threw arrows of mana, and the cosplayer held the analyst with a spear so that the hermit could not dodge them. He figured out the tactics of the killers. These blockheads knew their business and attacked the hermit in a coordinated manner. Hyun-woo's shadow step had not yet been completed, and the analyst killer was already approaching, but to his surprise, the target remained calm. The Mad Hermit held himself suspiciously relaxed and open, as if luring him into a trap. Since he was standing still, he simply had to attack, the financial analyst decided, and an explosion thundered from the blow. The cloud of dust rose even more than before. The cosplayer got in his own way, and now he wondered whether he had hit the target or not. Suddenly, I felt the strong male hands of a Mad Hermit on me. The homeless hermit caught him and put on a grin. Now there will be a different conversation with the tax authorities. He used his S++ rank durability and let the enemy get closer to catch him. And this time, I was able to give the cosplayer a good slap on the back of the neck. Time for an escort ride, the Mad Hermit told the cosplayer and grabbed him by the skull. Shiken looked around his destroyed apartment. This is a party, he thought, and he wasn't invited. The homeless hermit consoled his now homeless friend, but he was not very calmed down. What a snake pit they've created in the bachelor apartment, and little So-yeon came to support them. But at least Shirkin had settled in well. She finished off her inconsolable friend who was sitting on the sofa. The association will cover all the losses and there were no accidents, Shiken replied to her. The girl actually noticed this and took out her phone to show him a video of the battle, in which a crazy hermit grabbed a long-haired cosplayer by the mane, and with one powerful jump he dragged it across the entire building. They flew up to the rooftop on the Hermit's Galactic Express, and it immediately became clear who had destroyed the apartments of the inconsolable Shiken. Even the beauty. So-yeon felt sympathy for her friend. It was good that the hermit didn't live with him, she thought. And why did he take in a homeless person? Asked little So-yeon. But Shikyung himself found it difficult to answer. The eternally homeless man uses it, complained Shiken, driver, dishwasher, personal agent. After that time, Shirken's phone was constantly ringing off the hook with journalists. He complained to his beautiful friend. It hadn't even been a month since he changed his number. Shirken cried inconsolably, while the homeless hermit gathered all his belongings, putting his toothbrush in his pocket. The inconsolable Shikyung asked the hermit where his conscience was, and caught something shiny that Hyun-woo threw to him. Cheer up for now. He threw a bone to his faithful dog and headed to the office of little So-yeon's guild. Inconsolable, Shiken looked at the piece of metal in his hands, and immediately felt the incredible power of the ring to rule everyone. Woof! The always cautious and faithful Shiken shouted loudly at the hermit's back. It's good that there are useful slaves, the Mad Hermit noted to himself once again. The cosplayer quickly revealed the name of the theater owner as soon as he was taken for a ride on the train. Boris Mart named the name. Guildmaster Ares was hiding in a distant underground bunker, but with teleportation magic, that wouldn't be a problem, Hyun-woo thought. The diligent slave reported the completion of the circle, although earlier she had been organizing a useless performance. Hyun-woo worriedly asked the talking weapon if she was okay, otherwise it would be a shame to lose her. She nodded weakly. Then let's begin, the crazy hermit decided, but before that he remembered. He threw the phone to the girl so that she barely caught it with her tired hands. Give it to So-yeon, said the homeless emperor. Let her keep it, he added. The girl with insomnia syndrome even beamed upon receiving such an easy assignment. Hyun-woo jumped into the warp portal. The slave girl perked up as soon as he left. The homeless hermit noticed. He found himself in a dark, deaf basement with no windows or doors. What a strange place this is, the homeless hermit asked himself. It was not as if the slave had betrayed him and sent him to a place from which it was impossible to escape. A polite man emerged from the shadows and greeted the hermit. Boris Mart recognized the director of the theater, a crazy hermit. As Hyun-woo confirmed, I watched so many performances with his actors, said the crazy hermit. The main performance will only begin now, the director of the traveling theater informed him. They were well prepared, the Lord of the Rings told the ninth floor border guard. Gathering information didn't work, which meant that the one in front of him was none other than an illegal, the hermit realized. Excellent, said the homeless border guard. Two birds with one stone. We'll close the theater and eliminate the illegal immigrant. This place itself is a trap, said the Lord of the Rings. They changed the coordinates so that the hermit would fall into it. How nice of the villains to give away the base, said the border guard, and began to detain the illegal immigrant. The blow exploded in a bright, blinding flash. The hermit did not mince words. But instead of hitting the target, the hand hit the magic barrier. Hyun-woo was surprised. This barrier is no match for his low-grade magic, the illegal told the hermit. The shockwave threw back the crazy border guard. The illegal immigrant turned out to be a tough nut to crack. Hyun-woo braked, leaving two deep furrows in the ground. The hermit noticed movement above him and looked up. Dozens of weapons of various types hung menacingly over him. The illegal immigrant spoke in a theatrical voice and decided to introduce himself again. The cosplayer Magneto gave a long, pompous speech, which Hyun-woo ignored, and introduced himself as a replicant. With a wave of his hand, the illegal artifact counterfeiter controlled the guns, attacking the mad border guard. Hyun-woo had to jump like a boar to dodge the constant attacks from above. The mad hermit used shadow step and dodged the powerful blow. The hermit realized that such a strong barrier as that of an illegal replicant could not be broken through with a normal attack. Since the drinking was going on like this, Hyun-woo decided it was time to play his trump card and activated the absurd power of the mana circle. The hermit decided that he needed to use the divine long-arm attack to stall for time. The illegal alien hunter got closer to the target. Whether the theater director could withstand this divinely absurd kick with a slipper, Hyun-woo shouted words of power. For a second, he managed to break through the Magneto's magical barrier. Noticing the effect, Hyun-woo stretched out into a split for a second kick. But suddenly the kick lost all its absurd power, and the glow of the red aura weakened. Boris Magnetovich grabbed the hermit by the leg. How much mana for one blow? He praised Hyun-woo's futile efforts. The Lord of the Rings himself swung to strike, clenching his fist with the rings. A blow of unprecedented force broke through the resistance of the mad hermit. The fighters returned to their original positions at the start of the battle. The homeless border guard could collect more mana, but it immediately dissipated. Mana freeze, the villain politely explained. The effect affects the entire room. The illegal counterfeiter was well prepared for his meeting with the border guard on the 9th floor. As Hyun-woo battled the final costume duo, the illegal was watching him closely. Most of the mad hermit's attacks rely on his mana. What a talkative man he is, interrupted the cosplayer Magneto. A crazy hermit. Boriska continued to boast. Wasn't his opponent deprived of his absurd attacks now? Hyun-woo smiled back. Weren't they in the same situation now? Of course you are right, agreed the Lord of the Rings and waved his hand. The illegal counterfeiter replicant could still control his counterfeits. Hyun-woo was having a hard time dodging the illegal's attacks. Even Shadow Step didn't work anymore. He took a direct hit from a heavy shell. Even for his resilience, it was too much. It's no use hoping for fortitude, Boris Magnetovich gloated over the hermit. Having shed the first blood, all the fakes exceeded the S+ rank. The room had no visible exit, and therefore the path lay only through victory, the hermit reasoned. The illegal counterfeiter prepared to attack and raise the barrier. Where is it? Hyun-woo searched with his eyes, scanning every item of the illegal. What causes mana freezing? The gaze fell on the staff in Magnetovich's hands. There it is. Hyunwoo has gotten close to the theater director. The barrier is strong, but not enough to contain his pure power. The mad hermit dodged the counterattacks of heavy shells. He flew up to the ceiling and pushed off again, changing his trajectory. The mad hermit somersaulted in the air. He remembered the special technique from the manga he read this morning. Even though he didn't have mana, it could work. A wholly motivational kick in the ass. The hermit shouted words of power. The blow hit with full force. Hyunwoo felt it perfectly. But Boris Magnetovich easily blocked the combat techniques with his shells. Oh, thought the mad hermit and clenched his teeth even tighter. At the last second, he parried the blow of the iron rod with the back of his fist. Magnetovich's swing whirled the mad hermit around as if in a dance. With cat-like agility, the border guard landed on all fours. The barrier was broken for the second time, this time without mana. The illegal counterfeiter was surprised. The performance was a great success. Now, the theater director can also perform, the illegal said. The peculiarity of this sword of the Cladonets, the forger of relics stated, is that it adopts the abilities of other weapons. There is an ancient myth about a hero who fought with the power of friendship and love. The theater director continued to perform. The Jedi sword in the hands of the gloating director began to glow with the welding arc. This is what a proper build is, said the relic forger, throwing 100 buffs onto the blade. With this, he went on the offensive, face to face with the unarmed hermit. Hyunwoo saw the movements out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't have time to dodge. The blade's sting pierced his skin. Without mana, the hermit could do little, but Boris Magnetovich did not give in. Blow followed blow. The mad hermit could hardly keep up. The satisfied counterfeiter swung his chain mace. The spiky stuff hit, and other sharp objects followed suit, obeying Magnetovich's power. And finally, the theater-goer took out another sword, the only original among his fakes. The berserker's sword, with the inferiority complex debuff, he snatched the steel rail of the train. Hyunwoo looked at the illegal Guts cosplay with a doomed expression. That's all. The illegal director concluded his presentation. But the mad hermit was still standing on his own 2 feet, although covered in wounds. The guard did not give up, let me ask, he said to the illegal counterfeiter. Since the guard looks like a beaten dog, then maybe we can chat, Boris Mart agreed. Why kill the border guard? Asked the hermit. He wanted to get the illegal to talk. Ascend to the throne, the illegal replied briefly, as if it were self-evident. Throne. The border guard received new instructions in this difficult matter. What else needs to be answered? It's time to finish, the illegal director of the theater decided. Bastard with strong items, Hyunwoo said. Those lines dealt critical damage, not just scratches. Boris asked if he had gone mad before his death. But Hyunwoo replied that he also had trump cards. Mana. Boris Mart was surprised by the head-shaped glow around the hermit. No, it wasn't she, he guessed, but the hermit was already dissolving into the teleport column. A good performance, but he will return the money for the ticket later, the hermit said at last. The border guard said goodbye to the illegal counterfeiter of artifacts until we meet again. The mad hermit said to the illegal and disappeared into the warp. Hyunwoo fell into the virtual room where the android girl lived. She ran up to the hermit in horror to examine him, but the crazy border guard felt better than he looked, and by pressing a button he changed the interior of the room. Boris Magnetovich was indignant, the only spectator in the theater, and he ran away during the intermission. The illegal could not track the coordinates of the teleport, but he needed to catch the enemy while he was wounded. The thin thread of mana that the hermit left behind caught his attention. Boriska realized that since the teleport thread was not broken, it meant that the hermit had hidden in subspace and was actually still here. The Lord of the Rings has prepared all his artifacts. The intermission will be short. When the viewer returns, the illegal will force him to watch it all the way to the end. The first floor of the educational tower was recognized in the room by the android girl. The bandaged hermit practiced a crazy kung fu style. Even though the android used first aid protocol on the hermit, the wounds were deep. The silver-haired girl regretted that there was no healing potion or artifact, only a first aid kit. An illegal smuggler of counterfeit artifacts, he can also freeze mana. The situation is lousy, the hermit thought. In 20 minutes, the cache will be locked and he will be thrown out. The mad hermit took a deep breath, he finished. The crazy kung fu training is over, he replied to the neural network girl. Training, in his state, the hermit looked carefree. The android was worried. After all, she was part of his system. Hyunwoo told the little girl that he was leaving, but she was worried that the hermit had not thought things through enough. He gently patted the neural network on the silky fiber optics on its head. This time it was different, the hermit reassured the android, who actually looked pleased. Bandaged as if he had just encountered a lawnmower, he emerged from the warp. The hermit looked refreshed after a short intermission. Perhaps he had a drink for a friend, as befits a spectator. "Welcome back," Boris Magnetovich greeted him as if he were Prince Arthas. The illegal replicant was very happy to see the only spectator. But the crazy hermit immediately broke the serious atmosphere of the performance and burst out laughing. Sorry, it just blurted out." The border guard spectator justified himself. The illegal, having lost his prepared lines and sprinkled them randomly, along with heavy shells, he attacked with pathos. Hyunwoo closed his eyes. How much longer could he go on, he thought, promising graves, death, instead of just doing it? These theatergoers were tired. He has trained countless fictional martial arts, thus gathering the power of absurdity. But there is something that is not part of them. All this related to the principles of martial arts, the concepts on which they were built, their foundations. But it is impossible to study this principle just like that. Each master guards his shoots of knowledge. However, in a short period of time in the warp room, Hyunwoo turned on the cheats, meaning he achieved enlightenment. The Mad Hermit summed up all the experience he had accumulated in martial arts, and also the spirit of the fights with the illegal electrician and the demon Loli, who used a completely opposite experience. The artifact's slashing blow was deflected by her bare hand without causing any harm. All this helped the Mad Hermit to discover the principle of grafting. He cut shoots from each master and grafted their skills onto himself. The illegal replicator was stunned. Its power stopped working on the hermit. No way he hooked up the cheats. The fucking cheater thought he was watching the border guard reflect all the registration requests. Hyunwoo was jubilant. His new concept had already proven itself to be a success. Outwardly, nothing had changed. The wounds remained the same and the illegal theatergoers' line still worked, Boriska wondered. The level of skill turned the hermit into a different person, the Lord of the Rings realized. He planned to play with the wounded man before finishing him off, but he didn't hesitate, feeling threatened. Boriska rushed into a desperate attack. To hell with the script when the entire theater is on fire. Hyunwoo imitated Dr. Strange's gestures with a smug look. He thinks this is a matrix, and all blows can be blocked with one hand, the illegal director shouted. Boris delivered a piercing blow with his blade into the hermit's chest area. An unknown force of cheating skills injured his hand, intercepting the blow. Boriska howled in pain, but Hyunwoo told him to clench his fangs tighter. Rock, paper, scissors, he used his signature Mad Hermit move. Boris was thrown back by the meaningless words of force. Right crown, left funeral, the Mad Hermit cried out and finished off the enemy. The counterfeiter was pinned to the floor as if by a steel battering ram. The hermit swung his arm to finish off the dog so that it would not suffer, but his attack was interrupted. The heavy projectiles from the artifacts made him jump like a boar again. The hermit bit his tongue. It was difficult to avoid everyone. "It's good for you to be crushed in a mortar with vegetables," asked the wounded illegal and stood up. The cheater leveled up in the pause menu before the fight. The theater director was angry. In one fell swoop, he released the power of all the contraband artifacts. The illegal drew the berserker's sword of inferiority, its ability to absorb all the stats of other weapons, the replicant made known. How childish it is to compare who has more, the Mad Hermit noted. Now we'll see if Boris Magnetovich has decided to make the final strike. It is unlikely that his body could withstand more than one blow from the full force of his inferiority complex. Boris put everything into one blow. A heavy steel beam came down on the Mad Hermit with all its might. King Kong's penknife with its size. Even the crazy border guard was uneasy. Well, whoever has the bigger gun is the cooler, the illegal counterfeiter thought to himself. Hyunwoo absorbed the full force of the blow through his body and set up a rail of inferiority strike. Mana, Boris thought at first, but then he recognized the familiar energy. The power of vaccination, said the Mad Hermit and quickly approached the illegal. Illegal migrants will be detained, the border guard in charge shouted. Hyunwoo directed Boris's own blow at him, intensifying it with powerful words of pathos and absurdity. "Fucking cheater!" the illegal shouted at last and took a clean hit. Instant death tore the illegal immigrant's body into pieces. That's the end of the story. The one who cheats here is a good guy, the crazy hermit exhaled. The remains of the illegal immigrant disappeared along with the replicas of the artifacts. But the magic duffel bag did not disappear. Hyunwoo noticed the artifact. At least some loot, he thought, picking up the object from the floor. The system suggested Hermione's bag. The thing could hold 15 items. The hermit put his only real inferiority complex into a bag. For such a boss, it's a bit meager. The crazy border guard assessed the loot. It's time to go home, the homeless hermit noticed. If only he could find some clothes. He looked around, and the phone. The secret door of the dungeon opened, and the last of the wandering troupe of costume designers called for the master. And I discovered with horror that I had just become an unemployed actor. S-level luck, the hermit grinned. He rushed like a bullet to the secret gate in the illegal director's trap. A numbered cosplayer fell into the clutches of border control. "Do you have money, drugs, weapons?" asked the tired hermit, and began the search. "I need your clothes," the homeless hermit muttered, "and your phone, and your wallet, and everything else you have." 3 days later, the mad hermit held a press conference, claiming to know who attacked the homeless Shuken. As always, the crazy hermit showed up in a tracksuit. Hyun-woo said that he would be brief, say what he wanted, and leave immediately without further explanation. The uninvited guests in Shurhung's house, the hermit explained, came for him. Instead of evidence, he provided a recording fabricated by the neural network AV the day before. But who can ask from a crazy hermit? From the note, it followed that the head of the guild of the International Guild Ares, Boris Mart, was behind everything. Some might think that he fabricated the recording. The hermit justified himself, but there is other evidence. Hyun-woo expressed his hope that the Ares Guild would give an explanation, but secretly expected more compensation from them. 3 days later, when the homeless hermit was still visiting friends, a crowd of journalists gathered outside the house. Where had Huk-seong-woo gone? They shouted. The boss of the mafia group, the Guardian, was sitting in the living room. He told his friends the hard truth about their world. In fact, they live on the 9th floor of the Matrix, but there are others. They could hardly accept the truth, even little. So-yeon furrowed her brow, thinking about Hyun-woo's border service. Then just forget about it, the crazy mafioso advised the beauty. She hesitated with her answer, but the hermit himself understood how incredible it sounded. This is approximately what he expected, the hermit thought, looking at the worried faces of his friends. But sooner or later, he had to tell them what else could explain the faults and the illegals. It's no wonder that the not-so-altruistic Hyun-woo was busy with the riffs, Suk-hyung noted. So it turns out that this time an illegal immigrant was detained, asked Cutie, So-yeon. The hermit didn't quite answer. The head of the guild turned out to be an illegal replicant, 2 geese in 1 salvo. The mad hermit wanted to continue the story of his military exploits, but they were interrupted by shouts from the street. They got him, the mafia boss got angry, but the cautious Shuken asked if he was in a condition to talk to people. The madman unwound the bandages, revealing his heroic abs, and told his friend that everything was fine. The mad mafia boss came out to face reporters under a hail of questions. But when the hermit came out, he saw something different from what he expected. A faithful student greets a homeless emperor as expected. "Respect to the master," the clever student formally greeted the hermit. Why did his dark past grow on his doorstep if the hermit had left him in China? He asked himself. The faces of friends who only this morning found out that their friend was Agent Smith and now also a crazy teacher. The mad empress faithfully caught every word of the master. "Who is this?" asked the hermit, pointing his finger at the black-headed ones. "The best bodyguards," answered the crazy student. "Let them go," he asked, and the bodyguards immediately disappeared. Kwan So asked his friend again if it was really the Dragon Empress from the P-Jo Guild in front of them. A cautious Shi-kyung replied that it was the nickname of the world's top 5 rankings, much to Hyun-woo's surprise. 5th in the world rankings, the hermit looked at the cute student in front of him. When he taught her, he only passed on part of the imperial techniques, the mad hermit recalled. How this meek little lamb became so strong, he wondered. The crazy student hit her forehead and asked the master for forgiveness. She apologized for not being able to follow all his instructions. After all, he told her that there could be no one higher. But the hermit immediately interrupted the student before she could blab too much. But the flow of sentimental martial arts nonsense could no longer be contained. Hyun-woo pressed the off button on the monitor. The screen was useless. "Don't make me raise my voice," he said in the voice of a mad emperor. And the student blushed. The masochist's apprentice was drooling contentedly when the cautious Shuken addressed the hermit. "Emiren," the hermit's friend said, stuttering with excitement. The mad student was covered in a bloodthirsty aura of darkness. Then Shuken even heard her voice in his head. "Don't you dare call me by the name of the teacher." "What connects them?" asked the cautious Shi-kyung, while So-yeon and Kwan So tactfully left. "Disciple," Hyun-woo replied, petting the contented cat to calm her temper. Cautious Shuken drained to the bottom of the test tube. "5th-rank disciple," he muttered. "The bastards are noisy," said the mad emperor, and the student suggested finishing them off. "Everyone under the knife," she said with a sweet face, but the homeless emperor stopped her. What is impossible? She asked with the expression of a cute kitten. The mafia boss smirked when he received the text message he was waiting for. I'll be away for a while, he said to the dejected Shi-Ken. Aries' minds have been in touch, the mad mafia boss explained. They met at a cafe nearby. Hyun-woo, as usual, neglected the formality. Why not squeeze half the guild in a diner? Let's discuss this directly, the mad mafia boss declared to the weakling in front of him. Boris's deputy came to meet him personally. He was noticeably nervous. Boriska's deputy was indignant that he had to clean up the mess they had made. In addition, the hermit showed the number 6 at the conference, which means he has a number from the order of cosplayers as a hostage and witness. Most likely, it was because of this crazy guy that the boss died, Boris's deputy thought. The guild was bursting at the seams. He was in a hurry to figure everything out and asked the hermit what he wanted. The deputy promised to process the compensation request, which would please the hermit. All the dungeons of Korea, the mafia boss declared to the astonishment of the deputy, but Hyun-woo had something to blackmail them with. The guild has a long tale of crime behind it, and a valuable witness has already turned everyone in, the crazy mafioso hinted. He guessed at random, but from the deputy's reaction, he realized that he had hit the bullseye. Racketeering was his second profession, the hermit thought. But the homeless mafioso was familiar with mercy, and he agreed to 40% of Korean lands in the hands of Aries. He grabbed us by the Fabergé so tightly, Boriska's deputy was horrified. Pleased with his business, the mad mafioso leader left the dive bar, his empire slowly growing. The mad student did not weaken her zeal despite the fact that they were far from the empire. I told you to remove the extras, the homeless emperor reminded, and they disappeared. Her hand reached forward as if the girl wanted to touch the master while he was grumbling. He turned around and asked her what she was doing, but the crazy student just wagged her tail. She looked at the pathetic slug in the diner and remembered his face, to one day bring it to his mad master. The girl turned her back, watching the crazy teacher go. In her hand she was clutching a small device of unknown purpose. All dogs gather, ordered the main candidate for the emperor's concubine. Boriska's deputy begged for mercy. Help. The hooligans are depriving me of my sight, he shouted. Black shadows were thrown at the concrete wall of the parking lot. The senior dog of the empress's personal guard said nothing special. The deputy recognized them as soldiers of the Peugeot Guild. The deputy shouted pathetic excuses for his innocence, but to the empress's dogs, his only fault was that Aries existed. The dogs tore out the deputy's fingernails on his left hand so that he would better remember their words. Dare to anger the master again, and they will definitely return, the men in skull masks told him. It's cold. The neural network with extended functionality complained. Last time Hyun-woo never changed the interior before leaving. But the girl could have called him, the mad hermit asked guiltily. After he used the stash, he was unavailable for 5 days, the android Av explained. Hyun-woo nodded, eager to know what could be improved this time, and asked the android. The girl happily announced that an update had been delivered to the system. As the mad hermit remembered that function of psychoanalysis, he did not quite hear the android's answer. Each improvement requires an increase in level. Hyun-woo fell out of reality. How long does it take to work as a border guard in 3 shifts without a break? How can one reach a high level in the system if progress crawls like a turtle? The hermit lamented. But the answer was obvious. If he wanted more information, he could interrogate the illegals properly, the android told him. In addition to the usual illegals, there are those who have already climbed the tower once and then began a new ascent. But why this recursion, the android did not know. Hyun-woo realized that repeat illegal immigrants might know much more useful information. The counterfeiter replicant spoke of something similar, that there was a throne at the top of the tower, the mad hermit recalled. The words didn't mean anything by themselves, so he would have to interrogate other illegals with the same degree of partiality, the hunter thought. That's all, said the sharp, impudent Hyun-woo, but the neural network stopped him. Kazyanima, Plastationum, Vernomon, the electron's muzzle started chattering. And how can one refuse such people? Asked the crazy hermit, whose cuteness meter was going off the charts. Eventually, the android quickly learned to be nice and hack into the leather bags, he concluded. The friends met at a construction site where a huge mansion was being built. A modest dwelling for a mentor, the clever student reported, knowing the weak points of the homeless hermit. Modest? Hyun-woo was horrified as Shukyung Googled the place online. This land was allocated for a new city, he read from the news, and was more horrified than the hermit. How much money is that? The crazy teacher asked her. He bit his lip, realizing the value of such a gift from the hands of a faithful student. What was going on? The mad hermit wondered. Why was she treating him so well, looking at the devoted student? What was she hiding? He asked himself. An ulterior motive, a secret identity. These questions haunted the hermit. Always faithful, he read in the status of a surprise student. The student turned into a crazy hermit who had lost his social skills in early childhood. Maybe she's just a pervert, the Mad Emperor asked bluntly. Even the always reserved Shurken shouted at the Mad Hermit. How can one say something like that to a child? He scolded his friend sternly. But she is small, the hermit thought. Looking at her carefully, he asked when the crazy student was getting ready to go back to China. The owner wants her to leave. The girl answered with the look of an abandoned kitten. So Hyun-woo quickly clarified that he was worried about Pei-jo's affairs. The only place where she should be is under the sky, the contented cat answered. Oh, sighed the mad hermit, and told her to just do something. The ever-cautious Shurken noticed something between these two madmen. What happened between them? The hunter asked the mad hermit. He portrayed a sweet girl who was beside herself with the opportunity to serve the teacher. But the crazy hermit ordered her to forget everything. Forgotten, Shurken agreed with him and asked when the crazy teacher would go to the USA. He reminded his friend that he had received an invitation from the International Hunters Association, and Hyun-woo was surprised. They want to put the hermit in S rank, Shuk-young explained. Hyun-woo remembered that for raiding they give money for free, and for S rank there are huge payments. Hyun-woo remembered only what brought profit. On the other hand, he is already a rich man, the mad hermit asked himself. Having a place in the world rankings is prestigious, Shurken thought wistfully. Then it's worth going there, the crazy hermit agreed. A few days later, the three arrived at the World Association building. Hyun-woo was amazed by the size of the park around. The Mad Emperor's ardent disciple suggested building one in his mansion, but Hyun-woo talked her out of it. Shiken greeted the man who greeted them. The man with the monocle was named Liam, and he immediately recognized the living legend. Shiken introduced him formally as a member of the Association's Supreme Council, Senator Liam, who suggested calling him Qui-gon. He politely shook hands with the Mad Hermit, exchanging pleasantries. He also extended his hand to the crazy student, recognizing her as the Dragon Empress. But the girl didn't even move. There is only one sky, she thought. But why did the senator come in person? Asked the cautious Shi-kyung, to which the cunning politician replied that he came for Kim Hyun-woo as his fan. Besides, the crazy hermit came here to find out his place in the ranking. Qui-gon volunteered to personally escort them to the testing building. He opened the modern door with his fingerprint and invited the guests inside. The place looked like a modern super laboratory. The mad hermit was surprised. The test itself is quite simple. You need to touch the purple sphere. It will do everything, explained Senator Liam. So simple, the hermit asked disappointedly, to which Liam replied that wouldn't it be great to simplify things? Well, thought the mad hermit, now we'll find out. He didn't really trust these machines, even his status was acting up with the readings. He approached the ball. The hand of the mad hermit lay on the warm neon quartz. Observers froze in anticipation of the results, not knowing what to expect. Error 404, the hermit read in the status that popped up. What the hell? He thought, looking at the blank screen. The gorgeous beauty. So-yeon wiped her wet forehead and praised her group for their good work. The monsters are especially strong this time, the tired cutie thought. But more importantly, it seemed like the monsters had become smarter, as if someone had boosted their intelligence. On the other hand, maybe she's just winding herself up, the amazing huntress dismissed. From the news, she learned that the third ranker would also be coming to the hunter's banquet, and she became worried about the crazy hermit. A few weeks ago, Shu-hyun suggested to little So-yeon that they move their raid to the labyrinth. Are you planning to follow Hyun-woo? She teased her friend, but he was surprised. Didn't she plan to do that? Not quite, the beautiful girl answered evasively. Business is over for today, she sighed with relief. Cautious Shurken held her back. He had one question left, he said sheepishly. The gorgeous beauty listened attentively to her friend. What kind of gifts do girls like? Shurken asked her, confused. The question took her completely by surprise. Shurken hadn't asked such a question in so many years. Boriska's deputy was gnawing on the remains of his nails. The value of the guild's shares had fallen, and the Lord of the Rings artifact had also dissolved. But the biggest disaster is not even angry shareholders. And that damn psycho Kim Hyun-woo, Boris's deputy, shook that table. 40%, he screamed. Someone came in, an annoyed corporate worm, turned on the director and wanted to scold the one who disturbed him. But he quickly stopped short when Geralt Mason, the consul of the World Association of Hunters, visited him at his workplace. What brought such an important guest? The corporate worm fawned. Boris Mart answered the white-haired politician. They were indeed quite close, the deputy recalled. But Geralt the Mason assured that he came to extend 2 helping hands to a man in trouble. It was all for Boris, Mason continued. What would it be like for him when he returned and the guild had fallen into disrepair? He placed his hand gently on the corporate gasket's shoulder. Just do as you're told, said Geralt Mason's eyes. The mad hermit stared blankly at the blue status screen. Again, the stupid system was messing with his brain. It couldn't be calculated, it was an error, the damn program repeated. This had never happened before, a worried Qui-Gon informed them. The cautious Shuriken volunteered to test the system and found that his rank had dropped. But this meant that the ball was definitely not broken and was working properly. The problem lay in Hyun Woo's crazy anomaly. Qui-Gon was confused and did not know how to hide his awkwardness, but his sweet student calmed him down by calling him a country bumpkin. Master Great Sky, began the ardent, passionate student. Shut your mouth, quickly interrupted her crazy teacher. It seemed like he had made the whole journey in vain. The hermit was annoyed, but Qui-Go, in Jedi fashion, switched him to food. The banquet would soon begin, he convinced the hermit. This hunter doesn't want to leave, he wants to stay and eat meat, Liam said in a strange voice. The mad hermit ate his fill, and the devoted student kept a meticulous list of the future emperor's preferences. Qui-Gon was just thinking about how to further entertain the crazy guest when they were rudely interrupted. They turned around to see who was so brave that he allowed himself to forget about politeness. Bald Hulk, third place in the ranking, was read by Hyun Woo with the help of a scan. The people around also noticed the squabble and eagerly watched its outcome. As annoying as a fly, the hermit noticed, but Shiken warned that it was better not to mess with this hunter. This man has taken over all the gyms in the country, all the exercise machines. He abuses his power everywhere, the cautious Shiken quickly explained. Bald Hulk was flashing his bald head and clinging to Hyun Woo. He clearly hadn't had a lesson in politeness for a long time, the crazy teacher thought. I bet I have a bigger deadlift and bench press, the square-headed hermit teased. Do you know how many squats I do? The boorish jock pressed. That's it, he said to the hermit, pointing his finger. These are the words of great men like him, the mad teacher of politeness dismissed. The jock quietly signed up for a crash course in politeness from the crazy relationship professor Hyun Woo. Qui-Go tried to use his powers of persuasion again, but they didn't work on the stupid. The Hulk smashed and swung sledgehammers at the square skull, but the hermit turned away. Thank you for subscribing to the politeness lessons, said the mad hermit, grinning contentedly. Rock, paper, scissors sent the stupid jock flying. It almost knocked down the supporting wall of the building, trapping everyone under the rubble. Is one lesson really enough? Hyun Woo was upset. He had prepared a whole course, but the bald Hulk got up. If there had been brains, there would have been a concussion. This is the real talent of the bald bodybuilder, thought the cautious Shiken. Invulnerability. The jock grabbed a larger stone with his tenacious paws, and he threw it like a ball at the imperturbable hermit. Big deal. It's just a pebble. After all the battles, you can't surprise a crazy hermit with something like that. Hyun Woo crushed the flying boulder into dust with one blow. The square-headed Hulk took advantage of the moment and jumped with his body behind the hermit's back. Pump up, skinny guy, he shouted at the hermit and hit him with his sledgehammer fists. People ran out of the room in panic when 2 of the top ranks started a fight. It was better to get away. The hermit is being pressed. Qui-Gon was surprised. The fight needs to be stopped, he decided, so Mason's faction will only get stronger. Want to pump up? Asked the Hulk how. The overgrown closet laughed. But the crazy hermit only laughed. Compared to the illegal boss of the gym, the red horse punk, all these were jokes. Only people with complexes and low self-esteem swing, the hermit replied, lightly shaking off the dust. Now it's time for a crash course in politeness. The mad hermit jumped forward. The bald man got a good look at the fist flying straight into the stone scoreboard where his face should be. The fist of absurdity landed a strike and sent the Hulk flying into space for the first time. He got his face beaten up, but his resilience helped him hold on. Excellent. Here's the test punching bag. The mad hermit grinned. Cautious Shuriken stood with his mouth open. His faithful student was filming videos for night viewing. Qui-Gon was lost behind. For all of Hulk's durability, he had accumulated a lot of damage, Shuriken noted. The stone brainless cabinet went into a deep blackout and got off easy. The mad hermit demonstratively wiped the sweat from his forehead, but in reality, he wasn't even out of breath. Stoneface, in third place, the test showed that the gym is nonsense, concluded the crazy professor of relationships. So third place now belongs to him, Hyun Woo concluded. Little hut, turn your face to the forest and your back to me. The wind howled over the monk's house. Those who live in the little tower will soon get their comeuppance. The wind howled in the shutters of the ancient temple. The ink master meditated, learning the art of shadows. Congratulations, came the voice of a man visiting the house for the first time in many days. Now the warrior is the greatest mangaka in the world, and the divine technique of drawing with ink is executed flawlessly, the bearded man admired. Nothing special. The mangaka falsely pretended to be modest. Black ink along the body. That's right. The bearded mangaka master watched the warrior. A person who has mastered all types of drawing and shading is a true master. What will you study next? The bearded man asked the great warrior mangaka. He glared with red eyes. Nani desu databayo, he thought. I'll climb to the top, he said, to meet the master who painted the tramp. The beauty. So Jan had already read in the news everything that had happened to the crazy hermit. He had made a mess again, the girl sighed. Why worry about Hyun Woo? He has plot armor, Kwan. So answered the beauty. She agreed. But that is exactly why you should worry. Such resilience will not work forever. The girl became sad. Hyun Woo destroyed the entire familiar world of hunters by breaking into the rankings. He shook the rotten foundations and the entire policy too easily. He's a man of many layers, Kwan So noted, and little So Yan agreed. Cutie changed the subject and asked him if he knew about Shuken. And what's wrong with him? The friend was surprised and stared at the girl, listening attentively. It seems he has made a girlfriend, shared the cunning fox So Yan. Romantic Shuken sorted through the goods, smiling dreamily. There was a knock on the door of his room, and he hurried to disperse the pink flies. Qui Gon, not knowing how else to entertain the guests and curry favor with the crazy hermit, placed all three in the association's luxury room. The senator offered a flattering apology for what happened, but it is obvious that this is all part of his cunning plan. The banquet was cancelled, Hulk was taken to the hospital and prescribed preventive enemas. A crowd of hangers-on from the cream of high society gathered around the mad hermit. Then Liam convinced the hermit to stay at the hotel with the student. Liam offered to talk. It was about a deeper agreement between them, the mad hermit agreed. As soon as he headed towards the exit, he discovered a cat's tail behind him. Stay home, he said to the crazy cat, and her fur stood on end. 100% of her hostility was directed at the cunning Qui-Gon. The crazy student returned empty-handed and upset. Cautious Shiken experienced the feeling of any guy when a beautiful girl sits further down, although there is an empty seat nearby. It would be nice to become friends, thought the cautious Shiken. After all, they are both in the hero's retinue now. But it's not so easy to approach a petite beauty with the character of a cruel berserker. He politely addressed her by name. Miss Mi-Ren. 2 scarlet rubies scanned him for the importance of the conversation. The level of interest was somewhere between the baseboard and the floor. The cautious Shuriken asked her how they met the crazy hermit. The long eyelashes of the possible candidate for concubine fluttered slightly. The crazy cat agreed to tell, but set her own conditions for the hero's friend. What does the master like? The girl asked with the meekness of an angel. Cautious Shuriken thought about the answer. At first, the crazy friend was only crazy about food, but then he became addicted to money, so much so that he even lived with her for free, and forced her to work as a driver, an agent, and a housewife. The cat said thank you and pricked up her ears, leaving the cautious Sharken to wonder what the girls had in mind. The crazy student ran away, slamming the door loudly. The cautious Shuriken wondered what kind of bee had stung her. The crazy hermit drank some expensive tea. The politician was clearly sucking up to him, but the homeless emperor liked it. He quickly got down to business, stopping the flow of exhortations. Quan So gave a mock chow-chow laugh at the mad hermit's straightforwardness. He asked Hyun Woo if he knew Geralt Mason, another influential member of the association. This man is closely connected with the authorities and the top ranks of the hunters, Qui-Gon said. Mason is slowly gaining influence and needs a counterbalance in the association. The cunning politician continued. He directly asked the mad hermit to take his side in this confrontation. The homeless emperor wondered whether he needed all this pile of problems on his seat. With the same thoughts, he returned to his room. Politics was very exhausting for the crazy hermit. He returned quickly, noticed the cautious Shuriken receiving the cookies. The mad hermit immediately poked his nose in, asking Shuriken what he was hiding, having forgotten all about tact decades ago. A souvenir, Shikyung stated evasively. But Hyun-Woo didn't let up. It looks like a gift, he asked who. Embarrassed, Shiken changed the subject and asked how things were with Liam. He can just laze around, the homeless emperor replied. Shiken took a new look at his friend, who had gained considerable political weight, a student in the top 5 of the world, an enemy of the Ares Guild that was a thorn in everyone's side. His shadow alone can change the balance of power on the political chessboard, Shuriken noted. Hyun-woo received the offer from the senator precisely because of this, Shi-kyung explained to his friend. That's right, the crazy hermit remembered. The senator promised a free teleport. He really gave permission, the cautious Shurken didn't believe, but Hyun-woo was firmly convinced that he had heard about the teleport. The top 50 banquet was in 2 weeks, and Hyun-woo would need to show up there. These were the conditions for supporting the senator. Geralt Mason took the chair of the head of Ares and quickly combed all the office rats. One of them stood in front of him and fawned with a report. Boris's deputy himself understood that all these were temporary measures. Ares was finished, but Mason helped keep the guild afloat. It is obvious that Boris Mart is just an excuse to use the remains of the guild at his own discretion. But the puny office worm cast aside all doubts that were being eaten away by poison from within and accepted what was there. Mason noticed the doubts of the office plankton, who began to fuss even more. Everything is fine. He calmed the puppet down and prepared a gift. He thrust a strange object into the simpleton's hand, which surprised Boriska's deputy. A black beetle-like disc lay on the palm of his hand. "What is it?" asked the office worm. "Do as he's told and he'll be able to control the Ares guild members," Mason said in a conspiratorial tone. The bald Hulk was coming to his senses after his evening preventative enemas. It was very painful and humiliating, especially from below. When he got up, he found visitors in his room. Geralt Mason himself was waiting for him to wake up in the rays of moonlight. They warned Hulk not to mess with the crazy hermit, but he didn't listen, and here's the result. Such were the painful lessons in politeness that the Hulk received from the ink manga master, the patient said. "Who is this like him?" Another visitor entered the room. "Speak of the devil," thought Hulk, hearing the familiar voice of the manga artist. "What's wrong with your face?" the mangaka asked, and corrected himself. "Sorry, it's always like this." Mason smiled contentedly. His main support in the political field had returned from training. He theatrically spread his arms and told them it was time to act. Qui-Gon did not move away from the windows. He was waiting for an important guest and was lamenting that he had not yet arrived. "Is he still waiting for him?" another hunter asked the senator. Number 4 in the ranking, the boatman with a huge oar on his back, suggested Liam to surrender. "It seems that Hyun-woo is not interested in this meeting." "Don't people send notices by mail, by pigeons?" asked the girl with green hair, Cece. Qui-Gon understood that Hyun-woo was a very peculiar wild barbarian hermit, and there was still hope. There was a knock at the door, time for the official part of the banquet and his exit. The senator was very good at public speaking, after all. This is his main profession. The evening brought together political sharks from all over the world, top-class hunters, and moneybags. Everyone is busy strengthening their corrupt connections and making money out of nothing. "Senator, the hall was recently destroyed, but is in order again." The guest turned to Liam. He laughed. "Oh, these magical migrant workers." The boatman, who also happened to be Liam's bodyguard, touched the senator's shoulder with concern. He drew his attention to Mason's faction, which had just arrived. The ink mangaka also showed up. He didn't drink or eat, as if he was waiting for something. This also caused concern for CC. The mangaka had not appeared at any official event since he reached the top 5. Now Qui-Gon was under pressure. The Mason faction presented here looked influential and strong, which meant that clients would go to them. "All the hunters are here?" asked Mangaka, the politician nearby, and he, looking around the room, confirmed that all the invited guests had arrived. He suddenly unclenched his arms, which had been crossed on his chest, and answered the man next to him. "Excellent." There was no reason to wait any longer. Mangaka grabbed the guy by the skull, and he crushed it with his hand like a ripe watermelon, unsightly staining everything with scraps of brains. Ink mangaka also looked around the other guests indifferently, searching for a convenient target. Liam was stunned, terrified, as if he himself had been nailed to the floor. "Why is he doing this in his guild, cutie?" So Yeon sternly asked the crazy hermit. "It's good here too," the impudent hermit answered her. "And there's no one here," he responded to her indignant claims. But the cutie got even more angry. "There's no one here because she doesn't let anyone in here." "That's how? Then let's change the location," said the carefree hermit, which caused the slave to have an attack. She started babbling that we would have to start all the work with the magic circles from the beginning. "What's wrong?" asked the mad slave owner, completely failing to understand the question. The girl collapsed in despair. "Night shifts." Again, she began to lament, to which the hermit suggested taking care of himself. After all, a living slave is more useful. But she still has a main job. The circle needs to be drawn at night for 2 weeks. Just do it during the day for her work. They will find another slave labor, the crazy slave owner quickly decided. The cat nodded. Her master is merciful. The slave fell on her face, rejoicing at the relaxation of her work regime. But what about Liam's proposal, cutie? So-yeon asked the hermit. Traveling around the world with the help of magic circles is convenient, the hermit recalled dreamily. But the circle is only for detaining illegal immigrants, cutie. So-yeon frowned. The hermit confirmed everything correctly. You never know where a rift will appear and how many people will suffer, so teleportation is useful. Hyun-woo approached the slave when he heard a knock from the utility room. The man knocked on the door when he heard their voices and asked to be let out. Oh, cutie! So-yeon remembered a captive was recently captured by a hermit, she said. She had completely forgotten about him. The embarrassed girl began to fuss. Let's let him out. She opened the door, but a terrible wild male face appeared from there. Perhaps another time, the beauty slammed the door at that very second. The hermit asked her why she closed the door, but the girl replied that she was simply scared. The hunter in the back room looked miserable, Hyun-woo noticed when he opened the doors again. He begged him to spare him. It's good that So-yeon didn't lock him in the refrigerator and forget him there. Less than a month has passed and already such a sight. The mad master of torture was surprised. You say you'll tell everything, the hermit smiled. This prisoner was perfectly marinated. The banquet hall turned into a bloodbath. Body parts, blood splashes. A group of conspirators destroyed everyone they saw. Liam hurriedly got his men and clients away while there was still time. But a catastrophe was inevitable. They would all soon die if no one helped them, the senator understood. It took the conspirators less than 5 minutes to kill dozens of top-ranked hunters. So great was the gap in strength. The shadow of the bald Hulk loomed menacingly over the senator. He turned around in horror, hearing a familiar bass voice, and looked his death in the eyes. The boatman saved him from the steel grip at the last moment. The Hulk could have simply crushed the weak senator. Crazy bastard, the boatman gritted his teeth. He was inferior in rank to the Hulk. Sasai was also pinned against the wall. Her opponent was much stronger than the girl. Run, the green-haired girl barely said to Liam, her throat being squeezed by telekinesis. The Hulk came to his senses and attacked the boatman. Liam could only watch in defeat. Why the hell, he cried. Why are they doing this? Why have they crossed the line? The mangaka painted the last victim red. Simply necessary, he answered the senator quietly, to destroy the world. Liam did not understand what he was talking about. The words of the madmen, although he heard them clearly. Look, they started the party without the main guest. The hermit was surprised. He had just arrived with his faithful disciple. That's it, he realized. Scanning the conspirators with his ability, Ink Mangaka also recognized his main opponent. Why is this place destroyed? The mad hermit asked the senator. Why is everyone so sad as if someone died? Hyun-woo wondered. It turns out that it is he. The mad hermit heard and turned around. That's who chased Bald Hulk. Mangaka came closer. Are you some kind of reenactor again? The hermit asked. And Mangaka introduced himself. No, he just said he had just come from Comic-Con. Who is this? The hermit asked again, and the helpful, faithful student explained that before him was the #1 hunter. Just in time, just as I wanted to draw, I heard Hyun-woo and was surprised. Did they know each other? I just heard about it, Mangaka replied and dropped a drop of ink from his finger. To climb the tower, you need to kill the border guard, said the mangaka in the hat. Quick and daring, like a known substance, thought the hermit. The mangaka released a stream of ink like a water cannon. Climb up, the hermit heard and confirmed his suspicions. So you've been caught, you damned illegal, the crazy border guard rejoiced. After asking for information again, he saw his status, which was quite unexpected. I haven't become one yet, Mangaka said, but I will soon. It only takes one small step. The unrecognized artist takes off his hat. And instantly he moved, with a clap of air that closed where Mangaka stood. And paint his portrait with blood, the artist continued. The hand moves, bandaged. The hermit saw a flying fist. It smells of ink and a lonely lifestyle, he managed to think, and dodged at the last second in the style of Neo from The Matrix. Hyun-woo did a somersault on his hands using the energy of rotation. He delivered a sudden upward kick to the artist's jaw. The mangaka not only blocked the blow, but also caught the hermit in a hold. Your martial arts, said Mangaka, appreciating the hermit's skills. You're a complete wreck. Get out and don't disgrace yourself, said the unrecognized artist. And he directed the mad hermit towards the exit with a slight movement of his hand. There were no doors along the way, so the hermit had to make his way with his strong body. The devoted student became concerned and wanted to intervene to help, but the ugly square face blocked the entire view. Wow, what a girl! Let's dance, the crazy student heard. I don't dance with freaks, the Dragon Empress answered boldly. Here he is, thought Hyun-woo. Now they were theater-goers, now they are artists. The crazy artist showed well-trained choreography. He threw multiple punches so fast that his movements seemed blurry. The Mad Hermit had difficulty keeping up with the complex ballet steps. He is generally a bad dancer. Cosplayers, artists, now ballet enough is enough. This is the entertainment of the intelligentsia. Give us folk art, the Mad Hermit was indignant. The unrecognized artist performed at the level of the illegals, perhaps even stronger than them, the border guard felt. Since they are squeezing, you have to answer, the crazy hermit realized. Release the power of the divine long-armed. If you can't handle the hold with 2 hands, you need more. The mangaka let the border guard go and thought about how he would throw evidence into his pockets and not notice. The unrecognized artist felt something strange. The mana field around them expanded, making everything seem blurry. This is the benefit of 2 weeks of practice, Hyunwoo grinned. The fist of the divine long-armed one itself. Only Loli is good at feeling. But if the target is detained, then a thorough search can be carried out. The Mad Hermit used the 10-stop technique of Demonololi. Expanding the mana, he detained the artist. Thanks to her, he increased his internal mana supply. The unrecognized artist was pressed to the ground. He was not prepared for such criticism. The border guard's raking hands reached out to the artist. No one can cross the border illegally, Hyunwoo rejoiced, neither inside nor outside. He used the wave of love for Lolis on an unrecognized manga artist. The entire area was filled with rainbow pink light. The shock waves spread out in circles across the ground, so that the hermit closed his eyes. A strong wind threw sand into his eyes. Having assessed the results of the arrest, the crazy border guard was very surprised. This unrecognized mangaka preferred older women. The love for Lolis did not touch the heart of the unrecognized artist at all. Loli sucks, said the unrecognized artist, and found himself behind the hermit. Real artists draw mature models. Mangaka hit the hermit on the head. You have to hate Lolis so much the crazy border guard couldn't come to terms with it. What did they do wrong that nature made them so ugly, he gasped with indignation, and got a kick in the ribs from an unrecognized artist. All those who say that the most important thing in women is the soul are hypocrites, the artist said. And what? The hermit objected. Everyone is good in their own way, he answered, confused. All your preferences must, the unrecognized lonely artist firmly stated. He just loves everyone and doesn't follow his ideal like your stupid mana. That's what's wrong, mangaka continued. He has been practicing martial ink arts for hundreds of years and knows what he's talking about, even if he does not think he will win, he told the hermit. Hundreds of years, the border guard was surprised. But you look young. You are a man, the hermit muttered. Hyunwoo checked the status again. Mangaka was human, but with a special ability. He was constantly reincarnated and could train martial arts for hundreds of years. It makes no sense, Hyunwoo thought. What next? The celestials will descend from the sky. So be it, he said. For such a persistent border guard. He uses the best ink, the mangaka said, as he released black mana. To show the true meaning of martial arts, ink stains flowed from behind. An unrecognized artist used a strange but very powerful attack. In an instant, she threw the fighter in tracksuits into his corner. But as soon as he stopped, the unrecognized artist crept up again from behind. The calligraphy strike shouted out words of power. Mangaka. A powerful blow fell upon the honest border guard. The attack took effect despite the high-ranking resistance, and the artist continued to respond to criticism of his work. A powerful calligraphic blow. A shock dose of pathos-filled text swept away the hermit. But the text never ended. The artist shouted it out and made calligraphic strokes. He paused briefly, collecting ink, and he released another volume of calligraphic strokes. The victim of postmodernism carefully assessed the results of his blows. The resilience of the mad hermit amazed even him. After all the blows, he remained unharmed. The border guard understood that anyone else would have already died reading the intricate calligraphy. Isn't it time to use the room of rescue? The hermit wondered. But if we retreat now, a faithful student will be hit, and that is a sin. The border guard firmly decided to stay until the end and took a fighting stance. The artist hesitated, either out of pity or out of a love for theatrical pauses. The mad hermit tensed up. Everything was at stake now. Everything was swimming before his eyes. If the technique didn't work, he would definitely die. Blue screen window, gave out the base, cheats are enabled, the power of the masochist worked, durability is increased. I can't understand whether the artist has given up. Whether he is stubborn or just stupid, he asked the hermit. I'll finish him off so he doesn't suffer, he said, ending the theatrical pause. And he splashed out all the ink at once, as if he were hiding a squid in his sleeve. But the hunter dodged, simply disappearing from the line of the ink attack. Good evening. The artist heard a male voice from behind. The mad hermit used shadow step and instantly got close to the artist. Changma's fist, used like this, broke the artist's ribs with one blow. The vile bastard. The unrecognized mangaka gritted his teeth in pain. He broke the distance with the opponent who had hooked up the cheats. The hermit used some strange principle of motion recognition. Beat the enemy with his own weapon, the ancient principle of the tower. The crazy border guard jumped on the enemy. He gave the artist back all his calligraphic strokes, only without the ink. The artist fought back with difficulty, although he knew these movements because they belonged to him. Hyun-woo folded his fingers, mirroring the artist's actions. With a calligraphic blow, he brought the volume of text down on his enemy. How? The unrecognized artist asked. How could he notice everything the first time? Hyun-woo had learned the power of the dark side, and now the artist could not defeat the hermit. After intense training, the mad hermit discovered the Sharingan within himself and could now see all of his opponent's movements. The artist's martial arts were so good that his movements were easy to recognize. However, there was a price to pay for using other people's martial arts. It was impossible. The unrecognized artist could not believe what he heard. I learned to draw by simply picking up a pencil and drawing a picture of another artist. Mangaka was surprised. Of course, the difference between drawing and making a replica is huge, Hyun-woo agreed. But the experience gained in battles and training in the tower, and also having expanded mana channels and enabled cheats, nothing is impossible. Well, it's time to begin the detention, i.e. liquidation, the hermit clarified. Meanwhile, the devoted student was turning down her rowdy suitor. It didn't get any easier, Senator Liam noted. Hyun-woo is busy, and will a schoolgirl be able to turn down a grown man? She is only in 5th place, and the wardrobe was not in 3rd place until recently, the senator worried. You can just sit on my lap, the square-headed man suggested to her, and he even brought a friend with him. Get lost, unclean one, I said I won't dance, the crazy student answered the annoying man. Let's have tea, coffee, dance, beer, vodka, lie down. The giant did not calm down. The girl got angry. She wanted to leave the jerks for the master as a snack. But since he is busy, the Dragon Empress decided to bury the idiots now. The stone-headed man did not understand where the girl had apparated to, with a clap of air. How his friend was already carefully washing the floor with his tongue. And here, wipe it well. The Empress pressed her foot a little harder. What kind of kids are there these days? They don't understand jokes and immediately start fighting, the thug wondered. But what difference does it make, the Empress thought. When to kill the goats, now or later? I'll kill everyone. The crazy student lost her temper, so much so that even the Hulk shrank to a mini version. Well, he just thought, there's a girl, beautiful, lonely, bored. How did it come to this? The stonehead was horrified. The Dragon Empress quickly explained to the harasser why he was behaving badly. 2 masters fought in the air, a cheater with reincarnation and a cheater with a Sharingan. The fight was equal, with both sides exchanging hundreds of blows, but the mad hermit had a few more cheats in store. He brought the unrecognized artist down to earth with a powerful kick. After this, Mangaka lay down to rest on the comfortable stone slabs. Bastard, he muttered. That means his cheat is to get stronger while you fight. Phase 2, said the artist, and poured all the ink onto the canvas. Like a squid, he splashed ink around himself. The mad hermit covered his face from the sudden wind. The real boss, the border guard thought, lived to see the 2nd phase, and yet, formally, he didn't even become illegal. The descendant of the bonsai master was covered in ink, as if he had bathed in it. The unrecognized artist extended black tentacles towards the hermit. This is an ability he will not be able to copy, Mangaka told the hermit. There is something just as good, the mad border guard replied, and released the red tentacles. You're not the only one who read comics in your youth, the mad hermit noted. Hyun-woo remembered the skill that electrophoresis used well, even though he couldn't copy it back then. But now everything is different because he understood the principle of vaccination, and he has a Sharingan. The bonsai master was surprised by the form of mana around the mad hermit. Hyun-woo performed his signature electrophoresis, just like the illegal electrician did in the past. Dominate, rule, humiliate. The crazy student remembered the principles of the tower. Little wretch, the stone-headed man lamented, needlessly increasing his pain. What's going on, he wondered. This is the 2nd time in a row that they've bent him over like a boy. A miniature ballet shoe covered the stonehead's dirty mouth. The Empress crushed his tough skull in cold blood. How stupid. It's not about skills, it's about martial arts, the girl said. A storm began outside, and man-made lightning bolts thundered. This sight brought pleasure to the Dragon Empress. The discharges struck the ground where the 2 martial artists clashed. Hyun Woo crowded around Master Bonsai everywhere, prescribing him a relaxing electric massage. The Bonsai Master responded with ink tentacles, and they fought as equals. And both of them flew apart, receiving a counterattack from the enemy. Even the increased resistance of the Mad Hermit stopped working. The Bonsai Master also felt that he would not win with simple attacks. In addition, the electrophoresis technique took a lot of mana, and the Mad Hermit noticeably weakened. The cheater in front of him was getting stronger all the time, the Bonsai Master noticed. And so the conclusion for the Mad Hermit was obvious. Now I understand, Master Bonsai. Having gathered all the ink forces in one point, the two martial arts masters understood that it was not advantageous to prolong the fight. Hyun Woo concentrated, tracking his opponent's every move. The octopus's ink blot continued to shrink to a tiny dot. The Mad Hermit did not immediately understand what this enemy technique was. The black blotch stained everything around with ink, and the Hermit decided it would be better not to get caught in it. He had already seen this technique, Hyun Woo realized. The nine-tailed bomb? What kind of business did the Mad Hermit get upset about? This isn't martial arts, but a clot of mana. It doesn't matter, the main thing is that it works, the Bonsai Master blurted out. The remnants of mana gathered around the hands of the unrecognized artist. Then the Bonsai Master detonated the Nine-Tails Rasengan. An ink tsunami rushed towards the Mad Hermit in a wide radius. Even S-rank strength would be reduced from this, the Bonsai Master reasoned. But the Mad Hermit, using the principle of grafting, devoured the ink mana. Thank you for the treat, said the polite border guard. The Bonsai Master was surprised by the nine-tailed cat's bomb blocked with his electrophoresis. Well, whose cheats are better? The crazy gamer boasted. Now it's my turn to show my bending skills, said the Hermit, and used all the skills without a cooldown. The Bonsai Master lost when he poured all his strength into the tailed beast bomb and forgot to save before that. A bright flash of explosion incinerated the body of the Bonsai Master without a trace. The on-duty text message beeped, confirming that the failed illegal immigrant had been eliminated. I spent all my cheats on him, the crazy Hermit thought wearily. All that remains of the adult manga master are the horns and a strange headband. Hyun Woo looked at the unusual item that fell from the unfortunate illegal. The secret of the Bonsai Master, it said that he wanted to become illegal in order to meet his teacher. Read in the status of a hermit. Already through the foggy veil, he saw his faithful student rushing towards him. So there is nothing to worry about. The tired hermit relaxed. Even with cheats, the rink was not easy, but the enemy had his own cheats, and he fell to the ground. And yet he won. The Mad Hermit sighed with satisfaction. The digital camera lens carefully recorded the entire battle. The atrium of the gloomy dungeon was once again occupied by the manganese lord. The hidden climber and the candidate for illegal tourists were defeated. The lord listened to the report. Impressive, he said, scratching his crimson chin. The dead were strong. No pain, no gain, he uttered the ancient principle. Only through crises do we become stronger. The border guard of the 9th floor is this crisis, asked the servant of the Crimson Lord. The Lord asked whether he had ever met a mountaineer of the highest rank and received a negative answer. However, the border guard will not meet such a tourist anytime soon, because even the gods avoid the 8th floor, the servant monk added. Hyun Woo lay resting, waiting for the stretcher, his faithful student leaning over him from above. How quickly he will reach his limit, the carefree, tired hermit thought. The helpful dummies from Hyun Woo's guild were discussing the hot news. The real massacre horrified the docile girl from the office, but her colleagues, on the contrary, were happy about the coolness of the boss they worked for. How is this possible? The office idiot shrank. Such things are happening in the world, and they are so calm. Only 9 people survived the bloody feast. Regional associations have already stated that the losses will not affect the overall strength in any way. There are still many worthy replacement hunters. The blockhead didn't care. They only cared about the boss's status. The media lied. The red-headed woman heard the obvious truth. The whole statement is a smokescreen, said the slave accountant. If the head finds out, he won't like it, the red-headed one realized. It's better not to say this in front of the hermit, the slave added. Cutie. So Yan flew in to check on her wounded friend. He looked like crap. He lay bandaged like a mummy and was cheeky in response, which means the sweet huntress didn't understand everything so badly. The cutie left and went about her business, leaving the hermit behind. Even after several days, he still had not recovered. The wounds were painful. The consequences are not a joke, the mad hermit noted. It could have been even worse if it weren't for his special cheats. His mana would have simply been destroyed. The energy still circulated incorrectly in the tangled channels. He turned on the cheats intuitively, without knowing all the details of their use, and it made itself felt. What to do next, the mad hermit asked himself. Train on his own or find a mentor. A couple of days later, he asked how to use the Master Bonsai's footcloth. The android girl conducted an assessment as an experienced pawnbroker. And how to get rid of the limiter, the mad hermit asked her. Android has clearly improved its search engine during his absence and has done the search. The white-haired android found a clue quite quickly. Whatever the object is, to open it, you need to go down into the labyrinth, the girl told the neural network. Okay, Hyunwoo realized. The system wouldn't have given any big answers anyway. Are there any new awards? Asked the mad hermit. There was one. Now the system gave access to thoughts. Twice a day, it seemed like telepathy, Hyunwoo realized. It is difficult to use this skill on hunters, but it is quite possible on ordinary people. Another notification system was added about the time and place of the hunters, but Hyunwoo did not quite understand what it was. The android made a sweet face again. She will beg again, the crazy hermit realized. The prefix, he guessed the neural network's intentions, and it pouted. But instead, she decided to share important information with him. Hyunwoo tested his new telepathic ability on a test subject. It would be better if he didn't do this. All her thoughts were about the crazy teacher. Is everything okay, teacher? Asked his ardent and passionate student. Hyunwoo regretted seeing her thoughts, a continuous stream of anxiety. But where is So-yeon? He asked the devoted student. And she replied that the huntress had gone to get her hermit's discharge papers. Will everything be okay? There are some unwanted people gathered on the first floor, the student reported. Ah, these simpletons, the hermit noted to the reporters. The student offered to eliminate them, but Hyunwoo volunteered to accompany them himself. As soon as he left the hospital grounds, he was attacked from all sides. They pointed their recording phones right at his face and didn't let him say a word. Let the steamer go, the hermit flapped his wings, dispersing the annoying journalists. He even gave one of them a painful elbow in the chest. Even the wounded hermit easily scattered the pathetic people. One slippery paparazzi was very offended by such treatment. Does this hunter consider the others to be subhumans or something? The journalist was indignant. Hyunwoo started as soon as everyone had quieted down, but he was rudely interrupted. Is it true that the massacre at the banquet was a pretext to kill the unwanted? Asked the impudent journalist. Even other journalists were stunned by such directness. Hyunwoo wanted to continue, but the impudent reporter continued to taunt him, asking if the hermit's answer could be considered consent. The damned peasant has lost his bearings, thought the mad emperor. Excellent, the impudent journalist gloated. This is what he wanted. But Hyunwoo didn't respond to the barbs and directly told the idiot to disappear. The journalist hesitated at the direct threat. He was not used to this. Usually his victims acted within the law. Hyunwoo gave 30 seconds for the reporter to disappear, or there would be no interview. Nearby, the Dragon Empress called over a hidden servant. She just ran her hand over her throat and looked in the right direction. Spring came to the city streets. The devoted student did not take her eyes off the teacher. Always cautious, Shiken read the news about the hermit and his run-in with the reporters, where he was called polite. The mad hermit opened the door as usual after a light knock and returned with the student. He will soon go to the labyrinth, the mad hermit said. Shiken was surprised that the hermit was suddenly taking money, and he replied that he wanted to check something. Hyunwoo also said that Shiken's guild is needed. It was all about the cards, explained the mad hermit. He didn't even know how to read them. Shiken realized that the labyrinth is a place where you can't rest and there are monsters all around. He said that he would prepare a raid next week. The satisfied hermit ran his hand through the silky hair of the student. The candidate for first concubine immediately blushed scarlet. After scratching the cat, the crazy teacher remembered a familiar feeling. There was another student, a face that popped into my memory. Is everything okay with that child? The crazy teacher wondered. The image of the girl with the rose thorns came into his mind. In the old days in the tower, he played the scenario of the crazy teacher and planned to escape after, but it didn't work out very well. But another child himself asked to become the mad hermit's disciple. It was too late to teach her the martial arts of the absurd, so he trained the girl differently. Since he had no news at all, that in itself was good news, the hermit decided. Hyunwoo was in the clouds again, a cautious Shu Kyung noticed as he rummaged through the papers. What the heck, he thought after reading other news in the feed. They wrote that the slippery and impudent reporter who pestered Hyunwoo disappeared after he resigned from the association. It didn't look like the crazy hermit was doing things quietly, thought the cautious Shiken. So it's all about this sweet and devoted student with a cruel disposition. It would be worth being more polite with the mad hermit, the cautious Shiken decided for himself. An expected but completely unwelcome guest arrived in Boriska's deputy's office. He straightened his tie. Difficult negotiations lay ahead. The deputy could not simply hand over the dungeons to a hermit. Turning to Mason for help was also out of the question, the deputy thought. After the massacre that the hunters from his political faction had carried out, he could not act openly. It didn't matter whether the politician was personally involved or not. He would be closely watched. After this incident, one person took over all influence in the association. They entered the office and Boris's deputy turned around. The crazy hermit in sweatpants had already trodden a path to this office. He had been here so many times. So what is the answer? The hermit went straight to the point. Time to bargain with that creepy guy, deputy. He barely opened his mouth when Hyun-woo rudely interrupted him. Let's finish this quickly, said the mad mafia boss. From now on, say only yes and no. The mad hermit pointed his finger at the simpleton. He couldn't stand such impudence and jumped up from his seat. But what's wrong? Asked the mafia boss. Only 40%. He could have taken everything, but he took pity on them. The damn psycho immediately went into a squeeze mode. The office slug got angry, but heard a familiar voice. Hyun-woo turned on the recording from his phone. Before that, he diligently talked to the taken language from the former gang of costume designers. The office plankton recognized the voice of the 6th number. Just in case, the hermit said, if they refused a voluntary donation to his guild fund. It will only get worse, said the country's most powerful mafia group. The office slug was covered in sweat in an instant. And one more question, said the mad hermit. Everything is completely voluntary and on a public basis, the mafia boss reminded. And who's the director here now? The office slug squeezed his knees. The Dragon Empress listened to the minion's report. He proudly reported on the new conquests that the Empire's troops had just introduced. Good job, the contented cat praised her henchman. The teacher's house is almost finished. All this time she was so cold and cruel, it was unusual for the henchman to see his mistress happy. Not noticing him, the girl indulged in sweet dreams. The secret guard appeared. The chatterbox was eliminated, asked the Empress. But she received a negative answer. A third party took care of the reporter. And who dared to take their spoils? Asked the mad Empress. The servant raised the tablet to her eyes. Here is the only clue, mistress. This sign was left on the victim's table and reported to her. The kidnappers wanted to make a name for themselves, the henchman continued, and received orders to investigate everything. At that very moment, the head of the secret guard disappeared with a soft pop. She also let her chief minister go, but he asked at the end when the lady would return to her homeland. The contented cat told him that she would return when the emperor wanted her to, and until then he should look after everything. Recognition, the chief minister of the empire flourished. Until now, no one had received such trust. He bowed before her, but the contented cat didn't care. He purred about his own. The homeless hermit was visiting Shuriken again when he asked him how the deal with Ares went. The deal went well. In 2 weeks, the problem with the guild will be resolved. Using telepathy, Hyun-woo found out all the dastardly plans of the slime, who planned to install a certain device in the dungeon on Mason's orders. The head of the mafia already thought that he had taken the business for himself. But a competing organization of Mason appeared. But who would just let their chance go? The crazy mafia boss reasoned. The dungeon smelled terribly of sewage, the perfect place for a slippery office slug. There were half-decomposed dead people and skeletons walking around, and other office plankton tired from work. Trying not to breathe, a still-living office slug made its way here. So this is where the souls of burnt-out workers go, Ares' office dummy realized. Having good stealth skills, he avoided the zombie meeting. He took on this risky task for the sake of promotion. They were already being handed out left and right. The guild was not in the best of times. You just need to bury it. The slug followed the instructions. When I came across the boss of a criminal gang, why did this racketeer come back again? Hung the silent question of Boriska's deputy. Sorry, we're late, apologized the polite mafioso. After all, 6 hours have already passed, he affably informed the office plankton. Words cannot describe these feelings, the slug thought. Let's talk, suggested the polite boss of the organized group, but the deputy rudely called the security. The security appeared at that very second, although not quite what he expected. 2 of the caskets supported the unlucky blockhead. The final passenger, take your things and get out, the polite mafia boss told the blockhead. The case file stated that the victim accidentally cut himself while playing with a knife. Big deal. Vavka will heal before the wedding, the mafia boss reassured him. But the plankton continued to scream loudly from the pain in the cut. Now stop it, said the polite mafia boss, or they'll think he's a bad guy. How does he know everything? The polite mafioso read on the slug's face. Hyun-woo sighed. And what to do with it now? These are not the times. Otherwise, he would have rolled it into a barrel of cement. Once you understand that you are in trouble, start begging for mercy, he said. And the exemplary student also nodded her head. How did he find out everything? The hermit said, very simply, and politely asked. This whole damn guild of bastards keeps stepping on the same rake. That's how Hyun-woo simply answered his question. Now start talking. The crazy mafia boss allowed the slug. If not, we will find out which is stronger, the head or the stone, said the hermit. The polite mafioso gave him a minute to think, and the slug's deputy agreed to tell him everything. A few days ago, Mason gave him a device and told him to install it in the dungeon that Hyun-woo wanted. But what did they give him? Asked the office slug Geralt. Catalyst, the blonde bastard answered mysteriously. You've heard about the wave of monsters, he asked the office idiot. If you don't kill monsters for a long time, they accumulate and break out. This is a wave of monsters. So this thing in his hands causes an artificial wave of monsters. Hyun-woo will be criticized for not taking good care of his dungeons, and Ares will be able to take them back. If all went well, Mason said, he would continue to help keep the guild in check. That's how it all was, the stupid slug said frankly. The faithful student noticed something very strange and frowned her beautiful forehead. Why did Mason do this before? He didn't have any problems with Hyun-woo, the girl wondered. Unless what was said was a lie, the Empress threatened reprisals. It's not his fault. Mason came to him himself. The slug justified himself. Under the pretext of helping, he plotted something against the mad hermit. The idiot had no other choice, and he agreed to these conditions. He justified himself pathetically. How ridiculous, Mason thought, rubbing the strange beetle-shaped objects. The bonsai master failed, and this was the first step to destroying the 9th floor. He sipped red wine from a glass. It seems that the calculations were wrong. Mason underestimated the enemy. The 9th floor was defenseless. When he met Boris Mart, he was convinced of this. They had a plan, and they stuck to it. Step by step, they were preparing to destroy the entire floor. The hunters could do nothing. With Ares, they would control all the dungeons in the world, and with the association, they would attract the best hunters. If there was a massive wave of monsters in all the dungeons and a bloody feast at the banquet at the same time, the world would definitely collapse. As soon as the border guard appeared, everyone wanted to climb in, but it was written, "Don't climb in, he'll kill you." Mason laid out the pieces on the board. The mad hermit even got to Boris Mart, but part of the general plan is still in effect. Boris's pawn, although he suspects something, is too stupid to understand it. Everything was going smoothly, but the unrecognized mangaka decided to lose to the border guard. "Stop," Mason said angrily, the glass breaking in his hand. However, the illegal thought, there is always a plan B and even C. There are still many letters in the alphabet. There is no need to be upset if the plan with the name A didn't work, he thought. He seemed to be paying too much attention to the bonsai master, believing that without supervision he would fail, Mason recalled. But mangaka grew on his own, and without much effort became ridiculously strong. Mason looked at dozens of boxes and the monster catalysts in them. He was pleased. Happy as an elephant after an enema, he noticed a voice behind the chair. "Everything is correct," Mason answered carefreely. And he stopped short, turned around sharply and saw the uninvited guest who appeared like a jack-in-the-box. "Kim Hyun-woo," he shouted the hated name. "Where are you going? Private property." As he had just guessed, the mad hermit gloated and added that the law does not apply to mafia bosses. Hyun-woo remembered how the android Av warned him that Mason might be a hidden illegal. Before the rift, such a person did not exist. The girl neural network found out. And then he appears and twists everyone, she added. How else would a bonsai master know about the world beyond the 9th floor of the Matrix? Of course, these are all hypotheses. The silver-haired neural network was being clever. If the guard has not recovered, it is better to forget about it, the android girl worried. It took a while, Hyun-woo said, to show up in person and take over the business. And the reasons are scattered in a conspicuous place, the mafia boss echoed himself. Break and enter, hooligans deprive of sight, Mason crowed. The data collection didn't work on Mason, but a negative result is a result. The crazy mafia boss was thinking about detaining a rich illegal immigrant and taking his property, saying that it was lost or destroyed in a battle. And he put the plan into action. Half the house exploded as if it were made of cards. Mason took off like a rocket to count the stars. Such was the force of the impact. Good evening. The polite bender, Hyun-woo, appeared from behind. The textual power of the absurd kicked Mason to the ground, where it crashed into the welcoming concrete with a deafening explosion. What kind of detention is this? He has rights, the illegal settler boldly declared. The right to eat Earth, the mad hermit replied and pressed Mason deeper. No passport. Give me some coin, said the honest and incorruptible border guard. It won't hurt at all. The security officer took out a mop. No mop, Mason thought, and clenched his fists with all his might below his back. The illegal immigrant grinned and said one word, freeze. This was enough to prevent Hyunwoo's slipper from sinking any deeper. The mad hermit was surprised. He could not move his body at all. He fell backwards, as if he had suddenly turned to stone, and could no longer maintain his balance. Hyunwoo was confused as to what was happening while lying on his back. The illegal migrant got back on his feet and miraculously managed to avoid detention. Bastard, he said, and kicked the regime dog in the ribs for threatening him with a mop. Like a plastic soldier, Hyunwoo was thrown to the side, unable to move a single joint. An unclear force held his body in an interesting pose. The illegal was well prepared, studied the laws, and took the first volume of Capital with him, just in case. A strong wind arose as the currents of power began to move. Land for the workers, factories for the peasants. It doesn't matter who will deal with the bourgeois mug, Mason told the hermit. An illegal immigrant with the habits of a theater-goer, dressed up and introduced himself again, the voice of the people, Len in each. The place where they are is a zone of communism, which he has worked on for many years, Mason explained. The defenders of imperialism are powerless here. I knew that communism could develop in a single locality, the hermit declared. Revolution is a movement of progress, Len In chattered, delighted with his success. Get ready, bourgeois mug, we're going to dispossess you now, Mason said to the hermit. But he doesn't have anything, just non-profit enterprises, pure charity, Hyunwoo said. And how many such gifted ones were there, he asked Mason. The imperialist mug has completely despaired, Lenin Yeach realized. It's a stupid question. The working people are the source of all wealth and talent. They appear all the time, Mason said. So he doesn't know, Hyunwoo realized, and asked one more question for the end. Does he know anything about repeat illegal immigrants who have already served their sentences? Hyunwoo asked. These are the ones who were deported and stripped of their citizenship, Mason replied. And to get it back, they are climbing up the floors again. Former citizens, Hyunwoo was surprised. And who are they then? It's unnecessary, Mason said. He's going to die anyway. Black lightning bolts ran through the body of the mad hermit. It doesn't look like it, said the mad hermit, rising. He's moving again, the illegal revolutionary squealed. In the area of communism, there is no movement of capital, as Len In could not figure out. People always find a way out. The black market, under-the-table trade, instead of monetary capital, social capital, and everything else follows. It doesn't matter, socialism, communism, people remain free because we are one biological species, explained the mad hermit. Damn it. The teaching of Marxism is true because it is true. Do not move the imperialist, ordered the rich hermit Len Ying. The waves of the planned economy reached out to free capital, and they were easily repelled by the lightning bolts of the free market. The time for revolutions had not yet come. Hyunwoo had destroyed all attempts to nationalize his property. Mason was horrified. What about Marx? What about Len In? The spells no longer worked. Hyunwoo moved easily, completely destroying the enemy's ideology as untenable. After the battle with Mangaka, he gained enhanced control over mana, and now no external influences could affect the hermit. In the same way, the attack of the long-armed fist was blocked by Mangaka. Even though the hermit still lacked experience, the technique worked. The mana began to move again, and the mad hermit released it to strike. He easily brought down a volume of calligraphic blows on the illegal revolutionary. A clot of bloody mana landed where the failed revolutionary stood. Everything is simple if you don't get hung up on one economic school, said the mad hermit. But the liquidation notice never appeared. Old dogmas are surprisingly tenacious. Hyunwoo was furious, always finding a way into immature minds. He was left alone in the middle of the ruins. The illegal revolutionary had fled. The wounded Mason took the golden throne. He could hardly move. One more moment, and the border guard would have definitely detained him. Plan B can still be carried out because he still has the KGB. They started out as a small security department and then grew to take on anything that wasn't nailed down. Mason sighed with satisfaction. If there is power, any teaching will become true. Long time no see, the illegal greeted his guest. A beautiful girl, like a rose, entered, gracefully swaying her hips. She smiled sweetly at the illegal revolutionary, with the epaulets of a skull mask adorning her shoulder. Let him listen first. Hyunwoo handed the recording to Senator Liam. He feigned concern, although of course he knew what would end up on the recording. The cunning politician pretended to hear everything for the first time. Mason's voice, confessing to the crimes of the bonsai master. This voice, he shouted, playing out the play to the end. Yun-woo was quite satisfied with this reaction. Political games are not for him, but he came to make a deal. Is the recording genuine? The senator asked the mad hermit, who nodded in response. Mason is an illegal revolutionary, which alone gives Liam an advantage. Now he will be able to remove his people from the association and put his own in place. All the money and contracts will flow through him. Previously, it was difficult to imagine such a thing. A politician would be accused of abuse of power, but now it is easy to sway public opinion to your side. So what's the price of the deal? Asked the wily Senator Liam. Just a little, said the mad hermit. It's better not to mess with politicians, just play a little with the media, he replied. All the hermit needs is to get out of the journalist's focus and act freely. The deal is win-win, the hermit smiled. The senator agreed that if Hyun-woo personally laid out all the evidence, he could be declared biased and evaded. With this, he takes his leave, said the hermit and left his place. There's one more thing. Senator Liam stopped him and asked. There was a huge mana explosion in Mason's house that was shown on the news, the senator said. Is he dead or not? The cunning politician asked bluntly. All the circumstances of the deal still need to be clarified. Hyun-woo sighed. He was easily seen through. Dealing with politicians is not easy. No, said the hermit. Not yet, he clarified without a waver in his voice. The Empress's bloodhounds combed through all the debris in the surrounding area, but found no trace of the escaped illegal immigrant. After the death of an illegal immigrant, a notification always comes, but this time there was none. It is unlikely that this is a system failure. Hyun-woo was finally tired of thinking about politics. He should kill the illegal as quickly as possible and forget about everything, the hermit decided. I'm counting on your help in my search. He wanted to finish, but was interrupted by a system notification. The system just credited him with the liquidation of an illegal revolutionary. Rose walked confidently past the secret agents, holding a sword in her hands. You look tired, he said to the illegal revolutionary. There is one person that needs to be taken care of, he said, and told her the name Kim Hyun-woo. The girl was stunned when she heard it. That's how, without changing her tone, she calmly answered the illegal immigrant. But there is nothing to worry about, said the illegal, because they have Rosa and the KGB. No, that's not it, the sweet girl interrupted the idiot's boastful nonsense, and she made a small stab with the sword in the chest area. The sweet girl leaned towards him to assess the consequences. What a pity he is such a fool, said Rosa, mocking the illegal immigrant. He could only stare helplessly as he was pinned to the throne. What the hell are they doing when something like this happens? Mason looked at the agents. What are you doing? He wheezed through his leaky lungs. Detain him immediately, the illegal immigrant gurgled. Seize, quarter, wheel, and other uncultured words escaped his bloody lips. But the agents did not budge, betraying their boss. Why? Wheezed the illegal revolutionary, the unfinished counter-revolutionary, grabbed the girl by the collar. She easily waved it off. What was he thinking? Asked his agent Rose. They betray friends and they were never even a team. The agent smiled creepily. He's just a convenient idiot who gave the money. Did he really think that she created the KGB from scratch just for an illegal revolution? The real owner of the underground was not an empty-headed revolutionary at all. The whole organization is a gift for him. The true owner. Agent Rose waved her hands. It would be right to tell the illegal what killed him. Rose grabbed the hilt of the sword, and with one movement she cleared the way for the flow of blood from the wound. It's simple. He tried to eliminate her real boss with her own hands. The illegal immigrant rested in peace, his lifeless body slumped on the throne. Hide all the evidence, the girl ordered the agents, including the furniture to record in the case. He tripped on a knife, but the body disappeared without a trace. The girl thought even more simply, no body, no matter, remembering the teacher's words. So he really is an illegal Jedi. He will evaporate if you chop him up. The agent confirmed her suspicions. She gently touched the shoulder strap of the skull mask, something he would not have to deal with. She will help the master eliminate everyone who stands in his way, the girl thought tenderly. There was no doubt about it. The white-haired android confirmed everything. Len Ying was dead. He blamed the system, but it seems there was no error, since they even gave him a promotion. It's good that the frag wasn't taken, but Hyun-woo wondered what happened. Did he die on his own, or did they help him? That is the question. The mad hermit rubbed his beard. Who cares? Even if he himself ran into a knife while making sandwiches, the border guard sprawled out. There are no more hidden illegals, he asked Av, and she agreed. Since he was about to leave, but the girl stopped him. Was it really for games again? The hermit asked. No? The embarrassed android pouted, looking away. But she didn't let go of his hands and quietly pulled him towards the laptop screen. This is what the android pointed with his cute finger at the advertisement for VR glasses. The extortionist thought Hyun-woo. The android said that it could work better, continued to hack the hermit's cuteness. And how can you refuse a child? Hyun-woo sighed upon hearing the request. A few days later, the homeless emperor was met by a candidate for concubine. To the entrance to the labyrinth, said the mad emperor to the driver, scratching the cat behind the ear. What if the others are not ready? The satisfied student asked him. One will be enough, the emperor answered briefly, causing the student to blush. The master will appoint her as the main wife. The satisfied student began to daydream. Hyun-woo read the news quite a bit. Not much time passed, and the cunning senator had already decided everything. This problem is solved, thought the mad emperor. Otherwise there has been so much to do lately. The hermit took Mangaka's footcloth from his pocket. Progress on the lock was slow. Kai, my sweet, squealed the stupid goblin with open arms, to get punched in the inhuman, impudent face at that very second. The hermit was surprised at how nasty the monsters had become. And there are still many damned perverts here. The mad emperor was surprised. A devoted student volunteered to disperse all the enemies. But the emperor refused. He himself wanted to give the rubber mugs a slap on the wrist. It's time to pump up on the boars, he said, and rushed at the stupid mobs. The genocide of the green non-humans ended with a couple of powerful attacks, while the rest of the raid group quietly smoked on the sidelines. So Tona, Kwon So said admiringly. Cute So Yeon also couldn't get used to this fact, even though she had long known about the hermit's power. Even if we all were together in this narrow passage, it wouldn't be easy to fight off the perverted trolls, thought the cautious Shiken. Maybe that's the difference. The hermit always drags the rink solo, the hunter reasoned. Boss, the squad's overjoyed loader addressed Shiken. He thanked them for taking him along. The guy was recording the entire raid. A crowd of people came running to his broadcast with the crazy hermit. Even the cautious Shuriken was surprised by such a number. Their friend had become too popular. The mad hermit raised his hand and declared that he was going up. He had already leveled up. The stupid mangaka's footcloth was opened if you filled the bar with killing monsters. The cautious Shuriken asked the couple of madmen how they would climb up if he didn't have a map and couldn't read them. The mad hermit glanced quickly at the student, but she pouted and turned away. Student, the mad teacher addressed her, but she shyly hid her gaze. It's clear, Hyun-woo said to the crazy student. Just like the teacher, he understood. They were rescued by a part-time loader blogger. Although his payment for the raid was not full, he agreed. No problem, the guy said, because he works as a loader for fun, and he makes real money from streaming. The prisoner was awakened by a bucket of cold water thrown in his face. He found himself in the middle of the interrogation room, chained to a chair. Who knows why they're keeping him here, said the agent in dark glasses in the basement. They said to interrogate him, and they're interrogating him. An elegant girl entered the interrogation room, and Agent Rosa herself went down to the detainee. We are breeding counter-revolution. We are confusing immature minds. Therefore, she stood over the prisoner, we are discrediting the name of the leader of the party. The leader, the nasty little reporter blurted out in surprise. Discrediting the name of the leader, he asked again. Is it really about Kim Hyun-woo? The journalist was horrified. Agent Rosa approached the switch with a sweet face. A good interrogation. A guarantee of a sincere confession. How good that he understood everything, said a sweet voice, and clicked the switch. Have mercy, I swear on my mother it's not my fault, the wall newspaper worker screamed in pain and horror. Liar, said Agent Rosa, and who wrote nasty philippics, invented poems, told jokes about the leader. You say that you don't know anything, but you yourself were warned that everything should be submitted to the Censorship Commission first, the agent continued. Censorship, the independent media worker was surprised. But what about freedom of speech? An all-seeing eye looked at him from the girl's collar. Big Brother is watching you. A terrible motto surfaced in his memory. A few days ago, in the editorial office, he asked the question, isn't all this suspicious? Where has the free press gone? Isn't Kim Hyun-woo too heroic? He asked his colleague. Nothing surprising, he said. The employee, a hero guy, stopped the bonsai master. Yes, all the articles are commissioned. There is no criticism. Total one-sidedness. Citizens should see different points of view, the little reporter insisted. Don't interfere, he heard from his colleague. The slower you go, the further you go. Freedom of speech is a fiction. Write what people watch, what they pay for, chase the hype. Otherwise, you'll be left with nothing. The colleague confidentially slapped the journalist. But is this honest journalism? Democracy? Freedom? The little reporter was indignant. What kind of tattoo is that? He wondered, looking at his friend's neck. I did it recently, he answered sheepishly, adjusting his collar. Now I remember, Agent Rose smiled. Freedom of speech is when it is against whom it is needed. But about the leader, please write whatever we say. Double standards, the idealist reporter was horrified, but why was he asking? Isn't it the duty of the secret services to ensure that there is order in the state? Asked the agent with a sweet face. The mangaka's footcloth is now ready for use, but only once, since he did not become illegal, which means the effect is not perfect, the hermit read. Use the electrophoresis sword, the system suggested. I'll be away, the mad emperor informed his student. I'll be back when I return. He needed to visit an old friend, he told his devoted student. The portal worked perfectly and threw the hermit into an unknown place. He looked at his hands in surprise. It was impossible to take anything from the outside here. The mad hermit felt a presence behind him. The hermit turned around. The same guy was standing there, alive and well, as if nothing had happened. The fifth-class electrician, illegal electrophoresis, stood with his back to him. The warrior noticed the intruder and turned around, looking at him seriously. The 8th floor was ablaze. The dragon Smaug lay on the ground with broken wings. The winged lizard coughed up blood from its torn entrails. And that's all he can do, the enemy mocked. I thought you were a guard, said the monkey with a cockroach mustache on his hat. Heh heh, laughed the missing link in human evolution. What animal are you? Asked the monkey. The dragon Smaug. The animal himself, the hominid answered. Now he will show all his strength. Look carefully, cold-blooded, the monkey boasted, taking out a stick. Now I'll take this stick and beat you, and then I'll skin you, the evil monkey boasted, introducing himself as the Monkey King. Hyun-woo caught Thunderbolt off guard, who barely had time to put on his pants. As soon as he sat down to relieve himself in the bushes, Electrician Chong-ma was surprised. The mad hermit was surprised. This was not what he expected to see upon arrival. Normal people go to the toilet, thought the crazy hermit. They didn't teach you to knock when you come to visit, the electrician asked the intruder. Who knew that even in virtual space there is nowhere to relieve oneself? The hermit was indignant. But the electrician remained indifferent to the senseless excuses. Turning on Sherlock, Hyun-woo realized what had happened. He had been sucked into Electrician's hard drive, and the key turned out to be Master Bonsai's footcloth. He was heading here for martial arts, and since Electrician was here, he could teach him. The humble disciple greets the master. The mad hermit hits his fist with his palm. You should be ashamed to talk about modesty, Chong-ma reproached the hermit. Sensei, teach me everything you know, Hyun-woo insisted, but was refused. Who would want to train the border guard who detained him? The mad hermit understood. Shifu, please teach me, the hermit said, gritting his teeth. Get lost! The proud electrician snapped his last thread of patience. First he won with cheats, and now he came to study. The master reproached the hermit. Well, just a couple of cheats, what's the big deal? Hyun-woo was genuinely surprised. Who needs this hardcore? Said the crazy hermit. Your set of cheats has not changed. The electrician assessed at first glance the path of the hermit's mana. Perhaps just a little, he added. Cheats or not, defeat is defeat, Hyun-woo countered, and he can do it again. What nonsense, said the warrior electrician. Cheats don't work here. Let's check. The crazy hermit rushed to attack. All the crazy cheating power fell upon the 5th-rank electrician. But he threw out the paper, and the paper hits the stone. The cheats really didn't work. Here he is faster than before, said the electrician, and he threw the mad hermit aside to think about his behavior. Without cheats, you can't even see its movement, the mad hermit noted. Even though he became faster, electric was still ahead of him. Still, crazy kung fu is cooler than electric, said Hyun-woo, jumping into battle. But all his blows were repelled by the local Morpheus. With his eyes closed, the electrician easily grabbed the mad hermit by the hand, and he gave a kick in the side to the failed chosen one. This is not the Matrix for him, he thought. Hyun-woo lost his temper, responded with a cheeky kick, and was indignant. Without cheats, everything was not going as before. But there weren't many cheats before, so something was clearly wrong. Previously, the electrician explained, he had carried out a call and set restrictions. Since he was playing as an illegal, the system imposed additional restrictions. What does the hermit know about illegals? How ranks are determined? Does he really think that it depends on personal strength? It all depends on the recognized achievements that the system has counted, no matter who you play for, illegals or border guards. So when you become too strong, the balance system intervenes, asked the hermit. He's smarter than he seems, the electrician told the hermit. Combat skills at the level of the elite illegals, but without achievements they have greatly decreased. Balance system, the electrician explained. Like during their battle, he told Hyun-woo. So be it. The electrician suddenly changed his mind. You can kill me. I'll show you a couple of tricks, he suggested to the hermit, drawing his sword. It's good that he hasn't changed, the hermit answered cheerfully. But if you kill electrician, you won't learn martial arts, the hermit noted. This is the training level of the Matrix. You can't die here, the electrician explained. But you can experience the full range of thrills, he said, and cut Hyun-woo in half. Thus, the mad hermit experienced his first death. So Hyun-woo disappeared as soon as he touched the footcloth, asked the always cautious Shuriken, the lonely cat, and she nodded. At this point, their communication ended and a dead silence fell. He got himself into trouble again. He could have warned him, Shuriken breathed in cautiously. The devoted student now looks like an abandoned cat. I'll poke out your blinkers, the irritated girl hissed, and Shuriken quickly retreated. Better to avoid her, he thought. Looking up, noticing something strange, the secret guard changed their place of observation, silently disappearing, and Shuriken was devastated by what his house had become. Even in his own home, there is no rest, only problems. The hunter was indignant. When the apartment is repaired, he will slip away there, the cautious Shuriken decided. And he silently left the abandoned cat. She still wouldn't let anyone near her. The girl waited faithfully at the place where the master left her, and she carefully heard the voice coming from Hermione's bag. So, you can hear the voice, warrior, coming from the bag? The devoted cat stared at the strange object. Whether it seemed so or not, she couldn't tell. The girl wondered if she was the only one who heard that voice. It's suspicious. If it weren't for the master's things, she would have buried it long ago and deeper, thought the devoted cat. You can hold on to your strength a little, child. I will give you some heroic strength. The voice from the bag persistently agitated. The Dragon Empress did not understand what kind of conversation they were having. Don't be scared. The first time is always a bit painful, but then you get used to it, said the voice. Loli Demonis. A voice with an ancient accent introduced itself. Morpheus continued training the unchosen Neo on the secret level of the Matrix. The crazy cheater was always using dirty tricks, but each time to no avail. Electrician could not be taken by such tricks. Holding down the attack button does not mean fighting, the master criticized the hermit, and he chopped the mad hermit in half, like for a Greek salad. At this level, Hyun-woo could only rely on his own abilities. Why sweat in a game where you can quickly complete a level and learn the plot? The crazy nerd was indignant. How many times had he already passed this level? The hermit was indignant. He had already tried 100 times. So this is a bonus level, the electrician smiled. Just move on, he suggested to the hermit. Don't you dare underestimate the power of Korean nerds. The crazy hermit clenched his fists. Didn't you understand? Answered the electrician. He won't pass this level. Hyun-woo thought. There will be no reward, no achievements either except maybe a check mark on the list of credits. 100 rounds dry, he reasoned. Was it worth it? Electrician is strong. His technique cannot be broken by stepping on his foot, the hermit thought. Doesn't use fake trinkets like Replicator Boris. Doesn't go crazy in difficult situations like the Bonsai Master. It is impossible to defeat him because he has no weak points, the hermit concluded. And yet he got back on his feet. If there was a damn uncompleted level left, it would haunt the hermit for the rest of his life. Impossible yet, Hyun-woo thought and grinned. No one is invincible. I told you not to underestimate the power of nerdism, said the mad hermit. Empty chatter again, the fifth-class electrician breathed in. Well, Hare, just you wait. Hyun-woo got ready for a new fight. Use strength. Hyun-woo remembered the ancient principle of the tower. Think about the good and kill whoever you have to. The mad hermit concentrated. Gathering his courage, the hermit again went on a direct attack. It's boring as hell, sighed the electrician. I wish he'd come up with something new. And sent the crazy hermit to restart the download. The digital image of the hermit slowly healed, but the pain did not go away. But despite this, he attacked again. Electrica. They are different from the previous one. The master was surprised by such pressure, which didn't stop him from cutting the mad hermit in half again. Many rounds passed quickly, and each time Hyun-woo was knocked down in one blow. The hermit was killed hundreds and hundreds of times, each time mocking him, but raising his fist he did not give up. My mind became clouded, and memories of the past flashed past me. The hermit was often bullied in the orphanage by other children. The teachers scolded him when he decided to fight back against the bullies. I had to work a lot on the construction site to survive. Argue against the unfairness of teachers at school. And even in the tower, he always continued to move forward. And even when confinement brought him to the brink of losing his mind, the mad hermit never gave up. The fighting spirit gave the hermit new strength, and their fight ceased to resemble a dull beating. "He's much crazier than I thought," the illegal electrician noted. "This is a hidden level. On a hard drive, there is no time, no aging, no death, no restrictions. The system puts all killed illegals here. Usually no one except the owners can get in here, but the crazy hermit somehow managed to do it." What he said seemed funny to Chong Ma, but only at first. It was strange for Electrician to hear such nonsense from his own killer. It was interesting to see how long the hermit would last, and so Chong Ma set a condition. He didn't intend to teach the madman. He just wanted to relieve his anger by resetting him over and over again. That's how it was at first. For the 100th time, nothing changed, except that Electrician got pleasure from revenge. Always a brazen cheater, he now looked meek and scared. But he did not give up, and the endless fights dragged on. The feeling that he was being followed grew stronger and stronger, and Electrician began to give it his all. On the 200th reset, Hyun-woo couldn't parry a single blow. For 400 rounds, the hermit could hardly withstand 3 blows. 700 rounds. It's nice not to let the hermit get the finishing blow. The 1000th round, all the fighting techniques are solved and destroyed. The hermit has nothing more to do. The electrician was sure that after this, the hermit would not be able to take a step. The mad hermit was slowly going mad from the piercing, endless pain. But he just got up again as if nothing had happened. This was starting to irritate Electric. Having no other way to get rid of the hermit except by forcing him to surrender, he continued. An unpleasant feeling grew in his chest. Such a weakling could not withstand even a couple of movements, but he did not give up. Without even noticing it, Electric was pushing himself harder and harder in these rounds. What is this feeling? He asked himself, striking blow after blow. Only after 2,900 he found the answer. The same feeling that he experienced long ago when he became illegal. At first, this sensation was very weak, noted Electrician. He used increasingly destructive techniques on the annoying fly. But he definitely felt the danger coming from the hermit. What if this guy never gives up and drives him crazy with boring fights? To hell with it, decided Electrician. He had quietly become interested in duels. He stopped short, noticing that he had made a slight mistake in his movements. And the hermit did not miss this opportunity and immediately counterattacked. Gathering all his will into a fist, he delivered an uppercut to Electric's chin. The fist hit its target and exploded in pain. For the first time in thousands of battles, Hyun-woo got his opponent. The mad hermit counted 5 to 3,000. There is nothing infinite except Korean nerdiness, the crazy hermit cheerfully announced. Fucking nerds. Thunderbolt got really angry. The Monkey King looked into the distance at the blazing horizon of the 8th floor. Quickly, the voice of an ally was heard from behind. Fat Leo appeared before the monkey in a disheveled robe. He's already sat his whole ass on the stone. Monkey was indignant, but his comrade waved it off. Monkey's seat is definitely stronger than the stone, he said. That's true, said the monkey. During the 3 months he waited, his seat had grown to the stones. Once Fat Lion had finished, where were the others chilling? Asked the monkey. The roasted rooster and the white elephant don't ask. Where the trunk is arrived shortly after Tolstoy. We had a great time, Lev asked the couple who arrived. And they confirmed that they had fucked everyone, especially Rooster. How funny. Everyone has already climbed the tower and been illegal, but they spent 3 months on one zone, boasted Monkey. It's just that the system's balance is shitty, Fat Leo justified himself. The Trinity received achievements for abusing animals and gaining their powers. The system only counted them. Don't ask where the elephant's trunk is, you might get upset. And don't ask how to become a roasted rooster. Leo was indignant. Excuses for weaklings, the damned macaque teased. The Leaning Tower of Pisa appeared, shaking the earth, leading to other levels of the matrix. The passwords are the same, the addresses are the same, the monkey shouted and ran forward. 25 again, he will jump on his stick, Fat Lion breathed. Each takes on one side of the world, the monkey reminded. In total, 2 months, boasted the talking monkey. The ever-cautious Shuken was pulled away from his paperwork by a ringing bell. They were looking for the missing Hyun-woo, who had not been heard from for a long time. A rift had occurred. The cautious Shuken was informed. In 3 hours, the enemy would be in Korea. The sad cat was still waiting alone for her crazy teacher. But he was in no hurry to appear and console the devoted cutie. The electrostimulator sword showed no signs of awakening. The fight continued. The mad hermit continued to catch the serves. The only counter he could keep was the battle count. Time did not exist in this matrix. The hermit was doing well and was already forcing Thunderbolt to move. The entrance began to receive electric shock attacks, which had not happened before. The new sensations were pleasantly invigorating after the usual piercing, cutting foreign objects. The Mad Hermit now attacked madly and unpredictably. Strike! He spun the turntable, confusing the electrician's mind with his nonsense. It was just a trick. Hyun-woo fired his fist instead of his leg, but Electric dodged everything. Crazy psycho, said Thunderbolt 5,000 deaths later. Are you really tired? Asked the crazy nerd, teasing the electrician. Interestingly, nerdiness is also a cheat, Grummaboy thought. How long can you do the same thing over and over again? This guy is definitely crazy, decided Electrician. There may be no fatigue here, but is it normal to hold a bev session for 5,000? He thought. He should have given up a long time ago, because from the middle of the fight, Electrician used all the electrophoresis techniques to the fullest. The Mad Hermit was almost reaching his goal, but at the last moment it was reset by lightning strikes. Thunderbolt felt someone touch his pants. You are definitely a mad dog, he said to the Mad Hermit. Aren't you tired of it? He asked without the words of a Korean nerd. But even in this position, his eyes said that he would not back down. Only girls grab onto clothes, said Electrician. In times of need you too will do, replied the Mad Hermit. The feeling of danger turned into a thrill. What else could a crazy nerd do? On his way to the top, Grummaboy killed many different illegals. But this was the first time he had seen such crazy nerds. Dumb as an oak, but stubborn, the electrician of the 5th rank realized. Everyone broke down after meeting Thunderbolt, but not this dumb nerd. He broke all his skills and fighting techniques, but the madman invented them again and rose again. It's as if someone turned him into a robot that doesn't know how to give up. That is why even Thunderbolt felt awe before this madness. No one could change the nature of man. Sooner or later everyone gives up, thought the 5th grade electrician. Shadow Step noticed the technique of the Hermit Thunderer. He had seen something like this somewhere before. The warrior once again easily dodged even a high-level attack. He had seen this thousands of times. 3 steps must be taken to complete it, said the electrician of the 5th rank. Hyun-woo froze. For the first time in so many fights, he received advice from the master. Hundreds of discharges struck one point in a bright arc of electricity. Martial arts are not buffoonish movements and loud words. Get to the root, he taught the crazy nerd. Focus on the basics. Forget the complicated names, said the 5th grade electrician. Simple copying will not help with electrophoresis techniques, the master explained. What is important is not copying lightning with mana, but keeping it in the mana itself. The hermit exchanged the 8,000th zeroing for advice. When lightning is inside mana, all you have to do is give it the desired shape. The discharges evaporated Hyun-woo's body, leaving large bald spots in her image. He had already lost count of how many resets had taken place. Each step was like water, and different from the previous one. These are real martial arts, the Mad Hermit realized. Then he broke the form he had acquired again. 10,000 nerdy zeros. After 15,000 resets, he finally figured out how to use his brain. The mana in each cell creates lightning, from which dozens of other techniques emerge. And they all merge into one technique of the god of electrophoresis. The last step, having studied the form, is to break it, the master electrician instructed. Previously, Hyun-woo would have said that all of this was made-up nonsense to add mystery and importance to simple truths. After all his teachers were images from books, from which he drew the power of the absurd. But now he finally understood the true meaning of real martial arts. Their battle, which had died down, flared up again. Both were equal. There was a commotion in the center of the Korean Association. They were late in reacting to the invasion. Senator Liam took over and led the defense from the bunker. When the first disaster appeared, he was not worried because he had hope for Kim Hyun-woo, but then 3 more appeared. The situation was dire everywhere. The S-rank hunters could do nothing, the secretary reported. We need to prepare for the worst, Senator Liam realized. Even if there was no connection with Hyun-woo, there was no need to worry about Korea, the senator reasoned. Hyun-woo has left, a cautious Shu Kyung informed his friends. You can assume that he is on another planet. He hid it for a month, but it won't come out anymore. To stop the disaster, we must rely on our own strength, said the ever-cautious Shiken. What will the Dragon Empress do? Shiken asked his loyal disciple. For the first time, the girl looked at the hunter as something other than just empty space. 15,000 zeros, the Korean nerd counted endlessly. They exchanged hundreds of blows without Hyun-woo being cleared. He no longer died, and they could clash as equals. His mastery of mana reached perfection. The halo behind his back turned into a raven. The crazy electrician looked pleased with the result. This form embodied the essence of his martial arts, the halo and the wings. Now the Mad Hermit was pressing the 5th-class electrician. Surprisingly, this did not hurt the pride of the god of electrophoresis. He enjoyed the fight on equal terms, something he hadn't experienced since he had become a little stronger. The Mad Hermit used both ranged and melee attacks. His expression had not changed since he started this climb. The face of a crazy nerd, if you suffer for a long time and then fail at something? The god of electrophoresis wondered what kind of monster he had raised in these battles. However, what difference does it make? I'll finally get some rest from endless fights, thought Thunderbolt. The full force of his technique, performed by a crazy nerd, opened up above him. This is the way, thought the electrician of the 5th rank. Hit it now, don't delay. But the fatal blow only slightly rustled a strand of hair. After 15,000 resets, the hermit stopped. Why didn't you finish him off? Thunderbolt asked him. The hermit turned around. He rubbed the hair on the back of his head shyly, thinking about what to say. How can a student show such disrespect to a teacher? The hermit asked. What? Said the Thunderer. I don't remember when I took a nerd as an apprentice, he asked. Since that's all, let the people rest. Master Changma waved his hand. Even if he asked to stay, he would still leave heartless, leaving Hyunwoo as the last one. And yet, the Mad Hermit thought to add, thank you, teacher, even though you are an asshole, he blurted out, dissolving into the light of the portal. What a bastard, thought the 5th class Master Grumma Boy. Crazy Korean nerd, he'll tire the dead, he said after him. The student, after all the data had been reset, in the infinite matrix, wasn't so bad, thought Changma. The association's troops met the disaster at the very fault line and prepared the first line of defense. Finally, the rift cracked and someone emerged from the portal. The bird is climbing out, I repeat. The hole has opened. Oh, the hunter commander creaked into the radio. The cannons fired their first salvo at the target. It was difficult to understand what the huntress meant, so they decided to just shoot. Rockets and shells rushed towards the lone target that had left the portal. A huge ball of fire appeared in the sky as they all hit their target. The dummies stood waiting for the results of the artillery preparation. What a warm welcome, a mocking voice was heard. I plan to quietly clean everyone out, but there is no need to hold back, said the monkey with the cockroach mustache. Mayday sos, Monkey Lord Nish kaput first, Stein. The commander chattered into the radio in panic. The bird broke out. She did not finish speaking. Since Monkey took the radio anyway, no one understood her orders. Let's clean out the weaklings first, the macaque boasted. Grow up, the Monkey King shouted cheerfully to his stick. The roasted rooster landed in Thailand, and in the midst of the chaos he caused. Such a simple floor, he said, folding his chicken wings. What kind of feathered misunderstanding is this? The rooster heard. And I saw a guy in front of me in sweatpants and flip-flops. What kind of madman dared to approach the great sage? Hyunwoo heard. First I'll kill you, then I'll roast you, shouted the roasted rooster. But the mad hermit did not listen to the senseless clucking any longer. I just returned, and here the roosters pestered me. The crazy hermit was surprised. Now the border is crossed with chickens, he asked the animal. The rooster thrashed under the electric shock. The arrest was a success. The mad hermit incinerated the firebird with electrolysis. A notice about the detention of an illegal chicken immediately appeared. But what the hell was he doing in Thailand? The navigation system was clearly acting up, Hyunwoo noticed. Little so. Yeon lay unconscious, her disheveled hair falling across her beautiful face. Always cautious, Shurken received a powerful blow and flew into the wall. Are you kidding me, fools? Fat Leo mocked his weak opponents. But the Wildcat Empress did not give up and covered Shurken. It was fun playing with the kitty, Fat Lion told her. But it was already boring. The uncouth boar swung his paw. A fat, uncouth Leo punched a cute girl in the stomach. Pain spread in circles throughout the devoted student's petite body. The mad hermit studied the system mail he had missed during his absence. So it means that the damned illegals have set up a thoroughfare here. Hyunwoo understood from the words of the android Ov. One is already a rarity, but 4 at once, the floor is not made of rubber. Where only they can climb, asked the crazy hermit. On the other hand, Demon Aloli took a whole diaspora of rubber faces, Hyunwoo recalled. There is a high probability that these illegals also have a gang leader, the android calculated. A strong illegal, he can take Ocean's friends into his team and cross borders together. One of the 3, of high rank, the mad hermit concluded. The silver-haired girl leaned in to confirm his conclusion. The hermit thought to ask how he ended up in Thailand, but the time was not right. And where is their leader? The hermit asked, and the girl pointed to the map. The USA. Hyunwoo looked at the location of the 3 and figured out in what order to eliminate them. The hermit thought that getting to their leader and destroying him would be as easy as pie. If he goes to the US, his friends in Korea will kick the bucket. On the other hand, there is a faithful disciple, thought the mad hermit. On the other hand, The girl is no match for the illegal immigrant. Hyun-woo was thinking about the difficult choice when the notification appeared. After reading it carefully a couple of times, he was still very surprised. The cautious Shurken assessed the situation as everything had arrived. The Dragon Empress fell from a couple of blows from Fat Lion. The hunter himself lay on his last legs, having used up all his strength and mana. And where only Hyun-woo wears, he regretted in a moment of weakness. But suddenly, he threw these thoughts aside. What was he thinking about? He himself decided and persuaded others to fight for their home with their own strength. It is not the fault of the mad hermit that the friend in his retinue is simply a weakling. The Dragon Empress came to her senses and began to stir. Miraculously, the fragile, refined girl was able to stand on her feet. Powerless even with the martial arts master, the girl thought. The teacher's words gave her absolute confidence that the imperial arts were of great power and sufficient. If they don't help her win, she's just not strong enough, the master told her. The crazy student did not consider herself strong. She walked under the sky and considered all weaklings below her to be fools. And this way of thinking led her to where she was now. Bitterness rose in her throat. She only admired the master's power and looked at him from afar, not even thinking of reaching his heights. That's the end of the tale, and whoever listened is a fine fellow, sang Fat Leo. I will do you the honor, growled the uncouth boar who beats women. And I'll show you how to become fat, he continued, devouring hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The lion's roar sent the weakened Dragon Empress flying. The heroic strength is not enough for loans, the girl heard a voice from Hermione's bag. I see, came the voice, and the girl looked at the source. The same voice she recognized Demonololi with her strange speech. Keep the heroic strength, and you will be of help in the army, Demonololi persuaded. But the master told the student not to take sweets from strangers. You don't trust me, Demonololi realized, when the fat lion had already opened his mouth wide. Well, let it go, said the demoness, and released her mana to Loli. The Dragon Empress screamed in surprise as the force enveloped her. She said it only hurt the first time, said the demoness. The magic of the flawless Demonololi filled the Dragon Empress. Now you feel the heroic strength, whispered ancient Loli. The appearance of the miniature crazy student was completely transformed, and the features of a cute demon Loli appeared in her. The horned goat is coming after the little guys, the warrior maiden grinned. The fat lion was surprised to see a young goat in front of him. Suddenly he discovered that he could not use his mouth. What is she? Horns have grown and teeth, cried the fat lion. Well, so be it. Goats are very nutritious, said Leo, and tried to open his mouth. One stop, he heard a quiet, gentle voice and fell to the ground. Loli's power prevented him from moving, and the girl quickly walked towards him. Fat Leo was crushed by a steamroller, with every step of his tiny feet. Always cautious, Shiken took a moment to pull out his wounded friends who were unconscious. Although it was shameful to run away from the battlefield and leave the girl alone, he would only get in the way nearby. No one can resist the power of Loli. The transformed student leaned over Fat Lion. Do you think you are the only one whose strength was cut? Said Loli Demoness. Anything could happen. With every step, the pressure of Loli's power grew and flattened Fat Lion. If only I were a queen, said the demoness, turning the Fat Lion into a flat lion. They should call her Goddess Loli, the demoness said to the flat lion at the end. An illegal elephant walked through Mexico City and everything around was destroyed. The girl with the trunk froze in place amidst the destruction. And she couldn't move. She didn't understand why at all. Do your eyes hurt without blinking? A stern female voice asked her. What did she do? Asked the elephant, squeezing out the last of the air from her lungs. A petite, cute girl, Agent Rose, appeared right in front of her. Just animal experiments. The agent smiled sweetly. She recently found a great book. There is nothing to be afraid of. They are a humane organization and do not torture animals, said the agent with a sweet face. Sick bastards, the elephant objected, but the agent shut her up, not saying that to the elephant who had trampled an entire city. On behalf of the KGB, allow me to express my gratitude, Rosa smiled. With its help, they eliminated competitors in a dangerous business. Who is she? The girl with the trunk asked in horror. Let's get back to our sheep, said the girl and opened the first volume of Capital. This experiment is aimed at revealing signs of dialectical thinking. Agent Rosa smiled sweetly. The injured little So-yeon slowly came to her senses in the hospital. The girl woke up and heard the voice of Kwon So, who was on duty nearby. Realizing where she was, she immediately jumped up in bed and asked what happened. Kwon So didn't remember much. They got it from an illegal immigrant, and the staff said that Shurken dragged them in. The hunter himself, having bandaged his wounds, returned to the battlefield. Damn crazy, cutie. So Yan was horrified, but Quan so asked to leave the guy. The friend understood that after such a deal, the guy had reasons to be disappointed. A cautious Shuken looked down from the roof of the hospital. He could only run away, tail between his legs. The hunter scourged himself. The doors behind him opened and someone also came to the roof. Cautious Shuken turned around at the sound of the door. He was very surprised when he saw the girl's familiar face. The Monkey King smashed the troops to smithereens. Explosions blazed everywhere. The battle was already boring, but something had changed where he sent the clones. The clones are equal in strength to low-ranking illegals, and 300 would be enough for the entire 9th floor. In one moment, half was destroyed, he thought, as he heard a quiet, "Good evening, you are the boss here," behind. Delivery of noble cuffs ordered, the hermit Hyun-woo appeared. The monkey deftly blocked the blow with her stick. "Who is this?" the Monkey King asked the mad hermit. But he performed a double kick with his legs instead of introducing himself. The macaque flew towards the ground and struck, raising a cloud of dust. "Grow up!" shouted the Monkey King, and a large stick flew towards the hermit. But he deftly dodged the macaque's unexpected attack. The monkey appreciated the hermit's abilities. He was not simple. "You jump like a monkey," he pointed out to the mad hermit. "I've been looking in the mirror for a long time," the mad hermit asked the macaque. The zookeeper, who also works as a border guard, introduced himself as a hermit. "People are also monkeys," the smart hominid objected, "but more developed ones. Now we will teach you too," the hermit mocked. At the same moment, he received 2 notifications about the liquidation of illegal animals. "Grow up!" the angry monkey shouted and hit Hyun-woo with a stick. "Narustishishka," he blurted out when the mad hermit suddenly appeared nearby. And now Rusty again, the nasty monkey was playing with his stick. The stick rocketed him away from the mad hermit. In its place, a column of flame rose and engulfed the mad hermit. But from under the rubble, the enraged macaque was grabbed by the tenacious hand of a border guard. "A declaration must also be signed for animals," a state border control officer said. And he put a wet stamp on the entry denial form, the impudent monkey. "You'll end up in the monkey house," he told the illegal intruder. The impudent Monkey King could not tolerate such a thing, but the border guard was strong. "And that's all that a high-ranking illegal can do," the mad hermit mocked. And there was talk. The impudent monkey was upset and could not break away from the crazy hermit. The macaque then took up the fight on the spot, waving his telescopic staff. "Damn monster, where did he just crawl out of? The impudent illegal has completely lost his bearings." "There's nothing to be done," said the macaque, and activated the second phase. Having released all of Rastashishka's power, the staff reached the low clouds. A huge bolt of fire flew towards the ground. The magical ranged attack flew right on target, but the mad hermit only grinned. And he gathered and released his mana in the form of a bloody crown. "What is this?" The impudent monkey was surprised. He was not the only one who had a second phase. Hyun-woo also knew how to control lightning and easily repelled the attack of the macaques. At headquarters, they couldn't tear themselves away from the spectacle and watch the screens, spellbound. Even Senator Qui-gon watched with his mouth open as he watched what was happening. This is already beyond the bounds of normality. The cunning senator was stunned. Far away, the earth shook from the blows of real monsters. A crazy hermit was chasing an illegal macaque, but he deftly evaded arrest as befits a macaque. "Do you think you can hurt a Sith with lightning?" the mad hermit asked him. Bloody discharges of electrolysis flew towards the macaque. However, he managed to fight back with his paws and a stick. While the Monkey King was distracted by the lightning bolts, Hyun-woo crept closer, and he gave the impudent illegal animal a straight kick. The monkey rolled over the stone hummocks, tumbling comically. The monkey gritted his teeth, but he could do nothing. The mad hermit launched his mana at full capacity, activating all abilities. The fist of the divine long-armed man sent a wave of love to his smaller brothers. Increased mana. The skin of the unfinished macaque sparkled. A fiery wave of rays of goodness pressed back the impudent macaque. Hyun-woo examined the results of the finishing magic. The roasted macaque was not going to give up alive. He resisted to the last. The illegal monkey wondered where such a monster could come from on the 9th floor. "Not bad for a monkey," the mad hermit mocked the animal. "How dare he look down on the king of all monkeys, and therefore people too." The macaque lost his temper. A halo of mana lit up above his cap with a cockroach mustache. "Since I can't go higher, I'll take you with me." The Monkey King decided to fight for the last time. In all directions, clones, monkeys just like him, branched off from him. Each one is equal in strength to the weak illegal, and he has bred many of them. Hyun-woo was happy with such fun. After he left the hidden level of electrician, He could turn on cheats again. "Come closer, Bandarlog," he said in the voice of the wise Ka. The damned snake got out, and the monkeys rushed into the attack. Just what he needed, thought the mad hermit. Close combat is his specialty. The monkey cast 18 nuclear strikes. A ball of hot plasma turned the remains of buildings into dust. A monstrous shock wave of mana destroyed the entire city. The impudent macaque assessed the results of the ashes he had created. It worked, he wondered, after he had blocked his own view. The mad border guard flapped his wings and flew out of the cloud of dust. He landed easily and walked towards the impudent macaque completely unharmed. It didn't work, the Monkey King realized, but it was too late. The training of a fifth-class electrician was not in vain. Spending all your strength in one attack is the height of stupidity, Electrician taught him. Don't complain. Unwind it piece by piece and may the force be with you, he instructed. Hyun-woo waited until the macaque was completely exposed, and he scored a critical hit from close range with the final attack. Another nuclear mushroom rose over the remains of the city. The roar of 1,000 bombs exploding reverberated throughout the area. The flames heated the ground to red heat, and clouds of dust slowly settled. In the middle of the crater, there remained only one mad hermit. Hyun-woo exhaled after a hard run and scrolled through a bunch of notifications. He carefully felt himself for damage. His arms were fine. His legs, too. There were no problems with mana. This time, the illegal immigrant got off with little bloodshed, unlike previous times. Long training with a fifth-class electrician produced results. A pure victory was understood by the fist, a mad triumphant. What kind of rolling pin is this? He thought when he saw the familiar object. The Monkey King's staff, Rastashishka, can grow and copy itself, Hyun-woo read. There is a great use for this wand. The hermit chuckled contentedly. Grasping it tighter, he estimated the direction of the Hunters Association. And shouting, Rastashishka took off like a rocket towards the headquarters. At headquarters, the crazy hermit was given a clean tracksuit. Not a bad design, the hermit, who had not changed his clothes for many years, appreciated the new item. He fought such a battle and is now in perfect order, the cunning senator noted, and his appearance is worth something. He fell from the sky on top of a huge stick. Qui-gon was amazed. So Korea didn't suffer much damage, Hyun-woo learned. By the way, there is one small request, the senator asked, taking advantage of the opportunity. Shi-kyung looked at the crazy couple. Together they were visiting the beautiful So-yeon in the hospital. The contented cat sat meekly, motionless, all in a fervent blush. Forget it, thought the cautious Shurken and asked out loud how the hermit got to the United States from Thailand. Just jumping, the hermit answered in a casual tone. Iron Man triathlon, heard? He asked his friend. This is generally legal. Cautious Shurken fell to the bottom of the test tube. But in fact, he was tormented by a completely different question. Cutie. So Yeon heard their conversation from the hallway. Shukyung asked about the special training that the hermit was undergoing in the Matrix. Could he also go through it? Asked the cautious Shuken, to his friend's surprise. Too weak, little So-yeon heard, and tactfully did not enter the room. She scolded her friend for leaving the hospital without healing his wounds and causing her anxiety. It was hard to accept himself as a weakling. The cautious Shuken justified himself. But the thing is that illegals are strong, said little So-yeon. Not only that, the hunter argued, she is also strong. Remembering the Empress of Dragons, he clarified. Ah, cutie. So Yeon saw the fight on tape. It looked epic. Previously, Shuken could avoid this topic, simply attributing it to the power of a mad hermit. But now, Shuken realized, he had to learn to protect what was dear to him with his own strength. The beautiful. So Yeon just smiled, happy with her friend's growth. He looked so excited that she teased him about whether something good had happened while his friend was out. Cutie. So Yeon waited for her cautious friend to finish. He made up his mind quickly, she noted, thanks to Shaiken's efforts. The crazy hermit thought, it's great that his friend decided to grow up, but will he be able to cope with a fifth-class electrician? And will he want to teach him? If there is no rush, I will return the sword later, the hermit decided, and so Yeon entered the room, saying that she would be discharged tomorrow. Hyun-woo himself wondered how much his characteristics had changed after passing the secret level of the Matrix. Nothing much had changed. The hermit looked through the long list. But what? The crazy reader shuddered, having reread it again. In the age column it said 118 years. The hermit improved the virtual room for the girl neural network. The system gave bonuses for detaining the illegal zoo, and it was possible to expand the virtual room. The girl was so overjoyed that the hermit suspected the net of self-interest. She, of course, denied that she was expecting new games more than his victories. After the secret level, the counter counted that he was a whole 118 years old. There were no glitches in the system, inside the time matrix, but the hermit's internal clock continued to tick. The time paradoxes are explained by the difference in the computing power of the matrix processors. At a hidden level, they were going faster, Av said. 100-year-old virgin, the mad hermit was horrified, but for that you wouldn't give an archmage enough. On the other hand, he had already gone through something similar in the training tower. The main thing is that the face hasn't aged. And everything else, you can live, the crazy hermit will decide. Is there any information about the tower's creator? He asked the android girl, and she clapped her hands and said that there was. Finally, the crazy hermit was happy after so much effort. The creator is the creator, the blonde blockhead rattled on. And then what? The hermit was impatient to receive an answer. The creator is the creator, the neural network repeated, obviously not understanding what was confusing the hunter. Okay, you're a fool yourself for hoping for a crooked system. The hermit resigned himself. But the girl was outraged by such condescension and screamed. 5 days, the young neural network loudly declared. No, even 7 days and she will be able to find his location. Of course, this is not accurate, but the main thing is to believe, the android blurted out. Okay, the crazy hermit has long since gotten used to the antics of the network. So it was the essence of lowly demoness that spoke first and gave strength, the mad teacher clarified. A new word, successor, has been added to the student status. Av warned him that the illegal force was still present on the 9th floor. It turns out that there is another receiver in Mexico, and someone knocked out Mason. There was a connection here. The hermit turned on Sherlock. He looked at the dejected, crazy student, who was sitting with her eyes downcast. She reproached herself for using the master's things without asking. The girl felt the master's hand reaching out to her. For a second, she curled up into a ball, but instead of being punished, she was praised. Without you, everyone would have died. She did the right thing, the crazy teacher told her. The faithful cat did not expect to hear such words at all. But having received praise, she blossomed with mad happiness. Senator Liam was hosting an important guest and asked to repeat the request in case he had misheard. The guest greedily twirled his beetle antennae. Could it be that they had misheard him? This staff belongs to Montana, said the fat seal, who was also the governor of Montana. As a collector, it is not surprising that he was interested in the staff, but it was Kim Hyun-woo's loot, Senator Qui-gon said. But our union was also active there, the seal brazenly declared. It's enough to meet Kim Hyun-woo and figure it out. The fat dumpling rubbed his mustache cheekily. Senator Liam frowned. That was the problem. He had dealt with the mad hermit before. About me and without me, they entered the door without knocking. Liam jumped up, sensing trouble. Who wants his staff? Asked the mad hermit, looming over the fat carcass. Hunter Kim Hyun-woo moved his dumpling's beetle antennae. The hermit looked closely at the seated misunderstanding that had spread out across the chair. He handed over the staff for inspection and registration, as required by procedure. But they had already flocked to it like flies to honey. Fatty extended his sweaty palm and introduced himself as the governor of Montana. Oops, let's skip the details. The hermit shut the impudent fat man's mouth. The story is about how he scooped up everything for everyone, and while he was away, someone decided to steal the loot. He understood everything correctly, said the hermit. In general terms, mumbled the fat, sweaty dumpling. There seemed to be a conflict of interest, said the master of diplomatic negotiations. Liam no longer knew who to call. Hyun-woo smiled sweetly. A smile can solve hundreds of problems. And having a strong fist, you can solve all problems. The hermit cracked the impudent beetle. The fat cat didn't understand anything and poked the sausage towards the hermit. He won't leave it like that, the pig squealed. And then he immediately received an additional bonus from the master of aggressive negotiations. More questions? Asked the hermit. But the client was already sleeping peacefully. Don't be afraid, he told Liam. He was just tired after the negotiations. No need to worry. Just give me back the digging stick, the mad hermit asked. The next day, an agent showed up at the association's parking lot. What did your boss Evan say? The bespectacled agent asked the tired worker. He can't eat. He wants to shit in Hyun-woo's striped slippers. How funny, the agent grinned. Do you have a plan? He asked the mole. Sew him up, the recruited defector clarified. 10 years of undercover work just like that, asked the agent. But the mole just threw up his hands. He didn't like the job anyway. Of course, if you compare it to working here, the underground agent noted. All for the sake of our director and the KGB, said the bespectacled agent. Let her rule the world from the shadows. He read the organization's motto. The master bonsai's footcloth. The cautious Shuken was surprised as he examined the footcloth that had been used many times. Wrap the sword in it, and a secret level will open, the mad hermit explained. Shiken glanced to the side at the preparations the slave was making. The poor girl worked late again to have time to draw the teleport circle. Are you going to Mexico? Shiken asked, secretly sympathizing with the slave. Just need to check something, the mad hermit replied. He had to find a second receiver, Yunwoo thought, as he looked at the surprised student. The successors of a person of uncertain orientation can become both border guards and illegal immigrants. They can do nothing, or they can take over the world to rule it, the hermit learned. In any case, this doesn't mean that they are definitely bad. Hyunwoo took out Hermione's bag. Now it's yours. He threw the stone with the essence of lowly demoness to the student. The girl immediately recognized the object that gave her strength. Use it as you wish, the mad hermit allowed his devoted disciple. It's good when there are many capable border guards, and there's no point in expecting betrayal from the student, Hyunwoo thought. You can be trusted, said the teacher, but the faithful and ardent student heard something of her own. When I get back, he left the satisfied cat drooling. Will you go straight away? Asked Hyunwoo, the cautious Shuken, to whom he gave the footcloth. Tell the electrician, said the hermit, to build himself a toilet and not go into the bushes. Hyunwoo walked through the ruins of the capital and thought about where to start his search. The migrant workers' magicians were already busy laying new tiles on top of the old ones. An agent in a three-piece cotton suit came into view. They were waiting for him. The agent bowed low. They know how to invite, the hermit noted. The all-seeing eye, the symbol of the organization, sparkled on the jacket. Let me invite you for a cup of tea, the agent suggested. The cautious Shuken took hold of the electrophoresis sword, and the hidden level actually appeared. To be or not to be? Am I a trembling creature? The hunter wondered. He just recently fixed up his apartment, and now he's leaving it again. He has a bad character. Like a real fifth-class master, he drinks a lot of vodka, Hyunwoo warned. Shiken pressed the button and went to the level of alcoholism nerds. He was transported so quickly that at first he didn't even understand where he had ended up. Everything felt real, and it really was a matrix, the cautious Shuken realized. Just when I was in a rush, the guests came. The hunter heard a voice. The drunken electrician of the fifth rank looked menacingly at the uninvited guest. And indeed, he recognized the cautious master Shuken. But what can he say? I want to become a drunken master, the cautious Shuken blurted out. Any fool can become drunk, Changma breathed in, but not everyone can become a master. But wait, how is he related to the crazy nerd? Electrician asked, and Shuken nodded. Korean nerds, the drunk electrician shouted in his heart. I just dumped one, and another one showed up, and the master got angry at the courtyard checkpoint. There's definitely no point in asking about the toilet, the cautious Shuken realized. There's no vodka, the electrician said sharply. You can go home. You still don't know how to relax in a cultured way. You only know how to get drunk like a pig, answered the electrician. Shiken was horrified. He definitely came here for a new discharge. After all the torment, he could not retreat and leave with nothing. Let's have a little drink just once, the boy pleaded. The discharge is very necessary. Please teach me, master, the cautious Shuken blurted out. If he doesn't agree, the hunter promised, he will sit here and watch. Just like a Korean nerd, he also wants to wear me down. The master got really angry. But since you ask so, we will do the same. You will drink to the point of unconsciousness until you learn the power of vodka and cultural recreation, Shuken heard the answer. Maybe then you'll upgrade your rank, said the electrician and opened the first bottle. You drink the first flask in one gulp to the bottom, said the master. That's how you feel your eyes opening, and the clarity of vision, the world becoming more beautiful, asked the electrician. Tea with the boss, you say, the mad hermit was considering the proposal. And if you refuse, he asked the agent, what will you do then? Then we'll have to leave with nothing, the agent said, leaving the choice up to Hyunwoo. The agent spoke coherently, even if you tried. But he wouldn't say anything new, the hermit realized. It didn't look like an ambush, the mad hermit decided. Besides, most likely the android girl was talking about them. Hyunwoo agreed, and the agent led him to the headquarters, the entrance starting from the golden elevator. The hermit was surprised by such luxury, just for an ordinary elevator. An entire castle resembling a cathedral awaited them underground. As soon as the door opened, agents lined up on both sides and bowed in respect. Even the experienced mafia boss was taken aback by such a nice greeting. The master was waiting for you. The hermit heard and saw the girl smelling of roses. A sweet beauty with purple hair smiled tenderly at him. This is how the meeting of the stunned, mad hermit took place. Although a Sith is only allowed to have one apprentice, he took 2 apprentices, ignoring all the tower's regulations. One of them is Mi Ryung, a wild cat and the Empress of Dragons. He was lost in memories of the old years when he wandered around the Tower of Learning. A weak girl was attacked by her former comrades. They wanted to kill her to raise their characteristics. At the last moment, the girl was saved by an unknown hermit, and he sent the good-for-nothings out to get some fresh air, which saved the little girl. So he became the hero Hana-rin, or Agent Rose in reality. They had an unusual relationship, the Mad Hermit recalled. The girl turned out to be a good conversationalist. Of course, he trained her no worse than the wildcat Mi Ryung. The little girl spent a year and a half with the hermit so easily and carefree, until she cleared the tower, promising to prepare everything as a parting gift. So she killed Mason. The hermit listened to Agent Rose's story. "And what about the castle underground?" asked the Mad Master. "What is it for? Didn't the master say it would be cool to build one like this?" Agent Rose reminded him. "Everything else is ready too," the girl sang in a sweet voice. 200 hectares of American land. Headquarters in every European country, casinos, and money for the rest of her life. She continued to bend her fingers. But when he said that he wanted this, the Mad Hermit forgot. There was one similar conversation, however, when they were rafting down the river. What would he like? The beauty asked him, and the hermit answered that a lot of things. Get enough sleep, don't work, live like a rich man, he answered dreamily. And also a castle, a casino, a harem. Not in life, she remembers. The Mad Hermit realized reality. The girl laughed with satisfaction. She liked the teacher's reaction. To remove all doubts, Hyunwoo used his telepathy skill on the girl. Whatever the master wishes, he saw her secret thoughts, the same as those of a faithful cat. Yes, she is also out of her mind, the Mad Hermit realized. But once things were sorted out, the girl was now the successor after Mason's murder and the acquisition of the first volume of Capital. What are they going to do with all the power they have now? He asked Agent Rose sharply. The problem is that she has an unclear orientation, whether she is a border guard or an illegal immigrant. Even the system can lie. If the girl betrays him, he will have to deal with her. All my powers are only for the master. She gave a simple answer, which discouraged the hermit. So she killed the last illegal elephant too? Asked the hermit, lounging on his throne as usual. I checked a couple of possibilities of Marxist ideology, the girl answered. The city in ruins had a hard time, asked the mad teacher. This is part of a long and bold plan, the hermit heard. You said it yourself. You want a whole city? And now there is space and resources. She presented the whole world in the palm of her hand. So now you can give free rein to your imagination, master, Agent Rose beamed, and play Sim City. Crazy student number 2 sparkled with happiness. Yes, she is even more crazy than Miryung, the hermit decided, and cooled Rose's hot ardor. They hadn't met before because the girl wanted to prepare everything. And working with the media was also her business, the hermit learned. Totally crazy, Hyunwoo decided, watching the girl wag her tail contentedly. And why are the students like that? When he is completely normal, the crazy hermit lamented. That's all, I take my leave, the homeless emperor told her, and left the throne. And what about all this that she had prepared? Asked Rose, to which the hermit waved it off. Look later. The girl quickly understood everything. Now the master had no time for entertainment. Then I'll take you, said the beauty with pink hair. Hyunwoo was surprised that she let go so easily. But why did she stand in the circle, the hermit asked her, and received the answer that it was the duty of the student to be close to the master. What about the organization? He asked. But Rosa easily answered that the KGB would survive without her. He had heard this somewhere before, the mad hermit thought. I'll just take it with me. There won't be any problems, the hermit decided, and said to stay closer to the center of the circle. Teleports are convenient. Breathe in magic and jump, the hermit noted. Loli Demoness tempted the inexperienced cat to sign a long-term contract for Loli's power. But she was thinking. In any contract, there is a note in small print, the faithful cat thought. The innocent maiden wants to know the whole truth, asked Demona Loli. To share thoughts, feelings, and fight together with the enemy. The whole agreement. The demoness was indignant, offering an equal contract. The faithful cat wondered what the demoness would do, giving up control over her entire body. So you can take the body at any moment, declared the Dragon Empress. But the demoness denied that the contract was voluntary and honest, and the offer was tempting and therefore suspicious.